Hello, Gazelle. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I don't think we'll have so many problems with the zoning in and out of spaces. That's just something I noticed about it.
Hmm.
Though it has its advantages, and I've been streaming lots on Twitter Spaces with you, haven't I?
Indeed. Indeed. What are the advantages of streaming on Twitter for you? What do you think they are? Minus the technical stuff. Well, they're difficulties, obviously. But what are the advantages?
Well, I miss the chat, even though most of the time the live chat is mostly rude. Um, I guess I like the jumbotron, and if you want to share something, it's quite easy to see. But yeah, I miss the chat. But I like the fact that I can take it to bed and places.
So
And
how do you use this StreamYard then? You have to be at the computer, is it?
yeah, I mean technically I could stream on StreamYard on my phone, but for some
That's how
reason,
I'm doing it.
uh-huh. I think I can do that too, but for some reason, just habit makes me not do it.
Hmm.
I mean, I have done it before as well,
It's
but
probably better in a sense because you act more serious if you're by your computer sitting up, you know.
exactly, that was what I was going to say next. That I feel um, just more respectable, you know, and
Mm.
I'm more likely to fall asleep if I take the phone to me and into the bedroom and I don't turn the lights on, and soon I am asleep. But hopefully not snoring. I don't think I've been snoring.
So when's
Um,
Terron coming?
he said in about like less than half an hour, though often he cannot. Um, well, he may not make it exactly. You said he was cooking, so have I know you streamed with Rob. Uh, is it Dagan?
Daigen.
Dagan, and you were talking about.
Well, he was
Uh,
just reading out an
I,
essay that he'd
yeah, it was
written.
very
So,
complicated. I was kind of. I mean, I was kind of
but
looking
that's
at
the
it.
reason I kind of wanted him to read it out. I didn't let him know beforehand that I'm actually the blog post that you sent me. It just kind of went over my head. Um, Obviously, it still went over my head once he read it out loud, but it just helps you kind of visualize almost. Like, I don't know. It was nice
Well,
to hear
I
his
mean, it had
voice.
graphs and things, but it was only later when I made myself look at it. It's like all these names of places I haven't heard of, and graphs and complicated stuff, and then
No, but that doesn't really matter. Like, what I was trying to work out was, okay. First of all, the origin of that space was I tweeted at him saying, "Well, look at this, um, look at this video of Malema, this black leader who heads the FCC um, something federation."
saying
So,
kill the
mm,
bar.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so in that video, he was like, "Oh, go, we support Putin. Putin will support us. We love Putin. Putin this, Putin that." And so my question was, just because it was like a question pertaining to international relations. It was an academic one, but just because a political party leader um, supports a head of another state, does that mean that there's an alliance there? Because it's one sided, right? It's not like Putin is shouting "Go Malema, go Malema." You know, we've not heard any statements from Putin regarding Malema or this sort of black supremacist cause in South Africa. Yeah, they are broadly aligned with the ANC, which
What
is,
what what
you know,
what the Wagner Group?
what do you mean the Wagner Group?
Um, well, I think the Wagner Group is a kind of private military um, company that the Russians have, and they send it hither and thither to help their allies and stuff. So they have a presence in Niger at the moment because I think the current leader, which is pro-Western, is being told to go away. And it is a bit complicated, but basically there is a noticeable realignment of you know different parts of the world with the West. I mean, the Africans really don't like all that LGBT. They really, really
Okay,
hate
well,
it.
the LGBT stuff, it's got nothing to do with. Is it a Wagner or Wagner?
I've heard it pronounced both, but okay, let's go with Wagner.
Hmm. So yeah, the Wagner group. It says it's the. Yeah, I didn't. I've heard of this, but I don't understand why you brought this up in relation to.
Because they now have a presence in Africa, in Niger in particular, but they go here and there. And from what I understood of what Rob was trying to say, he wanted America to assist with the independence of Cape Town. Is that right, or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, so he basically reminds me of Morrison in that regard.
Oh, the establishing of a revolutionary
Yeah,
nation state.
yeah. So like because this is why I find Robert quite interesting, because there is a link there with his worldview and Morrison's. Obviously, I did point out that what I like about Robert, and I said this directly to him, that you are aware that your plan is a bit of a delusion. You are aware of that. You know that it's not going to come into sort of fruition yet, and you recognize it's a fantasy, but you still write about it, and there is an awareness of this even in your writing. Like there's a level of critical thinking that's built into the writing itself.
Yeah, it's
And
like, wouldn't it be nice? And,
mm,
I don't expect it to happen, but oh, wouldn't it be nice? Yeah.
yeah, it's not a sales pitch, his writing. It's analytical. Whereas when Morrison would write, it would be a sales pitch. It would just discount all of the realities of that place. It
But
would
who
not take.
would he be selling it to? I mean,
Well,
that
he
is.
didn't. Yeah, that's fine that he didn't really have any clients then. But it was still as if, imagine there is a client and you're just doing a sales pitch, that sort of thing, and a really kind of hardcore, let's just get in there sort of one. Um, and yeah, discounting any kind of realities. Obviously, um, let me have a look at Robert's blog post again. Just give me a second.
Well, I mean, I actually had a look at the Wikipedia entry for South Africa, and the demographics is that about over 70% of the people there are Christian, and I thought, oh dear, then you'll never get anywhere. And I think like the 1.8% of the people are Muslim, or something like that. Um, so I think it might be a bit hard to persuade them to adopt secular Quranism with South African
Okay, so
characteristics.
we are back to square one now.
No, it's just I mentioned in passing, but I'm thinking of how to solve the problems of South
I think
Africa.
this article is actually amazing, because I'm just looking through it again. It's like he's got a fantasy, but it's really sort of taking into account all of the forces at play, like things like he's talking about pro-Western foreign policy. He's talking about the UN. He's talking about the ANC, international circles. It's not obscure. It's not
It's considered.
implicit. It's very very concise and explicit. That we need to do this, and then it takes into account the current sort of statistics regarding things. I'm no economist, but he's got a
He
lot
seems
of.
to have costed it. He said
Yeah,
the whole thing would just cost 1 million or something
no,
like
one
that.
billion.
1 billion. Yeah, yeah.
The thing, but the last line, as I said, it's telling, because it says it would be foolish of the West not to support it. And then I said to him, well, the West is foolish, so you
It
might
is
want to add that.
foolish.
Yeah, you might want to
Yeah.
add that as the last bit. And so I'm not a big fan. You're mentioning this private military company, the Wagner Group. In some ways, it is connected to the Russian state, so it's not that private. It's probably a mix of public and public and private interests there. Generally speaking, I'm not really a fan of all this military contractor stuff. I mean, it just shows that we've seen a kind of death of the nation state in the West, and you know, what's the point of having an armed forces in for example, the UK? Well, it's just so that just to employ. It's just a kind of welfare state sort of thing, a welfare model for people who.
Well, everybody feels they have to have one, right? It's like everybody feels they have to have a door or something.
Yeah, everyone feels that they have to have. Yeah, exactly, and also the fact that everyone feels that they have to have a job as well. So that what does that mean? It means that every institution in any given country and any company, whether that's private sector, public sector, whatever, all of them will just have a kind of a recruitment function to just employ people because that's the need of the time. And yeah, so what is the point of having an armed forces? You're saying, well, everyone thinks that they need to have one, and it's one of the wings of any given nation state. But the thing is,
well, that's like a kind of national airline.
Yeah, fine.
It's like anybody who's anybody would have a national airline.
Yeah, so a national airline still does something, right? I'm sure there are. But I mean, there are pilots.
I mean, the moment you didn't have
places.
The moment you didn't have a military, then I guess people will just invade you. I guess, wouldn't it?
No, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have one. I'm just saying it should be put to use. Like, what is the point of having a military just for formality, and then being all like, oh, we need private military companies.
Well, I guess it's a bit like having a burglar alarm. And you say, no, what's the point of having a burglar alarm?
It's like, that's enough of your analogies. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I am. You're just annoyed at me again.
No, you're just going on and on, giving me the same point, and I'm like, that's not what I mean. I'm not actually. I wasn't even asking why we need a military. I was just saying it should be put to use better.
Well, it sounds like you want to invade people.
No, not invade people, but like military could be providing security for other countries, right?
Oh, you want to hire them out as mercenaries?
Well, they're not mercenaries if they're part of a state. That's the whole thing. And mercenaries are they're kind of private entities.
Yeah, but there are people fighting in Ukraine, and I think some people in the armed forces have been told that, oh, you can, maybe take a vacation from your job in the military. Why don't you go to Ukraine where you will be paid, whatever. So they're just calling it under, a different name, right? To apparently obey the rules and I say break them. So it's all a lot of smoke and mirrors, and I guess very annoying for people. It's like, why do you have to, if you want to invade a country, just go and invade it instead of hiding behind all those doors and fake doors at that. Well, it just makes everything complicated, doesn't it? I mean, I'm interested in making things simple, so people can, get a handle on what what's wrong. And it's just a shame that people won't argue in those terms. I also just listened to the interview with Tristan Tate with Tucker Carlson. Have you listened to that one?
Tristan Tate, you're saying?
Being interviewed by Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of it. He said that he really enjoyed jail.
Enjoyed jail, yeah. Well, or
which is what I said. See, again, I'm perspicacious. I said this, that they are enjoying this time in jail and all of it. They're enjoying the entire experience, yeah, including jail time.
Well, if your enemy is determined to punish you, well, the only way you can deal with that is to enjoy your punishment. So, I mean, it will drive the matriarchy crazy, but it just occurred to me as I listened to that interview that I would regard progress as people instead of saying call mentioning the deep state, they should call it the matriarchy, and then I think that would be progress as far as I'm concerned. You may not agree, of course, but I think it's the use of words that shows that people are thinking in a different way or accepting certain premises. And I think it's important to frame the battle in a way that makes it seem winnable. And that's really what I'm trying to do. Otherwise, it'll just look, too scary and overwhelming and whatever. And I'm saying basically the forces of good and evil are arraigned in this way. People who are prepared to support the practice of marriage, and those who say, I don't see the point, well, blah, blah. And for those who currently say they won't, you can shame them and, somehow frame it in a way that makes it look that most people agree with you. I mean, agree on the support the patriarchy. Because I think if you put it in these terms, like, the next generation should be reared in, by their two biological married parents, living together in a loving relationship. And I don't think anybody can say, "Oh no, I don't agree with that." I think they should be
Okay, blah blah blah.
parented in
Do you,
fatherless homes.
blah 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 blah. Do you think Morrison is good looking or Tristan Tate?
Well,
'Cause
they're differently aged.
Fine, but you did say Tristan Tate is handsome. That's what you said to me.
Yes.
And then when I showed you what Morrison looked like, you thought he was all right. He was handsome as well. So fine, okay. There's an age difference there, but still.
Well, as you have pointed out, I'm very old. So, are you asking me who would you like to go on a date with? Is that your question?
Claire, for fuck's sake, really? You've actually done my head in. Just don't answer it. Who cares?
Yeah, because it's so silly. You're asking me to rate men now. You used to ask me to rate women. I think it's more.
I don't see what the big deal is. You're so fucking boring talking about secular Quranism all the time. Just lighten up a bit.
I just don't see any point in it.
Okay, well, there's no point to you doing these stupid live streams either, and waiting around for Terron, who's not coming.
Well, he'll have something to say.
And certainly there was no point, especially when I wasn't here, because you weren't even speaking. You were just waiting and waiting and waiting for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, and then you said you're there, and I let you. Is there anything you'd like to say?
No.
Yeah.
Can you just answer the question now? Who do you think is better looking? Like a normal person answers a question.
Well, it's very difficult for me to say.
Okay.
You want me to say Morrison? I'll say Morrison. All right, I'll say Morrison. Okay, I'll say Morrison. How about that?
I didn't actually want you to say Morrison. Like, I was genuinely curious who you found more handsome, and so you obviously fancy Morrison, which is why you've done that. Because you're a bitch.
What? Why is it bitchy to say that more?
Yeah, because
you still call me a bitch if I preferred somebody that wasn't your ex.
Okay, I'll tell you why you're a bitch. Because you did this whole drama about, I can't do that. No, I can't do it. Oh. And then you're like, oh, Morrison. And then you're like, oh, well, you obviously wanted me to say that. Like, you're just being a drama queen. That's what I mean by a bitch. Just freaking take the question at face value. I mean what I say and just answer.
Well, I found it difficult to answer.
Okay, well let me make it easy for you. let's imagine that both Morrison and Tristan Tate are 30 again, and you are 28. Who is more handsome?
I think I would prefer Morrison.
Oh, well, yeah, you are a...
At least I'm consistent, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not really consistent because I didn't know what your previous judgment was based on. Oh, it was based on what I wanted you to say, and you still think I want you to say Morrison, but deep down inside it's because you fancy him, and you're trying to act as if like, oh, and it's because you told me to say that, but like, I'm in love with your ex.
No, because you keep saying that I'm like your ex, so...
Oh, really? So that's
Yes.
why. So then why didn't you say that first? Why didn't you say, well, it's because I said that because you say that I'm like him?
Well, I don't know. You keep going on about him and accusing me of being like him and gaslighting you and all
Yeah, you
kinds
are
of
again.
things.
You're doing it again.
I mean, if you asked me which Tate brother was more handsome, I would easily say that it was Tristan.
Yeah, even Andrew says that.
Would you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So you're being completely loyal. I mean, you could say, well, I prefer the uglier one because
No, because I
I
genuinely
just
think he's the more. I genuinely think he's the more handsome one. I do understand why people think Tristan is more handsome.
because he has hair.
Well, he's had a hair transplant, but whatever. Even Andrew has hair now, so.
Oh, I thought he was bald.
No, he's not bald right now. Or at least he wasn't in prison. Remember, he had some sort of growth. Yeah, I like his whole bald look, and yeah, I just think Andrew's face is better as well. I think Andrew's eyes are so nice.
But they're very similar in manner and the way they talk and stuff.
Not that much. I think Andrew comes across as nicer to me.
Yes, more clean cut.
What do you mean clean cut? I thought Tristan would come across more clean cut. You know, Tristan is
Yes,
so
yes.
sort of
Sorry,
well dressed.
I meant Tristan
Tristan
would be more clean cut,
Yeah,
and
but for
Andrew.
me, Andrew is the sweet one. I just think he's so cute. He's actually such a sweet person. I see a deep sort of humanist in his personality.
This is Andrew.
Yeah,
Or Tristan.
Andrew.
Mm.
Because I am the one who fancies Andrew, and you like Tristan, I guess. So I'm talking about Andrew.
If Andrew were not Muslim, would you be taking such an interest in him?
I took an interest in him even before he became famous. So that's even before way before he converted to Islam. Because he was not famous. You know, he was kind of famous because he was a boxer, but he just had this sort of profile on Twitter, Cobra Tate, and the other one was Of Wooden, and he had sort of 100,000 sort of followers, and he'd just be tweeting kind of out there things, I guess. And they're all related to the game, the dating game, how to pick up women, that sort of thing. So this is way before he became famous, let alone Muslim. And I was a fan. I used to enjoy his tweets a lot. He said something about Latinas not being that good looking. He thinks the pinnacle of beauty in terms of female beauty is found in Eastern Europe or the Balkans, you know.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Terron.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, we're just having a chat.
What were y'all talking about?
We were talking about Andrew Tate. Well, actually, Claire was telling me how that she fancies my ex, who we call Morrison, and that she fancies Tristan Tate.
Well, you can listen to the conversation again. Note that I didn't say fancy.
Yeah, you
Note
didn't say
also
fancy,
that I
but
was
you
forced
basically
to
said,
choose, so I had to choose one. So I guess whichever one I chose, I'd be accused of fancying him. But then,
whatever,
no, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I kind of could have guessed that you guys were talking about something pertaining to the Tates by the whole Eastern European women, Balkans. I could have
Mm.
kind of made an educated guess based off of
What
that.
do you think? Which country has the most beautiful women in your eyes, Terron?
I'm more of a person by person. Uh,
Very good.
you
Oh,
know,
shut up, Claire! Like, come on.
I
Just
should have said that. I should have said that myself, but
I didn't ask you about generally which men do you fancy, which men are the most handsome by country. I didn't ask you that, Claire. So you didn't have a chance to answer like Tehran. Anyway, no, come on, Tehran. Like, okay, fine, I get it. That's your disclaimer. But generally, if you had to generalize, what would you say?
uh, I say Somali women are pretty good looking. You know, I think yeah.
his wife is Somali. Imagine if
You
he
fear
said,
Tehran. You fear the mob.
No, I mean I'm telling the truth. Like I mean I really don't have a position on
Well,
anything like
it's
this.
nice. It means you really do fancy your wife.
Yeah, I do. I mean, but the question that you asked, I really don't have a position. Maybe because I grew up in a very mixed environment, so everybody was dating everybody, and I never really thought about racial preference. I mean, I've recognized race, but I never really thought of those kind of preferences.
Okay.
yes, we should ask Gazelle about her racial preference now because she's all over the place, aren't you, dear?
Oh, okay, she left and came back.
Oh, okay. Well, we can talk sensible things now.
Well,
Oh,
I'll
she's
ask you
back.
the same question. Who do you think is? Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what? Same question to you, Claire, that I asked Tehran.
What? I don't. I think that there's beauty in every race, and
I'm
and,
not.
and
I'm not.
obviously,
Look,
obviously,
just
it's
because
like
you.
okay.
Oh my God! Just
I'm
because
not
you pick
going
a
to.
country doesn't mean that
No, I'm
people
not
from
going
other
to say the,
countries are ugly.
the white one or the yellow one or the brown one or the black one. I'm going to say it's the whole package, the personality, yeah. I'm going to say that because that was the answer I should have given, and Tyrone was very wise to have answered in that way.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
how you articulated. I'm more of a whole package type person. It's not just one thing. And I'm against the fetishization or fetishizing, however you say it, any person for their racial background or ethnic background or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a sign of shallowness, Gazelle. Shallowness.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm shallow.
Yeah.
But I don't think she falls into that. Or I didn't see her falling into that category of. I thought she would have been like the person has to be a well-rounded.
No,
You
no,
know,
yeah, it is a person by person thing for sure. Like I would treat whoever I'm with as an individual. Um, but yeah, like if I'm just talking about beauty, I'm not talking about who you would which girl would you marry, depending on which women are the most beautiful, depending in a particular country. That's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying generally, like yeah, and I kind of agree with Andrew Tate with his take that Eastern European women are beautiful, but they kind of
I
look
can't tell just by
skanky.
looking at them that
Okay,
the
that's
East
fine.
European.
Okay. Well, we can talk about something else. It's fine.
Yes. Can we talk about yes? So Tehran, is there anything on your mind about political developments recently?
I was actually before jumping on here while I was cooking, watching that interview with Tucker Carlson and Tristan Tate just to see what they were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Any comment?
No, not at all. It seemed like they were really having a decent conversation. I think people are always generally impressed with the Tates and how they speak. They're eloquent speakers or at least clear speakers.
Yeah, yeah,
entertaining, likable people, or easy to listen to, I guess.
yes.
I wasn't really thinking too much about what I was hearing. Again, it was just more like background noise while I was cooking, but
Hmm.
the conversation was interesting. Just hearing him talk about Romania. He seems to be real big on history. He was talking a lot about Romanian history, World War II or World War One or something like that. And
Hmm.
it was all right. It was all right. I'm interested in seeing what the Tate outcome is going to be uh, concerning their legal problems. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really have anything on my mind. And
Hmm.
for upcoming podcast next week, that's really about it.
Well, did you notice that he said that? Because I messaged you today, Terron, and I said that I think the Tates actually really like being in jail. Like they enjoy that whole thing, the whole spectacle, and yeah, even jail time. And he basically said this in the interview today, Tristan Tate, that
Yeah, he did.
yeah, he said, people kept telling me that you're gonna be fine once you come out, and he's like, no, I actually really enjoyed my time in jail. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. Oh man, I haven't seen Dr. Mangale or heard of Dr. Mangale in a while. But no, I agree. I haven't been to jail too many times. Only a couple. The second time was with a friend, and yeah, we kind of did have a ball. The short period that I was in there. I mean, I was in there longer than
What are the jails like where you are though? So this is probably in California, is it?
it was just city jail. So just the city I was living in, San Leandro. We were
How long were you in for?
we were just in for a night, and they let us go in the morning. We were kind of drunk at a local bar we always go to. We walked outside, or we went outside to smoke a cigarette. That was when I smoked. I really didn't even smoke cigarettes then. It was just something I did when I drank. But
Mhm.
yeah, went outside to have a cigarette with our beers. So that was the first mistake. In California, you can't walk outside with the open. You can't be outside with the open container. And there were cops sitting right or parked right in front of the bar. We didn't see them, but they saw us. So we walked outside with our beers. That was the first thing. They really didn't uh, get us on that, or maybe they were going to, but they waited, and then for some reason we decided to walk in the bar back into the bar with our cigarettes, and then that's when they were like, oh yeah, we're about to jump on these guys. And so they pulled us out of the bar with our cigarettes. They got us for being outside with an open container. Myself, I was just chilling. I really wasn't giving them a hard time. My friend, on the other hand, Aaron, he was giving them a hard time. So because of that, they threw us in the back seat and took us to jail. I fell asleep in the back seat, and so they carried me into my cell and put me in bed, and or put me in the put me in the bunk bed. They put my friend Aaron in another cell, and they took that didn't have a bed because they were because he was giving them such a hard time that they put him in a cell with no bed and no nothing. And so when I woke up, I was like laying there, and he was talking like, "Hey, can you hand me a cover?" So I like managed to throw, I don't know how I did it, but put my cover through the bars, shimmy, or give it enough force to where he could grab it, pull it through the bars, and he was just, it was kind of fun. We were joking around. I was only in there for like a couple hours. I mean, it was longer than that, but from what I remember after waking up, it was only a couple hours, and we were laughing, joking. They gave us breakfast, and then got out, like 6, 7 o'clock that morning.
Huh. That
But prison is
Gazelle.
different. Now, when I was in Martinez detention center, that was a different situation because that was like a transporting. And then if my dad didn't like bail me out at the last minute, I was headed on that bus to take me to county jail. I never been to county before, and I think county in Northern California isn't that bad. County in Southern California or LA County is really bad. But yeah, that my time in Martinez, but that was because of what led up to that. I got into it with security, got into it with the police, got maced. Uh, you know,
Oh, you were in a fight.
yeah, I seen some dude straight up hit. It happened 11. It happened 2011. I still remember the day, April 30th, because it was my ex-wife's friend's birthday. We went to a bar in Danville called The Crown. My ex-wife's friend was kind of drunk. She took some girl's tiara that was on the bar. She took the tiara off the bar, put it on her head, and the girls were upset. They confronted my wife and her friend. They had a guy with them who I found out later was a cousin of one of the girls. And I was watching this go down. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I thought they were just talking. It seemed like just two people, a group, my wife and a group speaking with people. Then all of a sudden, from across the bar, I seen the guy hit my wife in the face. I was
Oh,
like, what the hell? I never seen nothing. I never seen a guy hit a woman like that in my life. And so I ran across the bar and the security intercepted me. They they stopped me before I got there. And then because they probably were like, what the hell is this guy doing? And so they grabbed me. I start fighting with the security, which is really just a lot of tussling and throwing each other on the ground, and maybe some shots or some punches got let off. But then a cop eventually came in. I didn't know it was a cop. He grabbed me on my shoulder. I turned around, punched him, and then he threw me to the ground, maced me, cuffed me, and then they maced me again. And because they maced me, that actually what saved me from, or that actually what helped me, because them macing me, they had to take me to the hospital to have me checked out before taking me to the detention center or whatever. And so I had a chance to sit with the officer who I had punched, and we were able to talk, and we found a lot of things in common. I found out he liked this band, Stone Temple Pilots. Fortunately, I knew some songs by Stone Temple Pilots, and we were like, lip sync or singing them we were having a decent time, just put it like that. So he ended up actually dropping the charges. He saved my wallet for me.
oh, was he black?
No, he was a white guy.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, he ended up dropping the charges, but unfortunately the state picked up the charges because I assaulted a officer basically.
Mhm.
And they weren't going to let me get away with that. That happens a lot in California or in the states in general, or
Mhm.
at least on the West Coast, from what I understand. If you try to drop charges, depending on the nature of the charges, the state will pick them up and prosecute. So and still prosecute. So yeah, dude, I still had to go to court for all of that. We ended up settling. They knocked it down to a misdemeanor for like disorderly conduct or something like that, disturbing the peace, and intoxicated in public, even though I wasn't intoxicated. But it's better to have and they they didn't breathalyze me. I really didn't even drink in the situation. And I was like, fuck it, I'll take the intoxicated in public, disturbing the peace, whatever is better than assault on a police officer and a felony.
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, that was my story. That's the only two times I've been to jail. I haven't been to prison or anything like that. But those were just two mishaps that could have went in opposite directions depending on how I went
Yeah.
about it.
So what happened to your wife? Was she very hurt by this guy hitting her?
Uh, yeah, her face was red. The police checked her
So
out.
he slapped her. It was a
Yeah, I
slap.
think he slapped her. Yeah, he slapped her. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a slap. I can't remember exactly the nature of the. I seen him come across her face. I'm pretty sure it was a slap. Because if it was a punch, it would have been more damage. But I just
Mm.
think it was a slap, and one more like to kind of like shut somebody up, not to really, do damage. And
Mhm.
yeah, my wife's friend, also got a charge. She didn't get locked up, but she got a ticket. She had to go to court as well because she had when the security was on me, she actually ran up and hit one of the security in the side of the face. So so yeah,
Mm.
I commend her for that. She did try to help me out, and she got caught in the crossfire as well, as far as having to she got in trouble. But
Mhm.
yeah, that's those are the only two times. But for the most part, I've been squeaky clean.
Mm. Mm. So Gazelle, have you ever been drunk and disorderly?
No.
So you haven't been in trouble with the police at all?
No.
Okay, well
Never.
that's good. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's worth asking, isn't it? In case you have an
Well, it's,
interesting
it's kind of
story to
less
tell.
likely. It's less likely for a woman.
Yeah, especially if you're a Muslim woman, I suppose you're supposed to be.
Mm.
I don't know that one British Muslim TikToker. I mean, maybe she doesn't identify as Muslim. She's culturally, so
Yeah,
that
yeah,
she I found that case to be kind of interesting. I didn't know who she was or what it was about.
What was the case? What did she do?
I guess her and her mother set somebody up and had them killed or something. They did the
What the
killing.
hell? You're kidding. Is this
Nah,
a real story
this
in
is
the
a real,
UK?
yeah, Pakistani TikToker and her mother set some guy up to have him killed.
Oh, is this a recent story?
Yeah, let me look at this. Yeah, Pakistan, 3 days ago, Pakistan origin TikTok girl Mahak Bakari found guilty. Hold on, let me click the found guilty of killing 2 men in gruesome crash. Or no, what is this? Oh yeah, and her mother
So
were
it was a
convicted of
road traffic
orchestrating
accident.
Nah, they saying they were convicted of orchestrating a deadly plot that resulted in the death of Saqib Hussein and Hashim Ijazuddin, both 21 years old.
Whoa.
A fatal crash was a part of the murder. The verdict was delivered after a 3-month trial. It happened near Leicester. Like I can some of these British words I can't pronounce.
Leicester, I think.
Leicester.
Yeah, I'll paste it in the chat. So
Yeah, y'all didn't hear about that? Y'all thought I was making this up?
Well, I didn't literally think you were making it up. I'm sure you had a source, but I had not heard of that story.
I'll put it in a private chat. Yeah, I mean, she looks a bit weird. I mean, the eyelashes are the longest I've seen. The fake eyelashes. So that there's a mother and a daughter, and they wanted to silence somebody called Saqib Hussein, who had threatened to reveal an affair he was having with the older woman. Oh, so mother and daughter tried to kill the man who was blackmailing his mother. Right.
Yeah, so like I was gonna say, Muslims in the UK really don't surprise me much. Like these kind of, but I can't, you really can't blame this on.
They've assimilated, it sounds like, because you read the story and you think, oh, it's a white crime, and then oh, it's a Muslim crime. Because
Yeah,
there's
maybe
certain
we're even
crimes.
wrong for saying Muslim because we're dragging religion into. I know that's always an argument when these things happen. Why drag religion into it? It has nothing to do with, but yeah, I think even for a British Pakistani woman, it's still a bit. I would have never guessed just by reading the headline, not seeing no pictures or the name or anything like that.
Mm. Because there's certain crimes that you just assume, you can kind of categorize according to race, I suppose.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That thing. Have you guys seen that thing that happened in New York City with that streamer? He got arrested for
No.
Doing what?
holding a PS1 giveaway. Oh, I thought you guys would have, because Sneeko, I thought that's what prompted Sneeko's tweet I read earlier about Black culture, because of what happened. And I knew something was going on because I knew something. I should have looked into it more the other day when my Saudi neighbor upstairs, I was hanging out with him. He had brought it up, and I really didn't think too much of it. But yeah, it was just the optics of it wasn't good. Just looks like a bunch of Black kids going crazy in New York City, stomping on cars. I guess a free PS5 giveaway was supposed to have been held by a famous Twitch streamer, YouTube streamer. I don't follow these things. And yeah, a lot of people showed up and it got out of hand. And, it wasn't something that dude talked to the city to organize. It was him putting it together. So it was uncontrolled. And, the images I seen were people sitting in cars trying to get out of the madness, but people jumping on top of the cars, stomping on them.
On a black car. I think I remember seeing a black man jumping up and down on a black car.
Well, I seen one where one dude got away, but he still had like 7 people hanging on his car, and they were just dropping off as he was speeding down the street.
Crikey.
So, yeah, the world, it's the mad world we live in. I swear to God, I can't. But yeah, I thought that was yeah, I thought you guys would have seen something about that. I thought that's what kind of prompted Sneako's um tweet about black culture, and I think that's another thing that's interesting. Black culture really being the topic. Actually, a lot of topics that are being discussed right now, I find to be extremely interesting. Not the topics themselves, but that they're being discussed, such as the Jewish question, uh, is starting to really go mainstream, and disparaging black culture, or this idea of black culture as the debauchery you see on TV a lot of the times, is starting to be discussed a whole lot. So, but especially the Jewish question, I find that to be extremely interesting. That it's becoming actually a thing that is, even to a certain extent, being joked around. People are joking around on it. I was watching something with what's that guy Zerka? He went on some other, I don't know these people. The PBD, the Patrick Bet David, his co-host, his podcast or whatever, and he was saying, "Oh, you must be one of the good Jews," And I just remember like 10 years ago, you couldn't say something. I mean, you probably still can't say something like that now, but the fact that it's becoming a lot more acceptable and people are able to just laugh it off, whereas, you know, but anyway, I don't know.
Hmm. So, is it mostly black channels talking about the JQ, or
No, it's these popular stream Sneeko, what's his name? John Zerka, other people in that kind of category of, social media. Uh,
okay? I wasn't aware of that.
yes, and it's starting to really like trickle down, um, to where more and more people are asking interesting questions about that category of people. And it seems like it's just going a little bit more mainstream. Uh,
Mhm.
of course, I don't think that it's acceptable to speak like that, in a majority of places. But anyway, just the fact that I see it having a place on social media, and it's not getting the pushback that I thought it would have.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I mean, quite mild, really. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it's like, what shall we? Okay, what do you understand is the question. What shall we do with them? Why do they do it to us?
I think
Um,
the disproportion, how the
yes.
basic,
Why are
how they
they?
represent, why do they disproportionately represent X, Y, and Z in certain
I mean, is it?
areas of influence or business or politics, or that type of rhetoric.
I mean, I suppose if you asked me that question, I'd say, well, they they're smarter because of their religion.
I don't have no answer for it. I probably used to die, and we've talked about it before, Claire. If you still have that channel and that video is uploaded, we talked about it before.
Hmm.
When I first converted to Islam, I kind of fell into that whole Jewish question thing because a lot of the rhetoric or a lot of the stuff I was consuming from Muslims, that kind of leaned into that. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's so. I mean, I once got kicked out of a Muslim channel for saying, "Well, you're all anti-Semitic," and they're saying, "No, we're not," and then they kicked me off. And another exchange I remembered was this Jew who was on this Muslim channel saying, it's anti-Semitism seems to be compulsory if amongst Muslims, and he was saying he was uncomfortable with it because he was Jewish, but he still found the Islam attractive. That was the exchange I remember from this Malaysian guy.
I would want to say that there's a lot of people with Jewish identity or Jewish background who are Muslim in prominent positions who kind of disclose that aspect of their background just so it doesn't complicate things for or keep maybe disclose, again, I'm not that well with definitions, maybe disclose isn't the right word, but they don't tell people about their Jewish background because it might complicate things for them, you
Yeah,
know.
Well,
yeah.
we should talk about that. We should talk about Jews who have converted to Islam. We should name them. I mean, this is public knowledge, by the way. I'm not saying. Are you talking about Jews who've converted to Islam? Aren't you? Is that
Mhm.
what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna come back in about 10 minutes. So you guys carry on, and then
Mhm.
we'll resume whatever we're discussing. I'll be back.
Yeah, I was thinking, it would actually be quite logical for Jews to become Muslim because um, Islam is Judaism light. So that, that it's just not so complicated for them to do. Um, but I mean, it depends on, how observant you are as a Jew to begin with, because, I guess that there are some Jews who just do a little bit of it every now and then when they remember, which is not the same as being really observant. But
I
I
mean,
think,
that's how.
hmm?
And that's pretty much, I think, how the majority of Muslims go about it. I don't know what's all involved in the Jewish religion on a daily basis, how they practice, but the average Muslim that I'm around, once you step away from social media, where every Muslim acts like they're all they do is deen all day or religion all day. The average Muslim pretty much just casually practices. Not really a whole lot into all the debates or theological the different positions or understandings that are out there. And you know uh
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe I could see coming from a Jewish background, depending on how you were raised upon religion, maybe a Hasidic background where things are more strict. You still want to practice a monotheistic religion. You're not too interested in Judaism anymore. I could see you leaning, and then what else really is out there for a Jew who is looking outside of Judaism? I mean, people like Duvid are an anomaly as far as looking into Hinduism.
Yeah, because he's basically on his own. I mean, he doesn't really talk to other Jews. He only talks to Gentiles. So, um, I guess it just depends on who your associates are. And I guess most people don't want to convert to any other religion because it means, leaving their group, their community. And it's for that reason that they don't convert. But I think if you ask people, like, what religion would you use if you had a country to run? It would be, and I think if you put it like that, they wouldn't feel, oh, I've got to take on the religion of mum and dad, and that sort of thing, which kind of is mixed up, with their identity, and not wanting to upset mum and dad, and all that kind of thing. And I do think people consciously think through you know these things, because they'll be thinking, oh, well, if I went to a mosque, then my parents would be so mad at me, and because they would be thinking of the attitude of their family and friends rather than the truth of the religion.
You find that even within oh no, I definitely agree with that. I mean, you can actually extend that to not only Jews, but I think that's the case with a lot of Europeans who might be interested in Islam, but because of what it might do to them socially, they
Yeah.
kind of either hesitate and don't do it, or they convert silently and just stay incognito until they're fully comfortable to come out. But yeah, definitely coming from a Jewish background, thinking about looking at the political climate today for a Jew to convert, especially if they come from if they come from a religious Jewish background, I can see why they'd be hesitant. But then again, I think the way that you put it in, if you ran a country, I think that someone would probably style, if they're coming from a Jewish background, would stylize the country along Jewish lines, but just remove or add the things that they would like to see within that society. Same thing like same thing like with Muslims. I think, when it comes to Sharia law, I don't think, whereas people might be, a Muslim might be disgusted with a certain interpretation of it. Say a Muslim might not like how Daniel Hakika Jew's interpretation is or would be. That doesn't totally discount that they would abandon. So I would imagine, and then also, I don't think, again, the question, does the Quran call Jews to become Muslim? Or
I
does
think
it?
it does. I mean, all Muslims I know say it is for Jews too, because they correct me when I said, oh, the Torah is for Jews, the Quran is for Gentiles, and they said no, it's for Jews too. And then I
Well, it
thought about
is.
it, and it makes sense.
It is, but is it calling? That's still my question. I mean, again, these are questions that I could probably easily find the answers for if I just did due diligence in uh, looking at the Quran from a more critical perspective. But I've only done really like a cursory reading, a few cursory readings. Of course, Ramadan is always a good time to read the Quran. And early on, when I converted, I read the Quran a lot, but haven't so much recently. But yeah, that's something I would be interested in finding out. Like, it does act as a corrective, some type of a corrective to the previous revelations, or at least, as a reminder to some of the things they forgot and some things they should be corrected on. But does it say become Muslim, convert, or else, or give some type of ultimatum? It really kind of just, from what I, my speaking from my own ignorance, so people don't crucify me on this, but that it seems like it is more so kind of guiding them towards a certain way of understanding God, and to how to clean up their worship, not to make excesses when speaking about God, and the proper place of the messengers he sends, and the real role, things like that. Live an ethical life, very general um things that, I don't know, leaves a lot open for
No,
interpretation.
I think the Jews. I mean, I put these arguments to these Jews. It's like, well, it's Islam light. You don't have to do all these things, but obviously a lot of them are proud to be Jews. It's like, to be Jewish is higher status than being a Gentile, and they don't want to give that up, even though it is actually easier to be a Muslim. So
I don't know if people, I don't know if it's a complicated situation with Jewish people, because it's not just a religion, it's like a culture. Even people who are atheistic Jews, or call themselves atheists, they still partake in Jewish culture in a weird way and are very proud of it. Um, it's so hard to kind of unshackle that aspect. So, I don't know if if they would really look at, um, I don't know. I just don't see Jewishness as something that's so easily to drop for them, and that, it's not just religious grounds that you would have to get them on. Because even, some of the Jewish Muslims that I know, that I speak to or have spoken to, they still seem to be kind of proud of their Jewish heritage. Um, you
yeah,
know,
yeah, like John Gischler. Have you ever spoken to him?
no, I haven't.
Well, he's basically this ex-Catholic who converted to Judaism, and then he married his Muslim wife and converted to Islam. So he's gone through everything, which makes him quite interesting. But I think he feels Jewish, though
How long was he Jewish for?
I think he said 8 years. But
Okay, wow, it's quite
if
long.
I give you his channel, well, I mean, he has this well, he has an open channel, and he often invites people to join. So I'm sure he'd love to hear from you, and I'll find you his channel. So he's basically, yes, Irish Catholic, and married to a Muslim wife from India, I believe.
Oh wow, interesting. Did he convert to Islam then marry her, or did he meet her and then convert?
Um, I think he only converted to Islam to please her.
I think I believe you. I remember you speaking to him before.
All
Uh,
right.
but at this point, he maybe didn't convert. He was just thinking about it. And he had already married her, or was in the process of marrying her.
Yes.
Uh, yeah,
Yes,
okay,
that's
that's interesting. Yeah, and see, that's another thing. A lot that's a lot of Europeans they suspect that with a lot of non-Muslim Europeans from just conversations I've been privy to suspect that of a lot of European converts is that they do it a lot of times for marriage. Although Umar Lee in his debate with Robert Dufour or Vitamin R or Robert of Canada, or whatever you want to call him,
right.
he thought that Umar Lee says that the best converts to the religion are those who marry because of marriage, and because he looks at it as they're not a lone convert. A lot of converts, they do convert to this religion. They don't have any community to attach themselves to. They feel awkward going to the masjid with a lot of strange people, depending on their cultural background. It's people of a different culture. So, you remain by yourself and isolated as a convert for a long time. And so, at least by marrying via marriage, um, you are okay. You might not be necessarily married to that community, but you're definitely in a family structure, a part of a larger family structure that's Muslim, and so you're gonna pretty much kind of just adopt, kind of like what the way I'm living right now. I am married to a Muslim. I'm thousands of miles away from my family. How I do things is pretty much according to how her and her family do things pertaining to festivals, Islamic holidays,
Mm-hmm.
birthdays, whatever, whatever. And so, that as a convert, every step of the way, I'm just seeing how Muslims act and fortunately, my in-laws are religious and practice. So, I pretty much just see how things are done on a and whereas maybe as a convert, I'm not used to praying. I'm not used to it being on my mind. The fact that I'm at my in-laws, the time for prayer comes up, the masjid is right next door. When they walk out, they're going to tap me on the shoulder, see if I want to come. It's gonna
Mm-hmm.
be a bad look for me not to go, so I'm gonna go. And that's just, it's just gonna be
Yeah,
because
you just fit
sometimes
in.
yeah,
Mm.
you do it to fit in, and then uh I don't want to say fake it till you make it because you're not faking it, you know what I'm saying? But you basically exercise that aspect of your faith to where it becomes natural to you. You do it just to not fit in, but you do it because somebody's basically pulling your leg. Like, to be honest, there's a lot of time I'm at my in-laws house, prayer time comes up, I know they're about to walk to the masjid to go pray. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
I'm compelled to, because you got three or four guys going to do it. My wife is right there looking at me. Her sisters are right there. Their husbands are going. It's like, man. And so, you do it. And then when you get there, you feel a lot better that you did it. And then, psychologically, it does something to you to where, you might be more inclined to do it the next time without the thinking about, oh man, do I really want to go? You understand? So, I could see why Umar Lee would say that about uh, it's better a convert who marries might be in a better position than somebody who just converts not because of marriage and is isolated. So, it's interesting, this guy that you're talking about. Yeah, Catholic, Irish to Jew to I wonder how that's going for him. The fact that he converted is he are things
He
constantly
says he doesn't really feel it. He had more, I guess, interesting emotional experiences with Jews, even though he was complaining about how mean some of them were to him because he was a convert and kicked him around. But he said he basically didn't feel any connection when he went to the mosque. But then I realised that he didn't really go that often. So I guess, if you don't go very often, people, you know, but he was saying they weren't particularly friendly or whatever.
where is he from? Where does he live?
I think he's somewhere in New York.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, I do think the mosque thing is something that you kind of have to go to consistently.
before people acknowledge your presence and recognize your
Yeah,
face. I
yeah,
think.
definitely. I mean, that's how it was for myself. That's how it was for my friend Sam. When I first converted, I was working in Berkeley at the Berkeley Laboratory, washing dishes or whatever, and there was the University of Berkeley, the MSA, the students, the Muslim Students Association. They had funded money, brought money together to have a masjid built. It was really nice, right down the street from my job. I would go there every day after work. Depending on the time of the year, it would either be to catch, uh, to wait for Asr, or Asr was already on, and just I would have to go and pray, and it wasn't in congregation. But yeah, I would go there all the time, every day after Fridays. When I was going to Berkeley City College, waiting for class, I would sleep in the masjid, and yeah, just having that experience of being there regularly. I met a lot of people. A lot of people were familiar with me. Still, some of these people today I interact with on social media, of course, because of distance. But yeah, that with the masjid, you have to, and same thing with my buddy Sam. He went to Lighthouse Masjid, that was close to his job. After work, he would go all the time. People started knowing him. Then they would start inviting him to, and this is a black guy like myself, going
Mhm.
around people who are of Yemeni descent. So, you can't really say there's some kind of like, oh well, he's black and they're black. Like, nah, he was being invited to Yemeni only, or not only, but Yemeni specific majority functions, and he was a black American, knew nothing about that culture, but the fact that he was going to the masjid every day, they talked to him, they liked him, you know. But it takes time to get to that point. It's not something that's gonna, for me, this is from 2013 to 2018 that I'm going to this, to
5 years. Well,
to the Masjid of Berkeley every day after work. I was going to Berkeley City College the whole time too, for from 2014 to 2018. So, uh, yeah, I spent a lot of time there. I spent a lot of time in Berkeley in general, though. I mean,
it's like a men's club, isn't it?
well, this one, because of it being in Berkeley, Berkeley being the most liberal place on earth, the MSA being very egalitarian, and how it seems like the MSA at Berkeley was very egalitarian as far as how they went about things. Women had a role, guys had a role. So the women's section was just as big as the men's section. The women had the bottom floor. It was the men's section was just right on top, so they were both of equal size. Uh, they had women programs going on, actually more times than the men. They had women tafsir going on. They had classes that were specific to women on Saturdays, but then they had classes that programs that were mixed. They always had things going on regularly.
What
So
does
this,
tafsir mean again?
huh?
What does tafsir mean again?
Exegesis.
Oh, right. Okay. Hmm.
Yeah, so this one they had a lot going, but generally, yeah, masjids are known for not having a real place for women, or if they do, it's very subordinate or not really worth hanging out in, even
Hmm.
just to sit to hear a Friday talk, or even to pray. And the masjid by my in-laws' house that I was just talking about, my wife and her mother were a part of funding money to have that masjid built, and they were under the impression there would be a women's section, and there isn't. So, yeah, so it's literally like 2 or 3 houses from their house, you know,
Hmm.
and yeah, it sucks. It's good for the guys, but for the women who live there, yeah, they don't have a place to. But yeah, the masjid I attended that I used to go to a lot, it had, but generally, yeah, there's not really much for women, unfortunately, and it can become a men's club, or a club for a specific culture of.
Hmm. Yes, I suppose men need their safe spaces.
Yeah, yeah. But they can kind of have that within the mosque, though. It don't have to be the whole mosque. It doesn't have to be like, oh, can't nobody come in at a certain time, or we're gonna corner the market on what's going on in this masjid. Like, no, just kind of have your area. to do things and let other people kind of do. I mean, but I think that also depends on the size of the masjid. You know, the masjid at Berkeley was huge. Like you had
Mm.
all kind of, I mean, you had all kind of different uh areas to where you had you know the classes weren't being taught like in the masjid where people were praying, where a lot of times these things happen. They had a separate room that people could sit in. They had a lot of separate rooms, and so I guess it just depends on the facility.
Yeah,
uh
yeah, yeah.
but in general, I think they need to shut down a lot of these masjids in the UK, because there's just way too many of them. And I think having uh shutting some down, flooding people into another one, I think it would do more for the masjid than just having all these they really do it like how Black Americans do churches in some urban areas with these storefront with the storefront churches. And then same thing like with a lot of these masjids, like they have way too many in the UK.
So you're saying that they should scrap the little ones and make a bigger one and all go to that one. Is that
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you?
I think yeah, I think it would just be better. Maybe have more things going on, more people with different skills and expertise that maybe could contribute. Because then sometimes for some people, it's not that they don't have a say some people they have the skills and expertise. They don't have the people, the place that they try to demonstrate these or teach people whatever they have to learn or whatever they have to teach people. They just don't have the audience or the members. But you expose them or put them somewhere else, they might have the audience or the people to learn from them, and it could bring benefit to this place. But a lot of times, I mean, basically, what I'm trying to say, I just think that they just have, it's just too scattered out, and I don't see. I think that Muslims could accomplish more with less masjids, and I think the masjids would be able to do more. But but right now, from the way I see it, is that they're stretched thin. Except for when you attend Friday prayer, uh, you would get a different story. I go to Friday prayer at a lot of different masjids, and they are packed. I'll give Muslims that. Um, but the thing is that throughout the week is what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
I like to see more things going on throughout the week. Like being a Sunday Muslim or a Friday Muslim, Sunday Christian is not all that impressive to me. To me,
Hmm.
I'm barely a Friday Muslim, but I'm still saying that I'm still just saying that my idea of a masjid, same thing like my idea of a church, because the church I grew up in was like this, is that you got things going on all throughout the week,
Yes.
real things going on, not just opening up to for people to pray their 5 prayers.
Right, right. Events and things. What such as what sort of coffee morning for mums and old people? I mean, that sort of thing.
Not a lot of that, uh politically galvanizing the community,
Hmm.
making them some a group of people worth dealing with,
Hmm.
helping some type of programs to help the community,
Right.
um, needs that maybe the members tend to, some of the needs of the members, the real the not real members, but people who attend and need it. Some of these,
Community action, that kind of thing.
yeah,
I
yeah, community action, just really be a force in the community to help people, not just for but really be a force in the community, not just the Muslim community, but you know that's my idea of any kind of religious establishment. At least that's what I seen with my grandfather's church, or with the church I grew up, and also a lot of the churches in San Francisco. When I was working in San Francisco, they really had a lot of stuff going on throughout the week to help the home, to I don't know if they were helping the homeless situation, but at least to provide some kind of band-aid, you know,
yes.
with soup kitchens and giveaways and whatever kind of social services they could provide.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
I
So,
think,
on Fridays you'd have sermons. That's standard, isn't it?
yeah, pretty lame sermons. I think they could do more to kind of, you know. I
Well, I'm
went
sorry
last.
to hear they're lame because I was thinking maybe that they're not as lame as Christian sermons.
Nah, man, churches, man. Look, church. I can't speak. Look, no, actually, I've been to white churches too, because my ex wife was half white, and we lived in a rural part of Washington for the first 2 years of living up there, and I attended church as an adult, out of living outside of my parents' house, and we went to some very white churches. Their church was still cracking too, man. Church was an event. Church is an event. I mean, I think Claire. Like, or
Mhm.
maybe I don't know. Maybe the church in the UK isn't all, but church in especially go to some of these rural areas. Church in Black America is pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. I
Mhm.
mean, let's talk about. I mean, talking about my
It's a
church.
community center, right?
Yeah. So when I went, well, uh, my grandfather. I didn't live in the community that my grandfather the church my grandfather pastored at. I didn't live in that community, but I will say that when I went there, both sides of my family attended. The people my parents grew up with, the people, my family have known for like 30, 40, 50 years, ever since they moved to Oakland. uh they gave my sister, like, I think somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000 to help pay for her when she went to university.
Oh
uh
wow.
this church, my sister really participated. She was there like 3 4 days out the week, for choir, for Bible study, for all this other type of stuff. So, you know I just went on Sundays, and my mom did the same too. Same, a lot of my other family members, but they had, yeah, programs like that. My grandfather had stuff where they would go and visit people who were sick. I even remember after school. I used to hate it then. I appreciate it now. I hated it then because he picked me up every day after school, and I would go with him to these hospitals or to these people's homes to visit people who were sick and members, and he would sit and talk with them and stuff like that. And the church I went to did a lot of different things. Were active in the masjid, even that I went to at first in Berkeley, that I was just talking about, was active in a major way too. So, I expect religious, and I just mentioned the church in San Francisco. Uh, was it Glade or Glade? I can't remember. Anyway, uh, yeah, they were active in the community, and so I expect any kind of religious establishment shouldn't just sit there collecting cobwebs. Doors are shut throughout the week. Even if the doors are open, there's no activity going on. I think it's just a waste of space.
Mhm. Mhm.
Waste of space and waste of human resource, because you do have a board. A lot of these masters have a board, trustees, members, all this stuff. And I think they can do a lot better than feeling high and mighty in the community, because they have these positions but they're not really setting up anything. So yeah, yeah, that's my idea. So I will close down a lot of these masters in the UK.
Mhm.
uh,
And put them put all these Muslims in a super masjid.
yeah, and provide for communities, and provide for and be a better service to the communities they live in.
Yeah, apparently that's what's been happening in the COE, because I think the church had just thought it would be cheaper to, get all these people going into their little churches to, the super church. But it seems they don't like it. I mean, I think the old people are the ones who don't like it. They prefer their little churches where they, where they used to meet everybody else, and then, they go to a new place. They don't know anyone, and I guess they feel ill served
You have
by
to,
the
because you have
newer
to have
religions.
programs. You have to have programs where people are in a position to meet each other, or where people can meet each other, where where people introduce. I think a lot of times it's about the culture you create in there. I can see that. I can definitely understand that concern, especially if you're a very reserved person and you're used to a smaller crowd, and you're forced to now be in it might be a very difficult transition. And maybe there's some type of way of doing this, if it was to happen, if Tehran world existed and it was to happen, there would have to be some kind of way where it wouldn't shock people's systems, to where they were first at a small masjid, now they're at now they're forced to go to a larger one because that small one closed down. There would be, I don't know, but it, I don't have all the mechanics worked out. I just kind of pulled this one out of my behind on this live stream, but
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
suppose, if you're elderly, it's like, oh, how am I going to make the arrangements? So I guess you'll have to pick them up and, and then take them
Well,
until.
Muslims will pick you up for a religious event. I've never heard of somebody not being able to find. Muslims are actually pretty. There's as Shadi Al Masri said, which I think he articulated the best I've ever heard it. Really, the first time I heard it, but him putting it like this really put it in perspective for me. Is that you pretty much know what to get from Muslims when you deal with them, and something such as having a ride, needing a ride somewhere to a religious event, or they're pretty dependable. And I think something like what you said about the donuts and coffee in the morning could be a way to usher someone in from a smaller situation to a bigger one by giving them some sweets and giving them coffee. That always works to kind of break the ice in a lot of situations.
Yes.
So yeah, but I just think that these smaller ones aren't serving the community in a way that I know they could, with even the people that they have. A lot of people in these Muslim communities, even though they're immigrants to the country, and it might be hard trying to find employment because of X, Y, and Z. A lot of them come from situations in their old country where they are extremely educated, or they know how to do some things that could translate over into where they're at. If they just were uh, or maybe have more support, more resources, more
Mhm.
around other people who could also assist. And that's really what I'm trying to get at uh,
Mhm.
with these or because I bump shoulders with a lot of Muslims who are doing things, but it just seems like I don't know. Maybe this is I might be
Mhm.
wrong about this about being spread out.
So is it true that in any mosque and you're single, that they'll kind of fix you up with somebody else who's single? Is that usually done, or
I've heard of this. I've seen something about this where I at the masjid I went to in Berkeley, or I used to go to in Berkeley, one set up by the MSA. They would have a bulletin board of different things going on, and I've seen uh, post-its or things pinned up about someone looking for marriage. It's usually a woman looking for marriage. Gavin doesn't. I don't think it has her contact information, of course, but just basically who to contact for kind of if you maybe fit certain type of. But I've heard masjids having some type of thing, and I think that's a good thing as well.
yeah, yeah.
Because churches have something like that. When my ex-wife and I got married, we had to. One of the reasons why we couldn't get married on the date that we wanted was because a lot of the pastors wanted to take time with us in order to see where we were at as far as being a couple, and they wanted to provide some type of counseling and guidance and stuff like that. And we wanted to get married on July 7th because it was 2007, and it would just been really cool to have 777 as your anniversary. And
Right.
we made it happen too. And so but the guy who the pastor still tried to do all of that, what the other pastors wanted to do was like sit and talk with us and really be a part of the marriage and provide some type of counseling.
Hmm.
I think that's a good thing if Muslims are doing that. I think definitely somebody needs to be part, because sometimes, especially if it's an outside, if the person is qualified to do this, especially if it's an outside figure, because sometimes, you know, you don't want to go to your family to reconcile what is going on between you and your wife, because sometimes you might, or your husband, because sometimes you say certain things that you don't see it in this light. It doesn't throw shade on your husband or your wife for you to know this about them, but if you were to say certain things about them to other people, you don't know how they're going to take it. And if it's your own relatives or your own family, your mother, your father, whatever siblings, you don't want them to look at your spouse in this manner or in a negative light, because you don't see them as such. And so you don't want to express, you might need help with certain things, you don't want to go to certain people because of what I just mentioned. And I think it helps having some type of arbiter that could is not related, but also is knows your situation, is invested in it because maybe they married you, or whatever, they set you up,
Ah.
um, and can provide some type of counseling in a
Mhm.
way, because I think that's a good thing if that's what's going on. But if they're just marrying people off, I've heard of that. Some people just marrying people off. Uh, the person could have been converted in prison and just got out, and not really thinking about the consequences of, well, has this person even been socialized into regular society yet for me to even be
Mhm.
marrying this?
There should be some sort of background check or something.
Yeah, there needs to be a background check, especially, yeah, if that's going on in the community. I mean, there's a lot of times, yeah, that bringing things to consideration that the two people might not consider. Okay, you guys like each other. Okay, you guys see each other 2 hours out of the day or 5 hours out of the week because you got busy schedules. But what about, you guys are different cultures, different race, different class, maybe, if that's the case. Really try to probe some of these differences to see where their mind. I think, and I think a lot of this stuff, if this was going on before marriage, maybe 50% of marriages wouldn't end in divorce within the first 5 years, I think that's the stat. Or a lot of people wouldn't be in unhappy marriages because they feel like they don't have people to talk to, or somebody to kind of help. They don't want to leave the situation, but they also don't have a means to help the situation. So, yeah, I think if masjids are doing that, yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't heard of like it. I've heard of, it's been a mixed bag. Just put it
Mhm.
like that.
So how did you meet your wife? Was it through the masjid?
And I was through Muslim dating service, Muslima.com.
Ah.
And
You recommend that service, would you?
no, I don't. It was trial and error. It was like a job being on that, trying to find a wife, filtering through a lot of people. Maybe because I might have my own shortcomings. I think I'm somebody who you probably just have to deal with, to get to know. Maybe just looking at a picture of me, you might not see. But no, my wife said she seen a picture of me and she was attracted though. So I'll give her credit on that one. I'll give myself credit on that one. And
Yes.
so she, but yeah, no, it was after, it was a long process. Just put it like that. Fortunately, I worked at night,
Mhm.
so I could spend a lot of time, like, just, I was working security, really concierge in a place that really wasn't demanding as far as
Mhm.
how most concierge jobs are, where they want you to answer emails and do all this other kind of stuff. This one wasn't that demanding, so I had a lot of time to just kind of, you know, meet people, get catfished a few times,
Mhm.
get close to marrying someone a few times, and yeah, then eventually it just worked out, you know.
Right. So how many dates did you need before you finally found the one?
It's just really talking to people on a serious level, because
Uh,
a lot of the times, for some reason, girls within my local area, uh I would never get hits, or even when I hit them, I would never get no response back.
mhm.
So, I was more interested in people around my area. I wasn't looking for, I know a lot of this whole thing, passport bros and people looking to marry women in different countries and stuff like that to get away, or like, I really wasn't looking into none of that. Wasn't interested in none of that. I wanted somebody close by, but it wasn't working. And eventually I noticed that I would get a lot of hits from people in Morocco. And then I asked somebody, like, man, what's going on with Morocco? Why am I getting so many? Like, yeah, man, the situation in Morocco is dire, and a lot of these women are probably trying to escape. I don't know, I'm not trying to say that's the
Mhm.
case for a lot of them, but I did find that strange in a
Mhm.
sense. But then, I would get a lot of hits from the UK, people,
Mhm.
women from Europe and stuff like that. And I don't know, it just made me, it just worked out like that. I think I got close a few times with
Mhm.
one from in London, Australia. Uh, the one from London, she was like 5 years younger than me. Mind you, I was like 28, so 5 years younger, around 23. And she was
Mhm.
all that serious. I talk to her every now and then. Uh, she's a lot more mature now, and she's able to she recognize it. She was playing a lot of games. She wasn't serious then. And
Oh, you
but
still kept in touch. Oh, that's nice.
yeah, still kept in touch. I no hard feelings. I'm not no sweat off my back. And then
Mm.
another one who was, I told her that I wanted to be a truck driver.
Mm.
And because at that time I was going to uni, Berkeley City College or whatever, and wanted to be a historian or studying that. And because her father was an academic, she was Ethiopian. Because her father was an academic, uh, she kind of liked that I was wanted to be an academic, and so the moment I was started to really think about that, because to be honest, it was another girl I was talking to who she knew a guy who was truck driving, and then the way she made it sound, I was like, man, the money sounds good. You get to stay on the road for, it has freedom. So I was really debating, do I want to continue with this? And it was early when I started BC. This was when I was early in my BCC, Berkeley City College journey. And so it still wasn't too late to like turn around. I was just debating, do I really want to? And so I was expressing these views to her, and she just didn't like it. She was like, "You really want to be a truck driver? I can't tell my father like this.
Oh,
This is the kind of man I want to marry."
I want to be in transport.
You know.
Yes. Right.
And so that didn't work out. I've ran into a woman who was married. Didn't know
Oh.
she was married, and her situation was effed up.
Uh,
I got catfished by some people in Nigeria.
what does that mean? People pretend to be something else. Is it as a
Yeah, pretend
scam?
yeah, is a scam, and people really get milked for money out of these things. I actually worked with a guy who told me he got catfished, but the lady ended up getting money, and she really was taking, because we worked at night. It was security. It was here in Manchester too. It was at night, worked security. The way we did security, spent a lot of time together. So we were just talking about a lot of stuff. And yeah, he told me he got catfished, and that's exactly how it happened. I remember that's how they tried to get me. Was like, I'm from the States. They tried to say it was like it was, for one, it was a Nigerian. I'll tell you how I found out I was Nigerian later, but and I didn't know this was even a thing then. But it starts off, they message you, very pretty picture, look like it could be real, like somebody's real picture. Then they say, "Oh yeah, I'm such and such." Then they try to make it to where close to where you're at, and then I don't know. This one tried to run game like, "Oh yeah, I work for a nonprofit organization that does some shit in Nigeria. In a couple of weeks, I'm gonna go and have to do some shit. Whoop de woo." I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm not paying too much. Like we're just talking through text anyway, so it's like I don't really know. Like it could be true, might not be true, whatever. I'm not paying attention like that. But fast forward, I don't hear from this person for like a week. Then they message me again. Oh, I'm in Nigeria doing this NGO thing. The person did tell me they were half Egyptian, half white, and they were living in San Jose with their father. So I'm guessing that their father was white. The way they were trying to spin the story, because then they said, "Oh, I want to visit my mother in Egypt, but I'm short $300. Can you send me $300? And
Hmm.
then when I reach Egypt, my mother will pay you back."
Hmm.
And I didn't respond at first. Like you try to ask me for money. I'm really not the person to ask for, especially if I don't know you. I'm
Hmm.
gonna act like I didn't hear you. And so I was like, no, I can't do this, because they were pressing the issue about it. And so after that, I was yeah, they kept pressing the issue about it. They kept pressing the issue about it. And then I still didn't think about it much. you know, I didn't understand what catfishing was about. I just thought, man, this girl is like really begging for this money, man. Like, I'm not gonna give it to her. So we just quit talking. But then, because I saved the number in my WhatsApp, the guy, whoever number it was, he used his regular picture.
Mm-hmm.
He switched whatever picture back to his regular picture. Mind you, this was like maybe a year or two later, right? that
Uh-huh.
I go to my WhatsApp, I still have this number, and I see it's not, the picture and the name don't match up. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a guy under a girl name. I put two. Oh, this is when I was talking to the, uh, and so then I started messaging him like, man, you mf'er, you trying to get me out of a bunch of money? Like, what do you mean? I was like, man, you know what the hell I'm talking about? And yeah, and then I come to find out that there's a yeah, Nigerians get mad when I bring this up, but man, y'all they have mastered the art of catfishing. Like, go look on it online, go to YouTube and catfish and see how a lot of these unsuspecting white folks have been gotten for life and limb, damn near. Yeah, Claire, if you're not asleep for.
I'm listening. I'm listening. So I did zone out for just a little bit.
No, it's all
Uh,
good. It's late, and it's not anything too interesting. I just thought that I would live
no, no,
stream.
because I was going to ask you what advice you would give to people doing the same thing, but it's just to not get catfished and to refuse all requests for money. Yes.
Personally, I wouldn't recommend online dating at all. I wouldn't recommend online dating to anybody because there's still, even when you find somebody that you click with, there's still a lot of unforeseen things that could be coming down the pipeline that you just don't really get when you're dealing with long distance relationships. Both of my marriages have been started off as long distance, even though the first one started off short distance, but then she moved for a bit and it was long distance for a while. Um, but it happened all fairly quickly, so it's not like I had a chance to really get to know her. Um, I just rec- I just recommend. I just re- don't. Re- I just don't recommend people doing the whole long distance thing. I think even the online dating thing. I think try to stay away. People should really go back to the. I'm trying to meet people where I see them. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the best route.
Yes, yes, because then you actually know what they're like, and you otherwise you might build up all kinds of fantasies about the person that might prove disappointing when you do actually meet them, if you ever meet them.
Yeah, because I really want to say that my wife and I don't want to say in a negative way, but I just think it comes with the territory that there were a lot of things with my wife and I that we probably didn't expect about each other that really we probably just couldn't convey talking on the phone or meeting each other every 4 to 6 months, for a week or two when I'm flying out to the UK. There's a lot of really spending time with somebody. There's a lot of sitting, having certain conversations. Even that, even if you're close to somebody, I think it's all about the conversations that you have as well. Really try to negotiate boundaries early to see what this person is like. What are their ideas for the future, even the type of sexual energy they have, because that seems to be something that pops up a lot as in marital disputes. People are unevenly yoked as far
Mhm.
as how they go about their sexuality and stuff like that.
I
um
thought it should be written into the marriage contract, like how frequency of marital relations.
yeah, I believe so. I believe so, yeah. And then and for women, under what conditions, because I know women and men, they both kind of go about these things very differently. Can be very, like I tell my wife all the time, we don't have to be on the best ground for us to, we don't have to be in the best standing with each other for me to want to, you know but for her it's totally different. For her, if I upset her, if I want something like, those type of relations with her, and I've upset her, uh yeah, I can kind of count, that's not about to happen. So yeah, and negotiate those boundaries, like, let the guy know, like, hey, this isn't gonna be, uh if you upset, if oh, you do something that day, you're gambling all the money away, or you're not even making money at all or something, and you just think that you're gonna get, or maybe it doesn't have to be related to something so material, but you're just not treating me right. My
mm.
needs aren't met, and so why do I have to meet your needs? And so yeah, and so I think, yeah, all these things, I think, and I believe a marriage contract these days are more of a necessity than they've ever been, because a lot of these, I think that's one of the problems with marriage, is that a lot of these things don't go out, they're not outlined. People just are very whimsical, they're very blah about who they meet. I like you based off of these superficial, not saying they're fake, but very superficial notions we have about each other. And then when shit gets real, when we're living with each other or got children, and now we're forced to deal with a lot of shit that we really didn't think about beforehand. you know yeah, I think, I think people need to really map their life out before they, you do the best you can. Like, look, how do you feel about this? Once you get pregnant, do you still want to work? How many days do you want to work? Do you want me to be the sole provider? Do you want me to be the breadwinner? Do you want, what is it? And is there room for me to find myself? Some people don't want you to be on this constant journey of reinventing yourself. They want something a little bit more stable. Some women have stayed up told me they don't give a fuck about that. You can reinvent yourself, find yourself as much as you want. They're more into going on that journey than some type of whatever you think is stability that other women might want. So yeah, yeah, I think, marriage is fucked up right now, and whatever could kind of turn things around by doing things that aren't being done. I really think we need to kind of investigate those things, in a marriage contract. Yeah, should be the first.
And I think the government should kind of give you somebody to go to. If anything goes wrong, somebody sensible, and obviously the person would have to be agreed to by both marriage partners.
Yep.
So
The
they
the
sort of think, I mean, there could be a kind of arbiter, you
the
know.
imam, for the Christians, a preacher, a pastor, whoever; for the Jews, a rabbi; for the atheists, they can figure it out. But you
Yeah,
definitely need somebody who is going to be able to mediate. Somebody, but they have to be of some type of close relationship, though. It can't be, but not so close like family, but not so distant like a stranger. Like, you know, I go to the hospital, see who the hospital can give me as a therapist, and it's just some random, like, oh, who am I dealing with today? Okay, Terron Poole and his problems. Like, nah, we kind of need you would need somebody who is close to the people. But I think that they should kind of, the witnesses, in the States, you have witnesses. I don't know if you have witnesses. I can't.
yeah, yeah. Two witnesses, right?
Yeah, two witnesses.
Two,
Somebody,
two.
one of them needs to be an arbiter.
Mhm,
Maybe not have them as a family member. You can maybe not make it to where you can't have a family member as a witness. Have it to somebody who is of close personal standing, I guess.
mhm.
And I don't know, the people who marry the person who marries you, they should be, maybe that's too much, to act as some type of but then again, they should do it like drug treatment. Your first 3 months of marriage, maybe we should meet once every 2 weeks to talk. Then after 3 months, we can meet once a month. Then after 6 months, we can meet once every 3 months to kind of just do a checkup. And then, that's how they do with drug treatment. So,
Mhm.
um, yeah, outpatient drug rehabilitation. So they can do something like that. That way you're not really bogged down with a whole bunch of different appointments, because, I don't know how many marriages imams and pastors are doing and rabbis are doing, but I can imagine that you don't want to just, if you're marrying, at least if you're marrying 12 times a year, you still don't want to, have to deal with 12 people. 12 couples, that's 24 people. That's a lot of problems you got to deal with.
I mean, you can kind of sort of okay, this is my little idea that you give them each, you have a diary of the marriage. So, obviously if you're happy, or you just write stuff in it, good or bad, and then you kind of together you put together, you can compile a record, a history of the marriage,
Yeah.
which is a term that I guess divorce courts used to use a lot. You know, I mean, in terms of deciding, what is, unreasonable behavior and all kinds of things. It's like how many, yes, he did this terrible thing, but, maybe it was a one off, or, he's been doing it, it for, years or whatever. So I guess it, when couples are arguing, it would be very difficult to decide who is more unreasonable, and and who to believe is, also quite difficult.
I
But
know. Tell me about it.
I remember this. Who was it? I think it was um, this Christian, and he broke up with his wife. Was it Steve Saylor? Or no, or somebody with a name like that. He had a YouTube channel, and there was video footage of him being mean to his wife or something, or shouting at her.
Oh,
And
Steven Crowder.
that's it. That's it. Yeah. And I guess you could, have CCTV, so you can have pictures of, I don't know, a recording of the history of the marriage when you fight, and the things you say to each other, all that.
Yeah, but I don't say nothing like that to my wife though. He was saying something verbally a bit like he wasn't he saying like put your hands up. Do you want a box?
Did you really?
Yeah, he was saying stuff like my wife and I might say stuff like that to each other playing around, but never in no serious situation. I don't think. I mean, yeah, so I think he was caught saying some stuff. I don't know. Maybe within their world, what he was saying isn't. Maybe when she's mad at him, she's saying the same thing. Hey, you want a box? Put your hands up. I'm about to slap you or something.
Mhm.
Maybe she says the same thing to him, but the optics of it wasn't good. And you know, but at the same time, I don't. I really don't get involved with people. I already believe like most marriages are in bad shape. I think that's just the way the way the world is today. At least in the West, I believe most. I don't. I barely see people happy in marriage anymore, and you have more people even questioning its purpose, its value, what is it supposed to do for them. You know,
I was reading somewhere, I forget where now, but it was like, well, actually, marriage is not about your happiness. It's like, no, it's nothing to do with the, happiness of whoever marries and has children. It's for the survival of the race. And that's it. You'll be lucky if lucky you if you're happy, but most people are not, and but you have to do it, for the survival of your group,
and
kind
they
of
say
thing.
marriage for a long time wasn't like this. I mean, or at least our idea of it today, what you're talking about, how, oh, I need to be fulfilled, I need to be happy. It has to be how Snow White has her ending, how in Aladdin,
Lived happily ever after. Yeah.
happily ever after. Yeah, exactly. And you're right. For a lot of people, for marriage, I mean, I would imagine for most of human history, marriage was not seen as something like that.
Yeah, because if you think about it, it's like, well, children are very expensive. I might get bored with my partner, and in the end, um, I guess we could be told, like, well, at least somebody married you. You could be one of those people whom nobody wants to marry, and and then you might be complaining about something else, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't believe there's people like I don't believe there's people nobody wants to marry. I just think that sometimes people kind of look at like I feel like I don't know, man. I feel like for me, I was looking for the wrong women for a good portion of my life, which is why I had a lot of the problems I had, or at least when I was single,
What
because
kind of women were you looking for?
uh, shit, man. Let me think. Because I mean, I really can't say I was looking for anybody in high school. I was with somebody in high school for a minute, and I met my wife, my ex-wife, when I was in high school, and we were married for a while. So I can really only go for the period between 2010 or no 2012 and 2000. I say 2011 to so when after my wife and I broke up, and I would go to bars and stuff like that. You know, I guess right there already wasn't a good start trying to go
Did
to a
you
bar.
basically choose a woman for her looks? Is kind of what I'm getting round to asking, I guess.
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Were you kind of choosing women on the basis of their looks? Was that what was wrong
No,
about
I
it?
really, no, I really, no, I really that wasn't the problem. I think just really I was looking for women in the wrong places. For one, like I said, I was going to bars for one.
Mm-hmm.
Uh that's probably not a good place to start.
No.
Um I think at that time I was just looking for anyone, I was also coming out of a divorce, I guess, as you could say.
Hmm.
And so I was just really looking for anyone. I guess when I got more serious about it, I was really thinking about marriage. I wasn't thinking about just hooking up with somebody or just to be with somebody because that's what I was used to or whatever.
Hmm.
I would say really just when I got serious about it. But so I guess maybe saying looking when I started looking for different women, it really wasn't. I was looking for different women. I was just looking for in the wrong places. I
Hmm.
think that and that's that whole thing about they always what's really big in the red pill community now is or what's talked about is that a lot of women most women aren't virgins or whatever and have a high body count. But I really don't think that's true. I just think if you're looking at OnlyFans models and you're going to bars to meet women. Not to say that all women who go to bars are virgins and have a high body count, but I'm saying like if you in those type of places, like I would expect to find certain type of women who are a certain type of way, but there's still a lot of people who live like very normal. I don't want to say sheltered lives, but just don't do shit. My wife is one of them. I met my wife. She didn't do shit. She sat at home. It's like my ex-wife too. I mean, even though we were 16, 17 when we met, but she didn't do shit. She wasn't, like I mean, maybe that's a young age. Like what she was supposed to be doing at 16, 17 years old, but you know, uh,
Hmm.
there's a lot. I run into a lot of women who don't do anything.
Hmm.
Like they don't talk to a whole bunch of guys. Good looking girls. Uh, well put together. Um, and I think it's just what guys are looking for. If you're looking for some girl who got a BBL or whatever, or big breast and got things done to her cosmetically and stuff, then yeah, maybe but you should already know what comes with that kind of woman.
Yeah. They. I think after they have a boob job or whatever, they expect a better quality boyfriend, don't they? And they're often disappointed, maybe
You
because
know,
if you paid all that money and underwent the process, you kind of feel entitled,
yeah, no,
and
I want to
that's
know the psychology behind a woman who does all that. Like, why do you want to get your, things enlarged?
to get a better quality boyfriend.
That shit
I
is so
guess.
unattractive though,
Yeah.
because then you have those stitches that are right there for how long?
I think it just reveals a kind of desperation to have all that thing,
But you know
done
what
to
though? More guys like it now though.
you.
You
Mm,
know, I definitely hear the rappers speaking about it in a positive way, almost to where they're like promoting it. I mean, and you see a lot of women, if they feel they got a flat behind or they're getting all kind of injections and stuff like that, and Yeah, it's a terrible time to really actually look for a spouse. That's part, that's part of the reasons why when my wife and I are going through it, I can at least think about like, you know what, going through this is nothing compared to what I probably would go through trying to find another wife. With what I have to deal with women today.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, even though I'm in the Muslim community, but who knows how long the Muslim community is going to hold out. I know Muslims are very confident that we won't go the way of Christians and all this other type of stuff, but who knows?
Well, if you don't have Sharia, then what's to stop you from just, not following anything? I suppose in theory you start off with, more protection, but I guess the longer you live in a culture that doesn't care about these things, you're,
Because already happening, Muslims are already having the same amount of number of kids as the regular population. So you can't say, "Oh, look, we're outpopulating." There's a white cry. You can't feed into the old white crisis
yeah.
narrative of not populating. When Muslims move here, they can come from a country like Somalis. They can come from a country where, on average, you have 8 children, but
But if the wife works, then you're going to have fewer children, right?
yeah, my wife doesn't want a whole bunch of my wife doesn't want 11 children like her parents.
Hmm.
So you know the- because so we're just probably just gonna have to just stay with 2 children. And
Hmm.
that's what I'm seeing with a lot of Muslims who come from cultures of high children count. And moment they're here, settle here for a minute, all that goes out the window. And then who knows what else is gonna go out the window. Your kids don't know the language that the parents know. uh,
Yeah.
they're influenced by many things that the parents could never even imagine being influenced by.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, I'm very interested in seeing where Islam is going to be over the next couple generations, if I live to
I
see
think
it.
more and more people are just, reluctantly coming to the conclusion that there's nothing else. And they, with the popularity of Andrew Tate and, I think that there are things happening suggesting that Islam is gaining strength. I watched three quite good videos by Hizb ut-Tahrir. I was actually quite
Oh yeah,
surprised.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanted to hear about that.
Well, it's just it's just good speeches. And then there was this sort of rap version of the story of Muhammad, which I thought was quite cute, and
A rap? You say rap?
rap, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you want to hear it or
Hezbollah Tahrir?
yes,
Interesting.
I guess they're the Pakistani group, and they they go on about the caliphate, but basically it's Pakistani. That they're saying we reject liberal democracy. We think it's a front for Western imperialism, and we want our country back. That kind of thing. I mean, they're practically illegal in Pakistan, but
Yeah.
they're allowed here, and
Well, at least
that's
they
what they
got a
go on
good
about.
good look about themselves. They wear suits. They're clean.
Hmm.
Uh, they're very clean. They're like a Pakistani NOI to a certain extent,
What's
but
that?
they're like a Pakistani NOI,
What's
Nation
that?
of Islam. They're
Oh
like a
yeah, yeah.
Pakistani Nation of Islam as far
All
as
right, right, right.
how
Hmm.
clean cut they, But what else were they? What else were they talking about? I had another question, but it just slipped my mind. Um,
I mean, okay, they're kind of pushing for Sharia. They didn't do it before, but I see with the passing of time that they have a stronger and stronger message. And I was thinking of these particular two speakers, and it was, the old-fashioned kind of rip-roaring speech, um, complaining about transgender people and how wrong it was for, married men to have equal rights to transgender women and gay people. And yeah, I mean, a kind of a Muslim awakening, you could call it. I mean, or Muslim strengthening or something like that.
Revival.
Yeah, it's also the kind of speech they make, very strong, very energetic.
I
And
haven't really
some
listened
might
to
say
any.
aggressive. Some might say aggressive. But that's what I thought I detected.
I haven't really listened to any of their stuff, to be honest. I do remember in my like more Salafi leaning days, they didn't have very good press, or they didn't have a very good reputation. I do remember one of the criticisms from this time was that they tried to introduce Sharia into a society that was predominantly non-Muslim, and that's just not really basically the same. I mean, I can almost kind of see why you're fond of them, because they have like the same methodology as you.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Yeah, and I'm saying, basically secular Quranism is kind of the midway, and people can talk about it, whether, even if they're not Muslim, and they can, I think just talking about it would set the scene, basically.
I think your approach, again, I mean, I think I've said this, but I might be saying something different this time. I just think that you kind of should put like you asked the question, if you were to run a country, what religion would you use, to your Jewish friend. I also think you should put the question to Muslims, like, isn't Islam supposed to be for everyone? Isn't the Quran supposed to be for everyone? This is a book for everyone. It's not just for, it's for all of humanity. It's universal for all times, all places, for everyone. And see what they say. And if they do say, then why, what, then shouldn't non-Muslims benefit from this message as well? You know? And
Yeah,
that's basically what you're trying to push. But then I think they kind of think, a lot of Muslims, they look at it like you have to be Muslim to abide by these things. But the way
yeah,
the shape Western civilization is in, on ground level, I think that that might not be the case. Even though I used to believe that, like, no, these people need to be Muslim to live by this. But do you need to be Muslim to? Do you need to identify with Islam with a capital I, with a capital I?
I don't think it's necessary at all, because really, many. Okay, the ban on usury, it would actually be popular with a lot of people, even if they hate Islam, because the consequence of adopting Sharia and the banning of usury would be that everybody can default on their loans, including governments who owe so much already. I'm thinking of, Western governments, in particular America. And, I think that would be one of the kind of, what's the word? Um, well, the attractive points of it, even if you don't particularly like Islam.
But I don't think those, again, Claire, I'm always gonna get, because, man, and I even wonder if this is what is this the only aspect of the religion that moves you? But
No, no, it is. I'm thinking of the material, benefits of it for
because I don't
people.
think that's what moved people in order to kind of see things. I do believe like there is a cart, putting the horse before the cart situation that has to be in place for people to kind of take Islam, and it is a inward, non-tangible, not really thinking about material benefit, thinking about next worldly benefit, or thinking about spiritual contentment that you're not getting. It is almost like a distaste with the material world or modernity, and how all these things are being actualized, and the lack of spirit that I really think is what's going to hook, that's what opens the floodgate for everything else that you would want somebody to believe. The
Yeah,
moment you
um, are are suffering now. All the crazy stuff that's going on. It's because we don't have a religion.
Yeah, and that's the way that, I mean, and I think a lot more people are starting to come to that conclusion. Even people are, they're not being the best Christians. Clearly, Sneeko, Andrew Tate aren't being the best Muslims, but clearly, people of a lot of different levels are seeing that, hey, man, there's something missing in Western society. And, we're looking at people who are coming in from different societies. They seem to be well more, put way better put together than we are. They seem to be clinging on to, even if it's not just Islam concerning Muslim immigration, but you have a lot of Eastern Europeans here in the UK who have a very strong Christian uh, faith, who are very strong in their Christian faith. You have a lot of Africans and Caribbeans. I drive by the Christian churches in my neighborhood on Sunday, and I see the congregation outside, and there's a lot of people of Caribbean, African, Eastern European background, and some English people. So, I definitely believe that, yeah, a lot of more Westerners are coming to the conclusion, like, man, religion, even if we don't fully buy it, and I think that's what Stephen Melanu was preaching last I was hearing of him, because he was very critical of Christianity, but then towards the end of his YouTube career, he started to become favorable of it, but
Oh yes, I remember that.
only to the extent that he saw it as something a necessity in having a moral, ethical, whatever society, is that you need some kind of religion, and the absence of Christianity was doing. And so he was starting to lean more. And so I think you're going to get a lot more of those people. If they're not fully bought in on a cultural level, they understand the necessity of a religious outlook, or a sociological, however you want to say it. But yeah, so I think I honestly believe. I was talking to he was an ex-Muslim. He used to be Muslim, atheist, or I don't know what he's doing right, or how he's what he identifies as now. But I was talking to him on Facebook. I really think the pendulum is swinging in the other direction. Like we're in the midst of, I'm not saying an Islamic revival or Christian revival or Jewish, but just people really trying to tap back into some kind of spiritual understanding, and not like no new age shit, even though that's probably gonna, be there too. It's not going nowhere. But I really think people are gonna go back to what they they knew, or what they came from, what their parents, their grandparents came from, and to really try to get a better hold on life. Because otherwise, I can't understand being an atheist living today. If this is on all I understood, half the shit that keeps me from, living a certain way is because I feel like, certain things, I'm gonna meet certain consequences in the next life, and also certain consequences I'm gonna have to see immediately by some type of cosmic force, if I don't act accordingly. So in this life. So I think people want that.
I think they do, and I think Speaker's Corner is a microcosm of the national consciousness. I think, I think spontaneously people who obviously have concerns just come to Speaker's Corner and say their thing, and the it's mostly Islam and Christianity, and for quite a few years now, and it seems Islam has won the debate anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
it
I think
used to be capitalism and communism, but that's
Christianity
fallen
needs some younger people. They need youth. I think that's where Muslims have them beat. We have a very
the advantage.
yeah, we have a youthful advantage. We have a very energetic and enthusiastic youth. You know, people between 18 to 35 years old, I say, who are very enthusiastic about religion and Islam. And it really is a thing in Muslim communities, though. Like, that's one thing. Even though I hate Muslims and how they beat up on Christians and how they try to boast over Christians about how they're Christian, the situation Christianity is in the West and stuff like that. But the Muslims do are onto something when they point these things out. Christianity has taken a hit. You don't see the same level of devotion, especially with the younger generation, like what you see in Islam. And
Yeah, because they find it difficult to believe. I mean, that is. I mean, if you were choosing a religion, you'd say, "Well, I want it to be easy to believe." So
but
most people will believe it without it challenging it too much, right? And Christianity is very difficult to believe.
uh
Because Christians are supposed to believe that Jesus is God. I mean, that's the doctrine of the Trinity. While, Jews and Muslims are just supposed to believe that, God created the universe, and, you know, and community.
For us, I think that's the case, clear. But you'd be surprised. Like a Muslim friend told my Sudanese coworker told me one time, like because he used to live in India, he was telling me like when it comes to people and beliefs, like man, it's you will have because he was comparing like some of the Indians he was around, like you could have the most logical, rational. This person doesn't take no shit. You can't put nothing past him, but yet he'll worship this thing.
Mm.
And you can't. And so I think for a lot of people, I don't think it's belief. I think belief is what
I
because
think it's not wanting to admit they're wrong, because that is what it amounts to, isn't it? That
yeah, or
you're
and it's not just them, but your parents, your grandparents, a lot of other people you care about.
yeah. And I think the people who are most reluctant to convert is the people who've already converted into another religion. It's like, well, I'm not going to convert into yet another religion because I'll feel so stupid.
Well, I would say those who converted to I think it's harder for someone to come back from atheism than anything else. I haven't talked to too many people who have done what your friend has done, coming from Catholic, Irish Catholicism to Judaism to Islam. But I do believe that for someone to go to atheism and then to come, I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to come back to some kind of belief in a higher power.
You think so? I think it's just because, that okay, if you wanted to be gay, you'd have to be atheist, wouldn't you? I mean, a gay person wouldn't just believe in God because then they think, oh, well, God is going to curse me for being gay. So in a way, you're it's a lifestyle choice, right? And if you wanted to be married, parents of legitimate children, you'd have to believe, because your belief would help you do this thing of marriage and family values. You wouldn't believe in liberalism because, or well, you could, but when it starts going wrong, you know why, because under liberalism everybody can have sex with each other, and obviously people will be tempted, and then they have sex with people, not their spouse, and then discover that their spouse has been unfaithful, and then they'll get upset, and that is basically the danger of sexual liberation for people who are already married. And also it kind of makes marriage unattractive to people who are supposed to be married, because they think, oh, I can, if I want sex, I can screw around or be gay, or there are all these replacements to marriage, which the government is sort of pushing onto us in a way, like, oh, don't worry, have a sex toy, and there's porn, and there's all kinds of substitutes for marriage, which they're pushing onto us.
Yeah, so a whole lot of distractions away from marriage, to be honest.
Mm. And
Uh,
at ever younger ages.
but
It's,
to go back to the gay thing, it's interesting because I come across a lot of gay Muslims. I have quite a few following me. I follow on Twitter or whatever.
mhm.
Uh, there's people who are gay who still want to be believers. I think we have Paul, not to throw him under the bus for this feelings or whatever what he's going through, but just to bring him up as an example, as somebody who's dealing with that and wants to believe or does believe. uh it's interesting. Those kind of people I find to be kind of interesting for some of the reasons that you say, because of a lot of the rhetoric aimed at, I guess, from Muslims they say actualizing. I don't know how Christians go about this situation, if just feeling like it is bad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think you
I
would
think
necessarily.
Paul says he doesn't do it. I mean, he's celibate.
Yeah,
Isn't that what he says?
yeah. I think uh, most people. I don't know. Do you have to be atheist? Yeah, I don't. I disagree with that. That you have to be atheist to be gay, or that most people choose. Or
Well,
uh,
I know that people say, "Oh, I'm gay and Christian," and um, But I guess these days, nothing much happens to you, is what I'm trying to say. You're not going to get kicked out of mosque or church or synagogue. If you say you're gay, they'll still let you in, but, maybe look at you a bit funny, but, they're not going to be that mean.
No,
Because, we're so used to, be tolerant of, this sort of thing.
yeah, and I think it's only going to become like that. How Muslims are going to deal with the gay population living in the West, where you kind of can't shun these people, is going to be another interesting turn. Like I really think like a lot of what Muslims are dealing with is just scratching the surface, to be honest. Especially when you look at the younger generation, and they really don't fall into the two camps that exist at the moment: the Salafi neo-traditional camps. Um, and I see more and more from very extremely traditional cultures, having no problem with certain ideas about gender and sexuality and the economy and stuff like that. So, yeah, I
Well,
think Western Islam is really going to be taken for a ride. Not in a negative way, but definitely it's going to be a journey, I think.
yeah, Daniel Haqiqatjou is still doing his Salafi thing, isn't he?
I don't know what camp to put Daniel Hakikaju in, because some people say he's like Talibani, like a Taliban supporter of more like of a Dio Bandy background kind of guy, but you know he does come across as more like a Salafi, borderline jihadi, scratches that surface but doesn't go too deep because he understands the consequences of that maybe. uh he's like, I don't know, a Frankenstein of Sunni
Mm.
Islam, to be honest. And he has a lot of pull within the Muslim, in the eyes of Muslim youth online, at least. I don't know how he is in the Muslim communities, how he's received. He's just walk around, people don't bring up his online antics. He's just I don't know, but yeah, he's a huge online figure though. So to come out of nowhere and be uncredentialed.
Yeah, I think the case for, I don't know, a system that will, change laws will increasingly become obvious. I think, because it's like, well, how else are you going to change it? It's not just a matter of, um, people going to mosque. And I think Hizb ut-Tahrir made a very good point in one of the speeches. I think it was by Taji Mustafa, and he was saying, yeah, you have all these Muslims and Muslims all over the place, but you don't have Islam. And I
What
thought,
do they mean by that?
he's basically saying that these Muslims, they don't do anything. They just say they're Muslim, they pray, they do their Muslim thing. But in terms of political action, they might as well not be there.
But what the political action they want us to do is such a grand idea, and we don't have a place to do it.
Well, you have the place we have, online, but we don't do it because of the social and political consequences of so doing.
Well, look at
It's a
how the
taboo.
it needs. Well, look at how it's been actualized in the last 10 years. ISIS, unfortunately, you're trying to establish the same thing we seen ISIS established in 2014,
Oh, it doesn't
2017.
have to be violent.
Yeah, I
It
know
just
it
has to
doesn't.
be said.
That's what you have to convince the people, the majority. Not shit, not even non-Muslims now. You got to convince Muslims. If Muslims look, I used to try to bang on for about the caliphate when I found out about what it before the ISIS thing, but when I first found out about Muslims had an empire, it stretched from Spain to China. Never mind how long it existed without it breaking up into smaller emirates and dynasties and stuff like that. But the fact that it existed, I thought Muslims, that was the main problem with Muslims, especially looking at them getting spanked in Israel, in Palestine and stuff like by the Israelis and stuff like that. I was like, but even then, when before the I had pushed back like, oh, we don't need a caliphate. Why do we need a and I didn't understand that, okay, this stuff has been talked about already, and these people have heard all of this stuff. It's 2013, they've been hearing it, but then nobody really seen like somebody try to do it. And then 2014, 17, with all the videos coming out and everybody knows what was going on at that point.
I mean,
It
there
really
was
damaged
that it was kind
that,
of
that
stopped.
damaged.
That damaged the reputation of Islam.
Well, no,
As
no, no. The reputation of the caliphate in the eyes of Muslims, for a lot of Muslims, I believe, this idea of reestablishing one.
well, I would have thought that, okay, assuming that all countries become Muslim, then the most powerful Muslim country would be the caliphate, right? Isn't that how it works?
You would have
I mean,
to,
you can't have more than one caliphate in the
yeah.
world
So,
at the
which
same
means that
time.
you would have to have 52 Muslim countries, 52 plus Muslim countries, I guess. I don't know how many there are, but they would all have to give up a certain amount of control and invest it into a single person and just basically become his subordinates. And
Yeah, I mean, we're very far from that. But I mean,
we don't even have a figure right now capable that any Muslims can really agree on to kind of, but then they say in at least the books, Al-Mawardi's book on the caliphate, if a strong man is able to take territory and able to, call shots from that territory, hold it, defend it, do all these other things, then other Muslims have to follow in line. But these are medieval things, and how these things will play out in the 21st century is another story. Like the landscape has changed since then. Like even empire in the way that it existed in the caliphate it would never exist today. Muslims were a minority for a long time in their own caliphate, so they wouldn't be a minority today. They would be a majority. And then we have so many differences. There's like so much to unpack. Hezbollah Tahrir is just better at trying to establish some type of emirate in the UK, but let it be something that is within the British system, but have like Islam, give it where Islam is actually politically a force within the UK, still under some type of UK governance or something. I don't know. I don't know how this thing will work, but
well, I mean, okay, I would say that something would have to happen to the monarchy and the Church of England, and I'm saying it would have to be disestablished because otherwise, Anglicanism is still the official religion of this country because it used to be the case that the established church supported the divine right of the monarch to rule. And I know that's been forgotten about, after 250 years of liberalism, but that was the whole point of the church, that the Pope would support the divine right of any European monarch to rule. That was always a bargain. And then, the European monarch said, we don't want to listen to you anymore, Pope. And that began the wars of the Reformation. And I guess over the centuries, people just said, well, we just don't believe in it anymore. And
well,
then
we just need to see what kind of king or what kind of person Charles is. Like, if he's king, how a king should be, then he shouldn't be happy with the position or where the crown has been relegated in British society or in the world of politics. Um, maybe he. I don't know, because then I think Muslims would have a hard time like living under.
a Christian king.
Yeah, but he would just have to not be seen as a like.
Well,
I
he could
don't know.
convert to Islam and then.
He would have to be like, look, I'm not a Christian. I'm the king of the faiths with the S at the end or something. I'm king of the religions or something. I don't know. He can't be. He would have to change the title. Islam would have to be included. We're now an Islamic Judeo-Christian society. He would have to do all kind of campaigning in order to ease Muslims into kind of see, and then he would also have to campaign for. Charles could really do. If he really was. I think Queen what's her name, Queen Elizabeth the second. I think she did a decent job facilitating a British whatever she was doing. But I think King Charles really kind of needs to kick this thing up a notch. Like otherwise there won't be no monarchy for his grandchildren if he wants
I
that.
think, yeah, uh, and I don't think it's. You see, this was this other thing that occurred that came up in one of the videos of his Pretoria, which is they were talking about the Gulf states and football and Saudi, MSB, I'm sorry, MBS, and what he's doing, liberalizing, having music festivals in Saudi and liberalizing, and the point that these scholars were basically, threatened for, if they didn't agree with the interpretation of the king what was mentioned. I mean, I was talking to some Saudi guys a while back, and he was saying, a lot of Islamic scholars are imprisoned in Saudi for refusing to agree to the interpretation required by their absolute monarch.
Yeah, there was a lot of there was people in prison in Saudi for disagreeing with the old interpretation too before all this. And
Yeah,
so, there's just a culture in that society of doing that you probably wouldn't see in that the that I really don't think a lot of Western countries would tolerate. Or as somebody else put, I think it was a Gazelle who put it like this, that, Gulf countries are just that powerful to where they can kind of pull that, that is a flex of power that you don't see happening in the West, for whatever reason. Could be that they just don't want to do that to its people. It's not a good look. We're way past that, whatever, however you want to spin it. But yeah, it is a little bit difficult to and so, why would you even want to get involved with that? But just going back to your, not to move too sideways from your thing about, what I think Hezbollah Tahrir should do. I just think the caliphate is too grand of an idea, and I don't even think it's necessary for British
yeah,
West.
I agree. I don't think it's necessary. But to finish the story about the House of Saud, the point was being made that that all these vested interests, and because the House of Saud is administers Mecca and Medina, and there's a lot of business with the pilgrimage, the the Hajj and the Umrah. Is it Umrah? Is it
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Hajj
and,
and
and
big and little pilgrimage.
yes, and he also made the point that even people who are not directly threatened, it's just somebody who has, does tours, for Mecca and Medina, and they're not going to say anything against the House of Saud because they might not, be allowed in or, allowed to conduct their tours. So they they keep their lids buttoned. And of course, there'll be all these pilgrims who don't want to be turned away, in case they're put on a blacklist for criticizing the House of Saud. So, I mean, that was the general point that he was making, really.
What, that people were just, terrified of Saudi, that they have power to, but what is
Either
that?
imprison them or just not let them have their tours or
What is that in?
or
How is that in connection with the caliphate or with what they were talking about at this event?
um they were just basically talking about the problems of Islam and
Oh yeah, Muslim countries right now.
yeah, and attitudes and why they won't do much um and yeah, basically bemoaning the situation of
But see, a lot of this goes into the category of intellectual freedom. I believe, if okay, so I mean, in my mind, I would put it in that category because it seems like these scholars in Saudi have a different interpretation of how Islam should be in the country, and clearly MBS has a different interpretation than what they have. So and he's imprisoning them because they're expressing these interpretations contrary to his. And yeah, it seems like they don't have the intellectual freedom to, you know,
To
expresses
say
the.
anything, but so many of
But
the
see,
issues
but see, the
are
point I'm
fundamental.
trying to make clear is how many Muslims actually feel that same way about other Muslims. And, if they were to set up a society, would Hezbollah Tahrir be different in that sense? Could people express contrary Hezbollah Tahrir ideas if they feel the society is being led in a different direction? Most, I question a lot of Muslims about that because I wonder, we often complain about what goes on in these Muslim societies about how there is no intellectual freedom. But, even within us, when we're in these communities in the West, if you have a contrary, you have a lot of Muslims who are scared to share what they really feel about Islam or whatever, even if it's a good thing, but just contrary to what the community or parents believe or what they were raised upon. They feel like they can't say anything or they'll be shunned or treated a different way or excluded from certain privileges that they would have within their family structure.
Yeah, but there's nothing new about that, really, when you think about it. That there's always, that's not confined to Islam. It's confined, it's for all of us. If we say something, somebody's going to get annoyed with us, especially if not everybody agrees with us. But that doesn't mean we should not talk about it,
Yeah,
because
but I think that's the case though. It's the not talk wanting to talk about it. There's a lot of things pertaining to, and you see this a lot on Muslim Twitter. If you look at people who are considered heretical, anything that they want to talk about, it's almost like they're forced to talk about it within an echo chamber because the people who could engage with a contrary or people of a more quote unquote orthodox opinion aren't interested in engaging with heretics. They got certain hadith or certain
yeah,
beliefs.
because they're doing okay already in their group. It's like, it's big enough. I don't want any more. I mean, recently,
But then, but then these are the same people. I mean, Hezbollah Tahrir might be a fringe group within Sunni Islam, but then when Sunni Muslims of a more orthodox, of a wider uh, of a wider understanding, express the same views as Hezbollah Tahrir about what going on in Muslim countries pertaining to the stifling of intellectual freedom. It's like, they're not really trying to extend that same thing to other Muslims either, though. It's just like they complain about it within a certain context, but if you were to really put them in that kind of position, they would do the same thing.
but I mean, we talk about it as if
And
Muslims
it's a,
are the only people who don't respect
well,
freedom
I
of
think
speech.
you will.
When actually a lot of liberals, who are supposed to be proud of their free speech, don't respect freedom of speech either.
I mean, they don't do. At least this is a new thing where things are being done to people for having a free. And I'm not talking about just saying racist things. And actually, to be honest, I'm starting to see a lot more racist things fly under the go where people are more okay with racist things being said than maybe other things towards other communities or minority groups or political opinions that are contrary to the standard narrative being put forth. It's still very different than what you see going on in Muslim societies, though. I mean, it's definitely a certain like counseling and shunning and alienating or blacklisting to a certain degree, but there's people losing their lives, their whole taken off of inheritance. Not only are you messed with, but your family is messed with as well if they can't get you. It's a different, and I hope I'm right. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but from what I understand, there's a lot of the abuse is different, and I think abuse that most Westerners would much rather prefer what's going on. Not saying it's right, what's going on according to the liberal agenda than what's going
Well, I
on
mean,
in.
these methods are in a way universal. It's sort of like, well, we could, throw you off our platform. We can put you in jail. We can make you lose your job. We can put your whole family in jail, your community in jail, and so on and so forth.
Well,
And
that's been happening to the Tates. It hasn't been. I don't in the West. There's so much counter. You can still counter the propaganda against you if you
well, if they keep fighting, but everybody seems to be so apathetic now. Well, I hope they'll actually fight, because if they don't fight, it'll all be over. Because it's like, oh, and we'll take away your banking services. We'll debank you.
Yeah, that's what
Um,
happened to Nick Fuentes.
and lots of people, Nigel Farage, and many people. So it's like these businesses don't even care that they're harming their own profits. Maybe they've had their own arms being twisted to do all these things. So I think now is the time to fight. If we just let more of this wash over us, then it'll be even harder to fight because we'll be even more used to, you know, not being able to say stuff. But this is not new. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Because when you think of, okay, maybe not everybody knows about the methods of intimidation in China, when it's like if just one of you says anything out of line, your whole community will be punished. So you better watch each other, or you'll all get it in the neck. And that was the imperial form of intimidation.
Shit, that's
And
the parental form of intimidation when you got a lot of kids. If
yeah.
one acts up, all of you guys get it. I don't want to shit. That's how I treat my two daughters sometimes. I don't want to hear nothing. If I got to hear anything, it's coming down on both of y'all.
Mhm.
And yeah, to a certain degree that works. Some people, my brother-in-law loves the Chinese system. He likes that
Hmm.
social credit, if that really exists. I heard it doesn't exist. But the fact that you have to be an upright citizen in China, or there's no plan. You have to go with the standard narrative, or there's no contradicting you got to be for China, in China.
Yeah, I mean the thing. So you get points if you keep your yard tidy, if you visit your parents, or you give to that, and I don't see them as sort of bad things. But what they're making us do are actually bad. It's sort of, at least in China, they care about their people and like, oh, the one child policy isn't working. We want you to have more children, and this is what the Chinese government is trying to correct. That they actually want the Chinese to have more, or married Chinese parents to have more children. But here it's like, oh, just go gay. Well, why don't you sterilize yourselves and after your gender affirming? It's the complete polar opposite, and people still don't get it. It's like,
Well, I will say that at least especially in the States, having a child is there's a war on mothers in the United States. Definitely a war on women having children, because they don't make it easy for women to have children. Last I checked, 88% of women do not have any kind of maternity pay. Equal amount don't have any kind of maternity leave.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
but there are welfare mums and all that, but I'm saying it's obviously a bad thing if you don't support marriage, and obviously these mothers, if you don't want to pay the
well, I mean,
maternity
that's just. I'm not saying that's the tip of the iceberg, but that's a part of it, definitely. I mean, then you have the whole, oh, everybody needs a PhD now. You know what I'm saying? And you're still out of work for the next 10 years, or
yeah, you're still waiting at tables after your
yeah,
PhD or working on
you're doing
OnlyFans.
something no different than what I'm doing. I'm bumping shoulders with people who have PhDs, college graduates, BAs, MAs, and a lot. And so, you have a lot of that going on, which
They're
prolongs the
actually
marriage.
telling us to do things that are bad for us, is what I'm saying. That they're actually, yeah, enticing us to do things that amount to self-harm.
There's no perks in being married. I remember it used to be, at least from what I used to read, that a married man at his place of work was got preferential treatment because of him being married. When time for raises to
Mm.
come up, he was more inclined to get it because of his situation. When extra hours or whatever, or even just the fact that he was seen to be more dependable because his situation depended on him being, showing up to work on time every day, taking the right precautions when he's not going to show up, making the right amendments when something happens or whatever, because he was married and he got people depending on him, and those type of
And
people.
people supported the idea of patriarchy, the principle that the father should support his family on one income, and they valued, men like that. And now it's like, oh, it's just cheaper to to pay, but maybe it's not even cheaper to pay maternity pay, to these, single. You don't even have to be married to get maternity pay, right? This has been established by the EU for a long time, that you know even unmarried women can get maternity pay, and there's no distinction. And I mean, lots of bad things have been started a long time ago,
Well, I
and
have no
now
comment on that. I think if you're single, that's single mother is that's murky water right there, because you don't know really how to. It would have to be a case by case basis for me. But I think you can't. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to put a cap on the unnecessary single motherness. You can't totally rid it from society, but we're gonna have to put regulations in place to
well,
kind
you
of
have to
curb it.
treat them as sex offenders. I mean, that's what chapter 24 verse 2 is about. And I mean, that is really, one of the most fundamental things about it, and it's very, very simple to understand. But we're so far gone that the idea is shocking and heretical, basically. And I don't know if I've mentioned Mike Buchanan to you, and he's this anti-feminist campaigner, and he wouldn't support no fault divorce.
What about, have you heard of that girl Pearly Things or whatever that
Yes,
like?
yes. I
What do
mean,
you
I
think?
just say a lot of these things. Yes.
Yeah, but I think when it comes from her, she's just parroting what she's heard from people. I don't think she's able to kind of stand on a lot of the talking points she raises. I think she says a lot of it for shock value, but at the same time, I will say like people like her mention Sneeko and stuff like that, and I just think that the culture is changing again. Like I think the more and more people talk about it, I think there is a bit of shaming going on, of a lot of the degeneracy that's been going on.
Mhm.
I brought up early in the conversation about how you're starting to see a rise of the ridicule of black culture, what people believed to be black culture. It's not really black. It's it's ghetto debauchery. But uh, I think, and you're starting to see more and more talk about a trad wife and women having high body count, and you can't find a virgin anymore, and all these things like that. I really think all of these things are going to change the culture to be. When I first started talking to you about these things a couple of years ago, I probably I wouldn't have imagined it being where it's at today.
Oh, really? Okay.
To,
Yeah, I do see, signs of change and a difference in attitude. Mm.
yeah, and I just think that it might be one of them things like why, or at least why I was told the Israelites wandered in the desert for 40 years was because one generation was that generation was so tainted that it had to die off before and that the next generation who wasn't tainted, they were in a better position to enter into Israel because they didn't go through have been in Egypt and experienced all the hardship and the complaining. But anyway, that's
Mm. Gazelle's back. I don't know. Um, I don't know how long she was waiting though.
I remember back when you used to do this COVID era, people would just make up. It could be Curious Gazelle, but it wouldn't be Curious Gazelle just to get on to say something stupid.
Oh yes, yes, and oh,
It's
oh
not
God.
me. It's not me, Curious Gazelle. It's not me. No, it's me. But yeah, I wasn't waiting for too long, Claire. I just came back like 5 minutes ago.
What are
So,
you doing?
how are your discussions going? I was actually on a space right now.
Who are you talking to?
On on Twitter, I was talking to Dixon and one other person. I can't remember
Mhm.
his username, but this other guy was telling me about. He's a white American, but and I didn't even ask about this. He just ran, like those sort of troll accounts that just randomly start talking about things. So he was like one of those, and
Mhm.
then he started talking about how there are a lot of gay African Americans. And so I wanted to ask Terron this actually, and he was saying that there are loads of like the whole concept of being in the closet. It actually comes from the American community, because there it was so underground, and he's saying that because African American guys are so high T, that's why they have gay sex. I
Yeah,
don't
hold
know
on
if
one
Terron
second. I'll
agrees.
answer that question. Hold on one second.
You're saying black men are so horny they have to have sex with each other. Is that what you're saying?
It's not clear if they're just horny and that's why they're it's not clear if they're just hypersexual and that's why they're having sex with the same sex. I mean, maybe there is a big chunk that are gay, and then I was a bit surprised because I associate blacks with less homosexuality, if anything, in
And
my head at least.
well, the Africans are more anti-gay than.
But then Dixon was like, okay, well, the only way to really understand whether it's biological or not is to see, well, what about Africans? Is there like a high incidence of homosexuality there? And this guy was like, well, actually, there are loads of Africans who are gay. This is why there's a AIDS epidemic there.
Well, it's just a form of recreational sex, isn't it? It's cheaper than marriage, and probably quite prevalent, I would have thought, even in Africa. Because I mean, they were going on about condoms for gay men for decades, right? And the Pope said, no, no, they can't give them condoms. So I guess it's always been going on.
Okay, first off, where's this guy from?
He said that he's from the Midwest, and he said that it's mainly in the West Coast and places like that where this happens. And a lot of these African American guys, they get married. They're in like stable relationships, I guess, but and they have kids as well.
He must have heard this. Some people talking about this, and he's telling the story wrong. Because I've heard of like this type of behavior amongst certain African Americans, but it happens particularly in the South, in Atlanta. I'm not blaming the whole South, but in the city of Atlanta, which is a well-to-do city for, I mean, it's probably gone down a lot since I last visited, which was
It's
2003.
gone down since Ludacris's song called "Welcome to Atlanta."
Okay, so I went to Atlanta in that time period, 2003, 2004. It was in 2003, March 2003, I believe, when I visited Atlanta for a couple weeks. Church program, took a bunch of kids to visit the historical Black colleges for those who might have been interested attending. And yeah, it was really nice. And the way they sold Atlanta to us is that it was a very well-to-do place for African Americans. Majority of the population was African Americans. They were had a high income, and culturally, it was just a very poppin' place. But there is a downside to Atlanta, is that it is one of the gay capitals in the United States. Uh, and that's also from what found out recently. The term "no homo" came from when people would say something, "Oh, no homo." It came from Atlanta, and one of the reasons may be because there's, a lot of people who are switch hidden or in the closet. And as you pointed out, with what this guy was saying, who, yeah, have families, but they still participate in other kind of behavior. And this was pointed out by a rapper, Bun B, who passed away, or Pimp C, sorry, who passed away. Bun B and Pimp C were in a group called the Underground Kings, UGK. And so Pimp C kind of talked down about Atlanta, saying, "Oh, it's not part of the South. You guys are basically gay, and in the South we don't really engage in all that type of stuff." And Atlanta is notorious for having a lot
Yeah,
of
he did.
homosexual.
Yeah, that's a really good summary. But he said that a lot of these rappers, black celebrities in the United States, a lot of them are gay. So I was
He's
shocked
just
because
peddling
in my
conspiracy
head,
theories.
hmm?
He's just peddling conspiracy theories about to be black and be in such and such a position. You gotta give up something, your booty, or if you're a woman, you gotta you know do crazy things. I think they said Holly Berry and is that Billy Bob Thornton? I even heard even said his name, or even
Mm,
uh, that was some type of initiation into in Monsters Ball. That was some type of initiation of her being put into the having that kind of sex on film with a very hickish kind of white guy. I don't know how he is in real life, but at least in the way they
he's
portrayed
a
him.
weirdo because he was married to Angelina Jolie. I've not watched any films of his though, but I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, dude might have been on to something, but I think he's spinning it. He might be a little bit prejudiced or racist too, saying all this stuff, but he's a
No,
little bit on.
he might be racist, but he's like one of those individuals that's like really into, seeing things as they are and statistics and blah blah blah. And plus, actually, he's not racist because he describes himself as a classical progressive, and he was saying that he wants more black people to be gay. I was like, okay, well, that might be the reason why he's exaggerating because that's
What's
what he
this guy?
wants.
What's this guy's name? Uh,
I don't know. It was like a really random account. Initially, I just wanted to speak to Dixon because we space sometimes.
you said
Um,
Hickson?
Dixon.
Oh, Dixon.
And so I was speaking to him, and then this guy pops into the chat, and we were not speaking about sex or anything related to that. We were just speaking, just like general chit chat. And yeah, then this guy comes in, and he's just like going on, like, oh yeah, like this happens. I'm from the Midwest. Um, Anyway, I don't care who said it. I just need to know if it's true. So that's why I'm coming to you.
But then again, if I think about it, on the West Coast, we got the two major gay capitals on the West Coast too, San Francisco. Because there's only
Yeah,
three gay capitals in the United States: it's San Francisco, Seattle, and Atlanta. And Seattle and San Francisco are on the West Coast.
yeah, yeah. So anyway, but like, I was like personally for me, Terron, I was just shocked because in my head, black men are less gay than the average white male, and here he is telling me that they
I'm not,
and
I still wouldn't believe it if you're talking about Atlanta. I'll give him that. But if he's talking about on the West Coast, I mean, there's not that many blacks on the West Coast. I mean, and gay. I worked in San Francisco for 6 years. I lived in Seattle too, so I know where the gay spot in Seattle, Capitol Hill. I know where that spot is. Um, that's predominantly white guys in these areas. These aren't African Americans. There are some that, yeah, definitely, but you know the ratio is definitely towards one side more than the other. So I think he heard some stuff,
yeah,
and it's really
and he's
Atlanta
just parroting
thinking
it.
about. Yeah, it's Atlanta. And then also thinking of conflating the West Coast way. The West Coast we do. I mean, it's the West Coast is the liberal coast. I mean, it's very liberal. Seattle's a very liberal city. San
Yeah.
Francisco is a very liberal city. They both have gay sections of their city. Actually, I can share with you pictures. I used to have to because I found a lot of pictures I thought that I lost from
Mm.
2000.
Okay, well, have you ever been attracted to a man?
No, I never been attracted to no man like that.
I'm sick of homosexuality everywhere. It's just like too much. It's so hard for me to. My null hypothesis of human sexuality now is that the guy is gay. Like that you have to prove me otherwise.
So you just think that's the default?
Yeah, I think that's the default. But at least
But
in,
it's being
in sort
normalized
of
though. It's being
yeah.
normalized. Like even if you look at a lot of these Twitch, a lot of these gamers, streamers, the younger generation who they listen to, Aiden Ross, there's a lot of behavior, not just homosexual. Because I'm not gonna, but there's a lot of behavior that's going on that's being accepted now. That to pretend you're gay, even just to play around, call another man your boyfriend or husband or whatever. These type of things that you see with the younger generation is just crazy.
Yeah, I don't know now that I watch Bollywood movies, they just seem like because I used to watch a lot of them growing up, and we were allowed to watch them at home, but sometimes my dad would be like, "Don't watch this, go pray, do something else," this sort of thing. And now, now when I watch those movies, I just think they look pretty religious compared to whatever's going on in society right now. Because it was always like a man and a woman. It was like really romantic, and they were pretty clean. It was like a lot of just song and dance. But generally speaking, like it was heterosexual. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
there were barely any gay characters, even not even on the side. And I feel like it's too much now. Too much.
Has Bollywood
Me
gone
personally.
gay?
It will go gay, and well, a lot of the directors are gay for sure, and they've got kids through surrogacy, and they're doing all this weird stuff. And
When hasn't the drama teacher been gay though?
true, true. Um, I don't know. It's just
Mine really was.
too
I'm not
much.
even exaggerating.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is why we need to encourage women in the workforce for certain professions. So your little secular Quranism thing where you think women shouldn't work. No, actually, there should be very specific professions for women, like
In
teaching at primary schools and stuff. Like I would be really creeped out if there was a guy who was like, yeah, I want to become a teacher at a nursery teacher, kindergarten, or I just in my head those professions are reserved for women.
No, I think you're right. Certain professions should be just to for safety reasons. The stats are definitely in favor that women don't abuse children at the same rate men do in those situations. And there are other situations I would much prefer to have a woman than a man.
What about a nurse?
I would much prefer to have a woman than a man.
What
Yeah, even a
about,
nurse.
Huh?
yeah,
Even a nurse.
a nurse?
Certainly a nurse.
That's what I remember. I swear to God, Kaiser. I swear to God, Kaiser. Even when I was getting checked out and they had to, check my thing, I had a woman doing it. I swear I remember that was the case. I don't, nowadays I know these things aren't.
Yeah, it's a bit creepy. Like male doctors are fine, obviously, and not male gynecologists though. Like so, yeah. Again, like the elephant in the room when people go on about women shouldn't work, and they're trying to like make a lot of money off this just rhetoric and talking points. But actually, the elephant in the room there is that certain professions are gendered and they need to be reserved for one sex.
Definitely.
And so this is what no one talks about. And it's amazing what the hell is happening in the UK. Like, anyone and everyone can be a primary school teacher now.
I know. I know. It's mind boggling. That's why
we have to do something about it.
Yeah, but
We can't though. We can't do anything.
Secular Quranism.
I know. And too bad, you really can't just start a commune. Those things don't work.
Then we have to actually propose a change in the law. That is not that hard.
it's a change of the hearts and minds of people. It ain't even the laws part. That's gonna be a consequence of a revolution in the way people think and what they feel about the society, or how they feel about the society they live in. I don't think just simply changing laws. I think because you're already there, you see the laws being the next step, but you got to get people to where you're currently at, to
Yeah,
where
so you have to talk about the laws, and then they go ape, and then
no, I think
expand
you don't want to admit that you've internalized the maybe belief of the Quran, the theological belief of God and stuff like that,
Yeah.
because you think it might, be bad PR for secular Quranism. But people need to internalize that aspect first, and then the
I
laws.
don't I don't think she has internalized it though. I think she's struggling in life. And she's a bit like me in that she's struggling with being agnostic, but she just cannot believe. And so she's doing this halfway thing with secular
Oh
Quranism.
no, I'm behaving as if I believe. I'm just saying, of course, I have to, as an
So you
agnostic, I
pray,
say,
do you?
if
You
God
pray.
exists, etc.,
Do you
then
pray
this would
five
be
times a
true,
day?
and that must be done.
Claire, do you pray 5 times a day?
No, but I'm sure I think
You
of
prayed.
God at
Have you
least
ever have
five
you ever been
times.
to a mosque and prayed? Have
Huh?
you ever been to a mosque and prayed?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
No, not the
It's
mosque part.
not
Have you prayed in the mosque though?
Yeah. Have you prayed in the mosque?
I'm sure I've been to events where Muslims and they showed me. I did it a few times. It's not a big deal. I mean, I maybe I can just sort of fake it. Like
I feel like Morrison was probably gay.
don't you think most people can be bisexually attracted? I mean, that was what I learned
I don't
when
want
I was
my man to
doing
do
my
that though.
marriage preparation course.
Just because you're bisexual, Claire, and you're
No,
always
no, this
shitting
is
on
this
me.
is what I learned when I did this Catholic marriage preparation course because
Yeah,
I
because do you know that the Catholic Church is full of LGBT bullshit? Let me tell you that.
no, no,
So of
and
course,
you
like
say
even at
everybody's
the
gay.
lower levels, they're like teaching you that everyone's bisexual. I don't know.
This was years
It's
ago.
true though.
Okay, it's basically saying,
And I
well,
can't believe you're the one defending Christianity now, because usually you're like, oh, Christianity's idolatry. And you're like, oh, did you know that everyone's gay because the Catholic Church told me?
no, the
That's so
capable
fucking
of being
weird, Claire.
bisexually attracted, as we know from male prison. So it's nothing surprisingly.
We're not talking about gay sexuality that emerges in a state of sort of emergency. Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about, look, you can have sex with a woman in this society. Like, I'm just talking about the mainstream. And this is trickling down into Muslim life as well. In Britain, in the West, in Pakistan. Like a lot of the a lot of the kind of upper middle class, the elites, the political. I don't like to call them political elites because they're not or anything. But whatever, I'll just call them political elites. A lot of them are gay. It's unbelievable. Like you've got that. You must have heard of Benazir Bhutto,
Yes,
the former prime minister of Pakistan, and everyone
deceased,
used to go and
assassinated. Hmm.
assassinated, and everyone used to go on about how she was female and blah blah blah. And so this whole feminist story was sold in the West, and her own child is openly gay, and he's like caretaker prime minister right now or something like that. He's the leader of the opposition, and no one seems to care. And yet, this is a really homophobic country, right? So people get let off the hook if they're super rich for all of these things.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes everywhere. If you got the money.
But I'm saying it should be formally acknowledged about the status of these different groups, and there should be three groups: married parents, non-parents, and sex offenders.
Okay, we are just discussing human sexuality right now. We're not discussing the solution, which is secular Quranism. Please.
What do you think is driving it? Do you think just the people, the top's been ripped off, so everybody's jumping through now, or
Yeah, because
these
people are horny and they want to have sex, and even married couples
But
would
that's
be
not what the stats are
horrified.
showing, though. People are. It's. I don't know what's going on for women, but
Mm,
at least for men, they're having the less sex they've ever had. I even think for married men too. So
mm.
I don't know what type of ball women are having without us, but even for even amongst the younger people, unmarried, who would you think would be fornicating left and right because of their hormones and going through puberty and all this type of stuff, they're not even, it's like not even on their mind like that, so yeah, I
Maybe
don't,
they've been
Mm.
traumatized by the porn that they watch. It's like, oh, I could
you know
never do anything like that. Yuck.
No, I don't know. I mean, they say that I've heard all the type of excuses for why these things are low, concerning porn anyway. That watching too much porn makes you not want to do the real thing. Well, porn has kind of been around for with everybody, with men, for a while. I don't ever remember porn not kind of being a thing as a guy, or like having seen it being hid somewhere. Go to somebody's house, barbershops, Playboy magazine, and maybe access to it has become a lot more, but I don't think it's, I don't know, maybe it could be something in the food. I just don't see as, I don't know, I just don't want to put all the blame on porn is my thing. I think if you want to, I would imagine that people aren't just satisfied with that kind of stimulation only, and but I guess I can't speak for everyone, but
So
it's
what are we saying then? Are we saying that people are not as horny, or are we saying that they're hyper horny, so they're just
I'm
having
saying,
big
well,
dicks?
I guess it turned into two things. First,
Mm.
I was asking, what do you guys think is driving this increase in homosexuality, or
The
do you think,
tolerance of it.
and so with the tolerance, do you think that more and more people have had these
Yes,
things
yes.
and they can
I
still?
think
The more
it's
you
not
tolerate it,
just
the more you will have to tolerate it.
it's not just tolerance, it's an incentivized sexuality. So, you get big breaks in government, in the media, in
And then it
Hollywood,
turned
whatever,
into,
because of this.
because Claire said, "Oh, the reason why this is going on is because everybody is horny." I mentioned that, well, the stats don't demonstrate
Yeah.
that, because it's saying that people are having less sex than ever.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know if those stats are right though. Like they just make things up, right?
I don't know. I
Who
see
knows where they're coming from?
at least with these people 25 and younger, maybe not 25 and younger, but at least 19. I say 21 and younger. I don't see much going on in that department, much interest. Not to the same extent it was when I was around that age. You know.
I,
Um,
I, I,
Mm.
I just have this theory that if God exists, he will instantly know how much of the sex is legitimate marital sex and
Okay, this is
the
a non
percentage
sequitur
of the
right
other
now.
bit.
Please, we don't want to talk about secularism. We're trying to
I
establish
don't even
something.
want to talk about that. So I'm saying, so most of the sex that is taking place in the West will be the extramarital kind, the kind that would enrage God if he exists. And that's why things are getting worse and worse.
Okay, so you believe in karma.
Yeah, I believe in cause and
So we're
effect,
doing
yes.
something that's cool. Yeah, so okay.
So
Fine.
there's a sort of system whereby he knows when to
Okay,
zap.
can we go back to what Terron was saying? That on the one hand, the polls are showing that people are not having enough sex, and on the other hand, you've got homosexuality on the rise. I think both of these trends are true. Like I don't think they're in contradiction with one another. I just think either either people are not doing it, or if they are doing it, then they're doing it a lot and with men, like the same sex.
You can just tell by the birth rate that they're not doing the right kind of it, right? The birth rate is declining. So even if everybody's having lots of sex with themselves, it's like it's not the right kind of sex because it doesn't produce babies.
well, maybe a lot of it's happening, I think, at a later stage, especially in Western societies amongst certain demographics. Last I checked, when in the United States, white Americans were having children at a lot older age than, say, blacks and Hispanics.
Yeah,
And so,
that's
you
also
know,
true.
that's going to, and then also, you got to kind of also point out that white Americans typically are in the educational system longer than blacks and Hispanics. So that can kind of delay, you having children. So, and then also, the thing about poor people having more children than people of, you don't have much to do but sit around, have sex, and maybe some other things. But you know that's the reality of the thing. And I come across a lot of Europeans here in the UK, like 45, 42, have their first kid, or recently had their first kid. And it's like, I thought me at 31 was kind of old, but you know that's what happening. I mean, but these are accomplished people. They lived a life before that, doing a lot of things, going through uni, spending time outside of uni, living life, experiencing life, and then finally decide to settle down in their mid 30s. And if your spouse is the same age, they say your eggs. I really don't believe a lot of the new rhetoric about women losing all their eggs after 35. Maybe it's because of the diet that we all eat nowadays. Maybe we can change it. Just same thing with like testosterone dropping at a fast rate, they say. Um, if you're having, I guess if you marry some girl, as they say, if you marry some woman who's 35, you're 35.
It also depends on the ethnic background. Like South Asian women, they're meant to be very fertile. I don't know about
Yes,
other
Mali
races,
women
but
are
I've
meant to
heard about,
be
yeah.
very. My ex-wife was not very fertile. She finally has 2 kids.
Mm,
Us, it was like 5 miscarried with her ex. After
mm,
me, another 5, and with the guy after, finally 2. And so,
mm.
but her mother was like that
Seems
though.
more normal in America as well to have kids. Like here in the UK, people just don't seem to be having them. A lot of people that I went to school with, university with, they're really not interested. And some of them, are obviously my age. I'm 30. People are older than me.
Yeah, I agree.
Just they're just not having
Uh,
children. And
in,
like
in my
I
my age
wanted them.
range, or our age
Sure.
range, I
Yeah.
would say, yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
I agree. I went to a Muslim gathering. It was mostly South Asian. Actually, it
Mm,
was all South Asian, but it was a Yemeni guy who was the sheikh, kind of leading, emceeing the thing. He was talking,
right.
and it was like more than 30 people in there, and he asked like, "How many of you guys are married?" And then well, I think he asked a few questions like how many of us are like university graduates, how many of us are working job or career or whatever, and most people raised their hands. But then when it came to like how many people are married, I think I was like the only one. I didn't raise my hand for the university graduate or the university or the working a career. I just moved to the UK, so but definitely for that one I did, and it was only like 3 people out of like more than 30 people. And it's like, damn, man, you got your uni education, you're in your career, which means you have to be making over 25 to 30, have to be making over 30 grand a year, I imagine. And you can't get married with that, or you're still single with that. I would have, but I mean, you have a lot of dudes who really like kicking it with dudes a whole lot. I mean, or I like kicking it with my friends too, my male friends too, especially ones I grew up with. But
Mm,
it came a time when I thought like, man, I can't. I looked around and was like, man, it's just a bunch of guys I'm sitting around.
yeah.
I'm 25. Really going into the prime of my life, and these, is this going to be what my next 5 years is looking like? And I had to make some changes. And so, I think guys kind of have to hit that point, but I think we're more. I don't know, man. We don't have the same type of. If you were a dude and you didn't have you know, dealing with some type of woman, you would be made fun of. People. So,
Yeah, so
but
people are not bullied enough now.
yeah, people are not bullied, and like you would instantly be like, "Oh, you got no hoes." I mean, I'm
Mm,
not trying to use that type, to talk about women, but that's the way it was articulated. Like, "Oh man, you ain't got no hoes," and then you putting people, you would lie, you would have to fake it until you make it, and then the whole time you're in the background, like, man, I'm trying to talk to anything moving, and not to be like in a sleazy way, but Yeah, you were bullied into kind of some kind of action to change your situation.
Yeah. And so that bullying has a function. And so that doesn't happen anymore. There's no pressure. Like you don't even have to have bullying, where it's obvious. You can also have a kind of social pressure because everyone else is doing something. And so that isn't there. Like for me personally, I did want to get married and everything. And obviously that relationship just ruined things for me. But even now, I don't feel like this burning energy to do something about it. And so I'm just like everybody else in the UK.
Yeah,
And Paris
I
all in the
sympathize
same.
with that. I feel like if my marriage wasn't to last, I don't think I would have the motivation to. Uh, and it's not because I didn't want to get, it's not because marriage left a sour taste in my mouth. I just, I really think that's how a lot of people feel right now. And so, but then again, I still recommend it though. I still believe in it though. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't.
Not enough people in society believe in it though. Like in America, it is the default position still to get married. Here it's not. It's like, oh, okay, have a girlfriend, live in, doesn't work out, then doesn't work out. Oh, and then you can, like, my ex, who I call Morrison, by the way, for therapy with Claire. um, yeah, this person is 40 plus and just no interest in kids, nothing. Like, and then you bring it up, and it's like, yeah, of course I want to get married. And I'm like, then do something about it. Like, what the hell?
Well, I
There's
can't
no
speak for
initiative.
Morrison,
Initiative
but
is the word.
he doesn't come from.
They're
But Morrison
very
doesn't.
passive these days. They're terribly passive.
Yeah, yeah,
Are you
very
saying men are
passive.
terribly passive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like,
And
I
I'm
also think that men are scared of being rejected as well, and I think
oh, fuck
rejection.
they're
that. Just get
tough
rejected and
women.
try again then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I really think like before men had no problem. I used to know a lot of guys. Aaliyah used to sing about it. Once you don't succeed, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and try again. That was really the vibe, or really the understanding that people had back. At least when I was coming up, I was 11 when that song came out, and so that really impacted me. At least my perception of how you're supposed to go after women. Of course, I didn't understand it in like some sleazy way, or I need to like harass the girl, or I got the hint pretty quickly. But it was just the fact that you put yourself in a position to get the hint. Now a lot of guys don't even want to put themselves in that kind of position. And I kind of blame social media with it to an extent. But when I first jumped on social media, I was in the mindset like, oh man, it's way easier to talk to women now. I don't have to sit up at some bar drinking drinks I'm not really interested in spending money I really don't want to spend or need to spend, and I could just sit here and DM, find. Then I was into like just reconnecting with people I went to school with. Oh, I went to the school with this girl. Let me DM her, see what's going
You
on.
seem to be a man of initiative, though. Whatever you're doing, whether it's social media or reconnecting with old friends, you're showing initiative. People just don't show any initiative now. It's so passive. It's just
I
like a
mean, but my
freaking
father taught me that
snail.
you only get what you ask for, though, or you only get what you go after. And he really taught me that in a cold way. Like, if I asked him for, I wouldn't get any. I only got from him what I asked for, and then that kind of trickled down in life. Like, you only, although most people can say to you is no, and then with that, you can't even really be mad because at least you tried. And that's just something I carried. I really didn't trip over people shunning me or something. I mean, I felt some type of way, and it does, kind of hold you back a bit. But I always kind of remember, like, the worst somebody can say is no or shut you down. And that's really not even a bad thing, to be honest. But
I have this story that I seem to remember Mark Collett telling about the attitude of these migrant men. So apparently he was in this club and he saw all these sort of shy white guys sort of standing around with their drinks and not making a move. And this clearly foreign man who just basically worked, he got rejected, but he just kept trying and trying, and he got the girl and took her home, and And he, and Mark Collett was just saying a very noticeable difference in attitude.
I think that's a lot of what it is the attitude that you have about these things,
And if you've crossed continents and seas to get here, you're not gonna, be put off by a bit of shine. Well, you wouldn't be shy. You just, keep doing it until you got what you wanted. Which I guess a lot of, you young men with complexes and, mental health issues and depression are just sort of not going to do.
Yeah, it's a very interesting state that we're in right now. It's like things have switched. I don't want to say women have become more masculine. Maybe some have, but definitely men have become more effeminate or feminine. And
I put it down to feminism, though.
but I'm not saying it's in a negative. I actually want to say, like, I think like men do need to kind of get in tune with their feelings and understanding who they are and all this other type of stuff that really provokes some type of like personal development and things like that. But not at the consequence or not. You shouldn't sacrifice your manliness at the same time, or all the things that kind of made you, the being curious, as Gazelle brought up, taking initiative, wanting to go out and conquer, establish, really some of the things that Tate actually talks about when it pertains to being around other men too. Having being a part of some type of brotherhood. The fact that I actually had a good group of guy friends that I grew up with to kind of have my back in a lot of situations, confide in situations that maybe my father or other family members.
That doesn't happen in
Male
the UK.
solidarity, that's what men, and they have no safe spaces, right? So
Yeah, so
apart
that
from the
doesn't happen
mosque,
in
it
the
seems.
UK. That doesn't happen in the UK.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
all
they're
the
not, they
migrant men
have
there
no
are,
safe
and for all
spaces.
the Pakistanis there are,
Yeah,
there's no male
because of their
solidarity.
mosques. And
Sorry?
this Muslim grooming thing. I mean, okay, a lot of people just go on about how evil they are, but basically, if there's going to be any child prostitution ring, surely it should be run by the local white guys, right? But
No.
it's not. All the criminal gangs are foreign. I mean, what does it say?
Well, what does it say? It means that they need to imprison these people. Like,
Yeah,
why else
yeah,
would
yeah, I know, but the
say to you,
fact is, I mean, I'm assuming that the reason why these white guys, who ought to be the ones doing it, if there's going to be anyone doing it
No,
at all, just can't
there
get
shouldn't
themselves
be any
organised.
child prostitution gangs.
I
Let's just,
know, I
I don't
know.
want to, I get it. Okay, fine, I accept your point. Amazing point. Let's
Thank
just
you.
not discuss this. Let's just discuss the fact that there are no sort of male only spaces. There's no male solidarity. Just doesn't happen in Britain, I feel. Like,
Because of
I,
No.
the
e-
culture.
I'm even coming across, like, newly trained plumbers and electricians, people who I used to associate with, like, alpha male, sort of macho men, a lot of them are gay now. It's so weird. Gay bricklayers, everyone's gay.
It's cheaper. See, gay men don't even have to buy each other drinks. They just look at each other and then they know. And then they have some signal and then they go off with each other,
Yeah, but
right?
that's so disgusting.
I know, but that is cheaper, right? You have to buy a girl a drink before you can, make a
But
move.
but definitely men are in a weird state. Like it's I can imagine being under 25 today. Like it would be very difficult for me to. I wouldn't know how I would be. I was very. I don't want to say impressionable. There was a lot of things I was influenced by, like most teenagers. But I would hate to have these kind of influences available to me at this point, or where
Yeah,
we're at.
no influence is better than these influences. You people going on like role models. Like, for fuck's sake, like when I was growing up, I didn't have any role models. Like, I didn't need them. Like, what is this whole role model thing? And now people have too many role models. I feel like, who are they trying to be? Like, what porn are they watching? They're all becoming gay.
And that's another thing too, man. Like, porn, I think that's another, people don't understand how much porn introduces into the culture because everybody's watching it. Let's just be honest. That's like the biggest draw on the internet. People are watching it at the times that they should be working. That's like the biggest time, number one times when people are watching it as well. And so, it introduces certain aspects into the culture. Like, and I noticed it when I was watching porn. Like I got a Jahili pass, so I really don't feel shy about talking about it. But I remember watching porn and it was one way,
Forget Jahili, like Muslims are watching it.
and then all of a sudden I just introduced see anal sex just introduced into it way too much. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, I'm just sharing like what I was observing as a trans, as somebody came across pornography at a certain age, a young age. I wouldn't say too young, like 11, 12 or whatever. And then what I was starting to see when I converted to Islam and stuff like that, it's like, man, there's just there, racist stuff is being introduced, anal sex is being introduced, and there's like really there are health problems with.
What was the racist things that were being introduced though, in your opinion?
It was just it was just the theme. It was going both ways, but when you're black, you don't really notice it when it's the black people doing it on
Mm.
the opposite way. But just stuff like blacks on blonde and stuff they would say to it. I'm not really trying to. I'm a little bit shy. It's
Yeah, but
like,
I don't think that's not too bad though. It's the
no, no, no,
anal
no.
shit.
It started getting worse when I started to see the Confederate flag T-shirts uh, with some of the stuff that was going on. Um, some things that was being said. I mean, I think things are totally ridiculous now. You know what I'm saying? From what I understand, and then things like OnlyFans have totally introduced, which has really kind of killed the initiative of men to go out and get women when you can just look at a girl on screen. All the people are on the screen all day anyway. Uh,
Well, come on, they used to do that with magazines and things like that anyway.
Yeah, but those things
The
were harder
main
to come
problem
by
is
though. You had to put in work to get. You had to really sacrifice something to go get in those magazines. You had to, the wearing trench coats. I'm not saying this is what. Nah, yeah, no, yeah, because me and my friends used to really try to sneak into them places and buy. Like, you didn't want to get your face caught in those places buying that type of stuff. Like, nobody really wanted to go buy it. Nobody really even bought magazines. Like, especially as a kid, we used to stumble across them. Somebody might have took it from their
From
dad.
your parents' stash.
Yeah, there's parent stash, like, and then how your parents was getting, like, where they was, like, you had to sacrifice a bit of dignity to go and buy these things back in the day, because somebody had to see you and you didn't want to be seen. And so nowadays it's like, man, you can just do everything from your computer. It's incognito. It's they just have made it way too easy. And I think, it if we're gonna have it in society, maybe we need to go back to just putting it in stores. And if you want to buy it, we need to see who you are. And I'm not saying we need to see who you are, but you got to give something up.
yeah, but the
Basically.
world's gonna get more and more digitalized, and it's just
Yeah, no, I mean, the
that's
world's
what's gonna
already
happen.
digitalized. I mean, I'm on my, you know,
Mm. Well, we are, yeah.
I mean, look at us.
We've never met in real life, and we're all just sitting here on a live stream.
Hey, what's up with all this UFO stuff?
No idea.
You guys haven't been
It's
following
a
that?
distraction to stop us from actually talking about politics.
Nah, man, I hope they don't pull no COVID type. I hope they don't try to whack us. I hope I don't expose anything, but man, I hope they don't pull no COVID type scenario with like a UFO invasion. We got to give up more rights. We got to go into more type of
Invite
quarantine.
one into our homes.
No, you guys have not been. No, it's and a lot of people. First, I saw it on Vlad TV, and Vlad TV is just a hip hop podcast interview station. And I'm like, why are they interviewing this white guy about UFOs? And he's talking about how he's really seen them and all this other type of stuff. And I didn't pay too much attention to it, but then it kept popping up in my news feed, and I'm looking at it like, man, Vlad don't get hundreds of thousands of views on these little clips that he shares. Like, why is this guy? And so I started listening to it. I was like, oh man, this guy's talking about some interesting stuff. It sounds reasonable. But then I start seeing that, in government, they're holding things to talk about this, and they have a guy exposing. He's saying that he hasn't, and Roswell was true, and we got we can't call them UFOs. That's not the proper. They're putting
It's no longer politically
they're
correct.
putting political correctness on UFOs now. So we got to call them UAEs or UEAs or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't know where all this is coming from. I think I'm really hoping this isn't like the next thing to kind of
Sorry, what does UAE stand for?
unidentified extra.
Okay.
Oh, unidentified.
Extraterrestrial aircraft, I guess.
Let me see. What are UAPs? Yeah, let's see. I think it's a UAP. Why do UFOs have a why do UFOs have a new name?
Just to
Unidentified
confuse us.
anomalous phenomena. Unidentified anomalous phenomena. Okay. Y'all really haven't been hey, they're taking this stuff serious. Like I'm not lying to you guys. Like I can't believe it. I
I
don't know.
think that they're taking they're testing how stupid we can be. And then when they realize how stupid we are, they'll just, well, I don't know, tell us to go kill ourselves and we'll do it or something.
The purge.
Yeah, it's just like they don't even have to do it. We'll just do it because we're so stupid.
Oh man.
But it's almost like they're taking the piss. It's like they're so stupid already. They believed that last night. We're going to tell them an even more crazy one and see what happens.
I'm not
So
even
we
gonna
get
lie,
all.
I'm too scared to say anything about it too. I don't want to say, look, man, I think this is all bogus. I think they're really trying to set something up.
Mm,
Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I kind of, I really do think that they're trying to set something up. Or as you say, take us for a spin, insult our intelligence because I mean, I would have never expected this.
yeah, I mean, this changing the name bit. I mean, okay, so why did they do that? I mean,
I don't know.
I mean,
People
I
are
mean,
looking for
people can't say
information.
all these syllables, unidentified anomalous phenomena. Like, I think it's an April Fool joke extended for a whole year or maybe longer.
Okay, so imagine that they really run with this. I wonder what is it going to do to the belief in a higher power, God, and whatnot. I wonder how the religions are going to try to reconcile this. I'm not trying to say like reconcile it as if it's true or anything like that, but more so like, man, how do you deal with this kind of spin? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, you challenge it. I mean, you challenge the system that's feeding you this stupid information. I mean,
because this
you
is what really feels like the Dajjal. When Muslims talk about the Dajjal, the false Messiah, if it's going to be a real person, who knows? But definitely the tricks the system is trying to play on people is, to where they're trying to make something seem like it really isn't,
well,
is definitely a huge deception
you
going
could
on.
argue that it's Islamic, like, oh, but doesn't it say that Allah is Lord of the worlds? You know, and this UAP must have come from one of the worlds.
Yeah, that's true. That's you might be right about that. Even though, well, I can't, and something like that is kind of difficult. You can't really refer to medieval exegesis on or exegetes on something like this because they don't I don't think they had any concept of extraterrestrials and so they're probably looking at it like, okay, the jinn, they have a world, the caterpillars have a world, and God is the Lord of all of these. worlds. So yeah, I can see that. But extraterrestrials, will we apply that same logic to ETs? I think that's a good question. But humans are so self-centered. Excuse me, humans are so self-centered that a lot of us want to think that we are kind of uh, the only thing going in this universe.
Well, I mean, we already know that the nearest galaxy is Andromeda Galaxy, and that's 100 light years away or something like that, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know none of this stuff. That's if that's what they're saying, I believe it. I'll probably never go no further than whatever a plane can take me. So, you know,
Mm. And I think a lot of these conspiracy theories is to express hatred for our government. I think people just sort of take on the view that there is no evil I will not believe of my government. Therefore, the moon landings are fake. Therefore, the Earth is flat because they've been lying to us, for generations. And
and I think that's a part of the confusion, letting us in on some of the things that have been going on. Okay, now Roswell is real. Um, okay, uh, there is something kind of strange about the JFK assassination, and it's like it's like they give us the poison and the antidote, and then you don't know which one is which, or you got one side of the people confident in the antidote, you got other people confident in the poison. And so I don't know, it's just it's just a strange situation that a lot of Westerners are in right now with their government. And it's really creating an opportunity for other competing governments to just play better ball with their people, or just be more straightforward with their people, like what you mentioned with China. At least with China, you kind of know what to expect, you know what to get. Some people might find that a lot more suitable than this whole hamster wheel or what we're living in the West. So
but they'll think we're stupid. I mean, that's a thing, right? I mean, actually, when you went on G Block and everything, I sort of noticed that even non-white people in the West were kind of doubting their identity and sort of, maybe it's kind of like what I go through. Like people back home are mocking me for living here. And, it's like, has your government gone mad? Why have they done this? Why have they done that? Why are they so gay? Why are they so, it's that kind of thing. People taking the mickey.
I think I really you really did touch on something that I used to think about a lot. And what really got me thinking about it is because a lot of Caribbeans, and maybe I can throw Africans, West Africans in the mix too, of their interracial dating habits, particularly with white women. And that got me thinking about, are they, do they doubt their identity? I wonder how they see themselves. There's a high percentage of interracial dating in this group of people, especially in the London area. So it just got me really thinking. And, it got me thinking elsewhere, not just on that interracial, but I really do see that a lot of Caribbeans, I wouldn't say Africans too much, but Caribbeans more so struggle with identity living in the UK. It's,
I think everybody does.
Really, you think Caribbeans they go through these identity crises more than
I don't know
Africans?
about, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think more so than Africans. I think,
Well, because Africans have their states in Africa. I guess you've got Jamaica and all of that
and
stuff, but people
Africa, and
barely go back.
I see. Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly what you said. A lot of Africans of different kinds, whether it be the older, youngest, or younger generations, go back. I know a lot of Caribbeans who their parents will go back and forth frequently, but the children don't. And then I
Mm.
think the children who, especially with these Caribbean guys who feel, like they don't really have no place in society, they don't have really anything going, they don't feel like at home here. But then they can't really go back to the Caribbean because they don't really feel at home there. And so it just kind of puts them in a weird position. Then they start adopting this weird shit like I'm a Hebrew Israelite to explain their situation. and then it's like, you know, downward spiral from there. Uh, at least as far as the identity crisis go, because once you open the door to I'm a Hebrew Israelite, man, you're susceptible. You're susceptible to a lot of different things, for real.
Yeah, but I heard of this thing through you, the ADOS thing. You know, it's like, why do black people have to just sort of divide themselves into all these little groups?
Well,
Because
I
I
agree
think they're having
because
an identity crisis too.
because why are you different from somebody who is Indian, but we call you guys all Asian? I mean, or of Asian descent. We don't, you know, I think it's more distinction. Black Americans were getting tired of being seen as people of African descent with no culture, like nothing was going on in the United States for you know, 300 or 400 years, however long we've been in the States,
Mhm.
and developed something very unique in and of itself, separate from what was going on in the continent of Africa, developed by people from the continent of Africa, you know, with what the situation they were put in. And so we just wanted that recognized. And so ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves, it took a minute for me to get used to the name, but I
Mhm.
understood it. Slavery is a part of our history. It made certain aspects of our culture. We shouldn't be shy about
I
it.
just think of you guys as your music, you know, the music.
Yeah, well, that's you in the UK, but it's a lot
Uh-huh.
more. It's a lot more than music, and music wasn't is a conglomerate. You know, it's a lot more. It's a lot more than music. It's definitely
Mhm.
involves food. It definitely involves a way of, you
Well,
know, speak.
aren't you all gay now?
Well, according to that, you know, that's the new culture according to that Midwestern guy. But you know,
Because what? Okay, as slaves, were they forced into having homosexual sex? These black people in America, or are there less cases of that? Obviously, this probably happened, but I'm saying, was it like a norm?
I don't know. It's something that I only stumbled across when I began when I got older. But then again, you know, you're always peddled this like the usual narrative about these things when you're in school, and even when you try to do a bit of research on your own as a kid. But I don't know. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Definitely the breeding uh things. You know, they have one black guy, you know, impregnating all these black women. Sometimes it might be your mother, your sister, you know, shit like that, you know, definitely was going on. I actually came across one such story. I seen a short on YouTube. I was like, this shit can't be real. And then I Googled the guy's name. I was like, shit, man, this guy really did father like over 200 fucking kids because he was some type of bull in a slave breeding situation. So, you know, yeah, man, some strange.
Whoa, that's awful. But he was probably happy to do it, or was he not? I don't know.
That's the type of stuff I wonder about. Like, okay, I'm happy to do it because there's a bit of scarcity going on, and when I'm, you know, like I don't have complete agency of when I'm able to do these things. But when you're in a position
What,
where,
you want to father 200 kids?
I'm thinking about the sleeping with women, to where,
Yeah, but you're saying that they were sleeping with their mother as well. Is
Yeah,
that
but
what you're
it's
saying?
yeah, but I'm not. Of course, that aspect I mentioned that, but I'm more thinking like, okay, well, how does he feel? Even just excluding that aspect, even if he was just sleeping with all these women, and you know his mother or any relative wasn't involved, how would you feel about it? Because you're
I
being
think he probably
forced.
just became a sex addict because he was forced to do this all the time. So it becomes reflexive then.
I wish I could think of his
So,
name because allegedly he was respected in the community even by white people. He's
oh,
supposed to be very smart.
oh, that's weird. That's interesting. Now, I was never interested in African American history, and now you've got me interested.
No, see, American history is very interesting. There's a lot of, and African American history is actually very interesting. A lot of people because I talk about Islamic history, but my father made sure I knew a good deal about African American history, and there's a lot of surprises in there.
So, can you find his name? What else can you tell us? Any interesting anecdotes? Maybe not related to this, but you know.
When I was reading Carter G. Woodson, He was the father of, they call him the father of Black American history. He has a book on the records of African Americans who owned slaves. I thought that was
Right.
interesting reading that. You can find that PDF.
And this guy, Carter, what is it? What do you say,
Carter G.
Carter? Carter G. Wilson.
Woodson.
Oh,
Wood.
Woodson. Sorry. So Wood. Okay, Carter G. Woodson. He is a black man, is it? Or no?
Yeah, he's a black man, father of Black American history, they say. He also has another good book. I think I still have this PDF or audio book on my YouTube, Miseducation of the Negro, American Negro.
Right.
Miseducation of the Negro. That's what he's more famous for.
So what does he say in that, roughly?
That the education that African Americans were receiving, the higher education that African Americans were receiving in in America in white institutions was not prepping him, was not prepping them neither to deal with the situation of, let's say, just white supremacy or the prevalence of living in a society dominated by whites, nor does it put him in a position to where he can articulate his skills or be of any use to his own people, because they're going to see him as something. They're just not going to understand him because of his training and upbringing or the things that he's been exposed to that they haven't been. And so it just puts him in a weird position of resentment or mediocrity or catering to the mob. Or it's a very interesting book. It just talks about, being really like a black intellectual in that time. Really, you can kind of mirror that today if you're a black that stands out, and how you treated in white society, and then how you treated amongst your own people. So I mean, it's still a really relevant book. I hope I articulated, but I would listen to it. I would read it. I read it. It's a short book. You could probably read it in like 8 hours in a single day. Um, but it just goes over stuff like that. I think it's still relevant today. But yeah, his the one where he owns slaves, I thought that was the one where Black Americans who owns Black American slaves. I thought that was an interesting one. A lot of people own their family members and stuff like that. Still didn't free them. But then again, maybe granting them freedom would have been worth having them. They would have been worse off if you granted them freedom. So
Yeah, sounds interesting. But I doubt I'll be able to read it in 8 hours because I'm having too much difficulty with reading books now. I just cannot concentrate.
yeah,
And I don't know, it's just so hard to be interested in something now.
it is if I'm able to communicate with somebody. I think the fact that doing this podcast, bringing somebody else on, sometimes when you guys ask me questions or I'm able to talk about it, it helps. Like it helps reinforce.
Consolidate your knowledge.
Yeah, consolidate, reinforce. And when I have people like that, I operate best. That's one of the negative aspects about my wife. She don't care about none of this stuff, so I really don't have nobody to talk to. So whereas I think it would help as far as my reading goes, because I feel like I can't concentrate either at this point. But then when I'm able to talk to someone about it, I feel like, you know what, I actually really took in a lot more than what I thought.
Right. So do you feel that way about the podcasts that you do with people? Or do you feel like you're more on the spot there because you have to like kind of perform and ask that person questions? So you prefer live streaming then, like this?
I feel more comfortable talking to y'all than with the guests I bring on. So it's a little bit different.
So here it's more of a unwind session for your brain.
Yeah,
Whereas there it's more intense. It's like you going to work basically.
Yeah, no, it is more intense. If you knew what was going on in my mind at the time I'm recording and the person
Really?
talking, like
You seem like a natural.
No, especially this last one. Like you look in my eyes, I was going all over the place. Wallah totally jumped ahead, talked about a lot of stuff that wasn't in the script. I didn't know what she talked on and on. I didn't know what to I got totally confused in the script. And to be honest, most of the podcasts I do, I don't really know. I really what the person is saying.
Mm.
I really have to work on being present because otherwise, I'm thinking of too many other things like the script, timing, depending on how long we've been recording. Uh,
I think it might be partly because you don't get to, as you said, like your wife is a sort of different person to you, so you don't get to talk about all of the things that you do in a podcast in real life in a kind of more chilled out setting.
yeah, and it works out for me and Roxana because I want to imagine. She claims that her husband is more supportive or more into the things that she does. I don't know how much he's into Islam, but I want to imagine that for both of us, it kind of works out because we have people who really.
Yeah, but can't you tell how much she's into Islam based on her profile on Twitter?
No, I'm talking about her husband.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you
I
mean
don't. I don't
him?
know how much her husband is into Islam, but I would imagine not so much, and so it kind of worked for both of us to have people to piggyback off of these
Right.
things. Um,
Is she good to work with? I mean, Claire, you're recording this.
Not she's good. We've had bumps in the road as far as trying to understand each other's working habits and
Right.
stuff like that. And I think I can be a bit an intense person to work with. Mind you, when I
Really? What do you say to her? Do you have a go at her?
uh I'll just give you an example. When I remember I got hired on as assistant manager at a service shop
Mm,
when I first moved back to California, and we had one crew. We had a
mm.
crew that I started with, and man, I pushed those guys out, man. Let's say in less than 3 months, we had a whole new crew except for one person because those guys couldn't stand working with me. But I,
Why?
but that's only because I was assistant manager, man. I put a pace on them, like, man, we're not gonna just be sitting around kicking it. We're about to run this ticket average up. We're about to bring some money into this shop. We're about to get paid too. Uh, we're not just about to. They were used to sitting around, and I think with Roxana, she kind of just didn't understand what this podcast and stuff was about. She thought it was like,
It meant a lot to you.
well, I was already like 40 podcasts in. I wasn't gonna let I already had a motion or flow. Like she had to kind of we both had to adapt to each other's working style. It wasn't just she came in and adapted, but I also had to kind of compromise and work around whatever she had going on or however she did her job. She's the
Mm,
type of person, she wants to read everything and then she formulates her questions. I'm the type of person, I can read, I mean, as I'm reading, I'm formulating questions.
mm,
So when she used to do it, that before I really kind of just understood that's the way she did things, that shit used to annoy the hell out of me. I'm thinking like, man, why are you taking her long to kind of,
mm.
but now I'm used to it. It works. The product we've been putting out, I'm happy with. I think for me, I don't think I'm a difficult person to work with. It depends on what your intentions are. I think she came in with the intention of wanting to contribute to the podcast. She was happy.
What does Claire think of her?
Probably some critical. Claire's critical of everything I do. I'm not really.
No, Claire's not critical of you in particular.
No,
Like,
no, she's not critical
tell
of
us
me.
about tell us about that person, Claire.
But I think.
Claire, where are you? Claire, wake up, wakey, wakey.
Oh, this is gonna be going all night.
She's asleep.
But that's good because I don't want to. I mean, I don't like hearing when people talk bad about people I know.
Oh, okay. Oh man, I thought it was gonna get interesting in here.
No, she's decent. I mean, I think if anything, Roxana, it should be somebody you and Claire should want to build bridges with, not to just be critical of. I mean,
Roxana's blocked me on
she didn't block
Twitter.
you. I asked her about you. She's
What the hell? What the hell? She actually blocked me. Why would I make this up?
well, I don't know. Somebody's telling the story.
Well, she's confused. God, you need to kick her out. Like, she's completely useless in your podcast. It's obviously we need Terron asking the questions. This is what we need.
Nah, she's not. Like that's the thing. I'm really like completing for one the last three podcasts or the last two podcasts. She provided most of the questions because I just started this job and I've been extremely busy. I haven't been able. I've been trying to learn about how this is supposed to go and haven't. And really, I've only been completing scripts for my podcast since I've been working with her. So she's not useless. I think on screen I have a bigger presence, but behind the scenes, and then also ad libbing. She's not good at like going off the script yet. I mean, like she's really good at sticking to the script. I'm more so like I can actually build a conversation away from the script. Uh,
Right.
so she's not good in that sense, but behind the scenes it's behind the scenes. And again, creativity, she knows that creativity wise she could be better in that department, but I understand I have a certain style that I do things, and how does somebody just come in and mimic that style? Because I'm kind of big on aesthetics, like I want things to look a certain way, and
And you need to have that music in the background that you do, like you're at a Chinese restaurant.
yeah, that's how you see it. My best friend Sam made that beat for
No,
me.
it's nice though. Like it doesn't take away from the podcast itself.
Yeah, I think it's just nice and easy. I'm trying to milk the hell out of it. Uh, so I like that Sebastian made that beat for me. But yeah, so she's a pleasure to work with. I'm trying to expand. I mean, I'm not trying to expand or whatever, but I'm trying to do more with the channel, not just podcasts.
Are you there, Claire?
She sleep or she went away.
Because
I
I
think
heard
she
someone
sleep.
walking. Was that you?
Yeah, that's probably me, or maybe I don't know. But she was already tired like hours ago, though.
Mm. Okay. Anyway, so what's her username?
Irani Roxana, ain't it?
Okay. Is there an underscore there?
No, I don't think so. Shouldn't be.
Yeah, she's blocked me. It still says blocked.
Damn, that's interesting, man. Maybe did you go by a different name?
No? And I never messaged her or anything. I didn't tag her.
Unless she's caping, unless she's like saying that and it's not true. But from what she told me, because I asked, I was like, man, unblock her, she's cool. But uh yeah, I don't know. But no, she's all right. She's all right. She got, she got her I don't think, I really was looking hard for somebody to do this with because and I asked a lot of guys, but you know how many Muslim guys were really like, oh no, I don't want to be on camera. I'm worried about being on camera. I don't want to express certain views. People I know might find out, judge me about it, you know? And so
So why do you actually? This is a good question. Why do you think you can get away with it? Obviously, you've got some good presenting skills and you have good knowledge. You can read, write, this and that. But like aside from that, like they have this fear of the mob, right? They have this fear that maybe their families, but also even broadly, they don't want to be associated with a particular position. Maybe they don't want to be associated with the label of Islamic modernism. So, but why can you get away with it?
I really don't think I get away with it. Like you'd be surprised a lot of the people who keep their distance from me. They keep a safe distance. They keep an eye on me or whatever, but they don't really.
Do they keep an eye on you, or do they just keep a distance? Because I think
Because
sometimes.
a lot of people send me friends requests who are like lightweight. I don't want to say prominent, but at least something like, damn man, you're sending me a friends request or you're following me, and then it's like you don't really engage with anything. You just like watch, And then sometimes some people have like slipped up and expressed like discontent with what I've. And it's like, man, why you even send me the friends request then? If this is type of attitude you have about what I do, like, man, block. And so
But at some point do you want to be able to get, neo-traditional Islamic scholars and Salafi scholars or whatever? Do you
yeah,
want them on your podcast? Do you
yeah,
want?
I'm for all of them. I don't really have no
But
grudge.
No, I know you don't have any grudge, but do you want that? Do you want that they should
I believe
speak?
I'm capable if I'm able to do, because again, I deal with these kind of people in my personal life, and they don't have no
Sure.
problem, and they know the type of views that I
But
express.
then you will just cower in their presence, in a sense, because you will ask the questions that they want to be asked, and obviously you're gonna have to. You want the podcast to go well. You want the views, of
No,
course.
no,
Like this is the real world.
that's how it's been
But
going. Okay, I agree with you, or that's at least how it's been going because I've heard this criticism, but people really need to understand, like, I'm not like trained in this. I didn't sit in any type of university classes to understand this. I'm really only in a position. I mean, I'm getting better to where I can kind of push back. Okay, I've read enough to where I see that there's holes in what you're saying, or there's a different understanding or methodology that could be applied. But when I first started this, like, I really wasn't in a position but to ask these people the questions pertaining to the work they were putting out and not really seeing past what they were writing or in between the lines and stuff like that. So, um,
so
yeah,
what
and that,
you're saying that now you would ask those questions, or you're saying you
I,
steer clear?
no, I would ask those questions. I'm in a better position, I believe, now to ask.
No, but still, like, come on! It all this happens to all content creators, where you kind of look. There, one thing is the kind of goal that one has in mind, but then you enter a kind of a game, right? Then you've got to look after views, you've got to take care of an audience, and so you kind of start giving the audience what they want. And people right now, like, I do think people's brains have just fried out. Like, something's happened because people are obsessed with whatever stuff they're interested in. Maybe they're not Muslim, even if they're Hindus, or they stick to their own kind of echo chamber, and they keep watching these repetitive interviews. Like, for example, if you're interested in right-wing politics, or something of that nature, then yeah, these people are watching the same Jordan Peterson interview, like, on 5 different YouTube
I
channels,
mean, it's
and he's
happening in
saying exactly the same. It's happening in Islam as well. It's the
yeah,
same.
yeah.
Yeah,
These Muslim podcasters are bringing on the same people, and it's the same cycle of people.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. So I'm saying whatever echo chamber it is, it doesn't matter what the topic is. It could be Islam, it could be manosphere, it could be feminism even. I don't know. I don't
well, I'm trying
consume,
to
but
figure out how to
it's
get
so
into that
repetitive.
because I actually want neo-trad Salafi, the typical Orthodox Muslim viewership. That's only not because it's self-serving. I'm gonna get paid for it, or it's gonna boost my channel or ego or anything like that. But I just feel like my content is really for all Muslims. Like, I'm making this content for Muslims above anybody else, although it is non-Muslim friendly.
No, but
Uh,
what I'm saying is, once you get those members in your audience, then you're going to have to just ask the same repetitive
no, I'm not. I don't do that.
questions.
No, I don't move like that now. Why
Yeah,
would I?
because you've got academics right now who are fine with that line of questioning. But
No, but I
once you
was
have
doing
these celebrity scholars, then they just want you to do PR for them.
no, because that's not the direction we're going. I mean, that's not what's gonna really pull or push Islam forward. I mean, that's my whole thing. Like, is to really jump out of that. I actually, yeah, I don't plan on doing that. I do want to invite those people. I talked to Roxana, man. Maybe we should invite somebody like Jonathan Brown, and I
Sure.
was thinking of other people like that. But they kind of have to know who I am. Like, why follow me? I wasn't following John, or I was following Jonathan Brown, but we're on Twitter. Why follow me if you see what I put out now? I put out things that contradict the standard narrative. I probably got some bad takes sometimes. I probably got some takes that are on point, but definitely I'm not really with orthodoxy or your idea of it. So, and this, so for you to follow me, for you to even accept coming on my platform, you kind of have to know like what angle I'm coming from. And to be honest, I haven't had any pushback. I really think that if I was able to bring on more people will come on. Like, I really, even like Shibli, that Shibli's a man guy. He's
Mm,
really out. He treats me with the air with the certain level of respect, and he knows my views about stuff, and he's questioned like why do you even bring some of these people on? Like,
mm.
man, what it is. But I show him respect and I get it back. I think it's about how you carry yourself as well. Like, I'm not trying to push my views on anybody either. I'm not giving dawah to these things. Like, this is what I'm interested in. This is what I want to talk about pertaining, and that's it, man. I'm not coming from a religious perspective either, and I think that's what Muslims need to understand. Like, I'm not trying to really tamper with the religion. I'm interested in Muslim history, Islamic history, and then that's really as far as it goes. I don't know. I don't really concern myself with the next worldly things like that. Like, I don't know about those things. Even if somebody wrote about it in a book 700 years ago, I don't know if that's correct or not. Pertaining to the nature of God. Like, yeah, if it coincides with the Quran, I'm with it. But I don't get bogged down with all these things that I really can't prove, or there's not a whole lot of substantial or tangible evidence for. Like, it's cool to talk about it and stuff like that, but it's just not what I'm interested in. So, that's the problem I think Muslims have with me as well.
And so what sort of figures have people questioned you on when it comes to your podcast? Which ones have they been most sort of like, oh, why do you have this person on?
Dual Qarnayn. When I brought Tommaso Tasai on about Dual Qarnayn, Muslim
Right.
really questioned, because that's all about the Alexander being Dual Qarnayn, and it's based on a Syriac Christian version of the Alexander legend and stuff like that. And so, Muslims, like, why would you platform somebody? Well, I'm interested in it, and I actually disagree with this guy's thesis, and I just want to hear what he has to say. I want to engage with him on the topic, and I still don't all the way buy he still doesn't all the way buy what he was talking about. But if anything, I did that interview because I seen Apostate Prophet looking to interview somebody on the topic, and I was like, I'll be damned if I already knew Tommaso Tasai's work because I seen it on some websites, PDFs of his articles and stuff like that. So I was like, hell no, I'm not going to let AP get this one. So I instantly emailed him that day, and he emailed me back within a short period of time, and I conducted it, and yeah, it went well. So I got pushback on that one.
So what is that? Does he have an earring, or is that a wart on his ear?
I think earring.
Okay.
He has gauges, I think.
And he's a vegan, is it?
No, I don't know why you said that.
Because he looks like a vegan.
No, he's Italian. I don't know about him being vegan though. I don't know about his personal life. He has a book on Dual Qarnayn coming out that I hope to interview him on. But that's only because it was a contentious topic. Some Muslims concerning Joel Hayward, because Joel Hayward believes that the Prophet Muhammad engaged in offensive war. Generally, I don't get the same. I even had to ease Roxana's fears about this thing. I don't get a lot of pushback. Like, I do worry about it sometimes, like when I upload things or I share
But
something.
Roxana seems a bit confused.
Yeah, she's a new Muslim.
I thought she was Iranian, though.
Yeah, but you know how Iranians are hit or miss when it comes to Islam. Most times miss when it comes to Islam. Like, her mother
So was
was
she born? Yeah, okay, go on.
secular. Her mother was like a secular Iranian and raised her a secular, non-Muslim Iranian. She knows a lot about Iranian culture, but it's from a certain point of view. And then she definitely knows a lot about Shiism, but a lot of this was acquired with her conversion. It wasn't something she was raised with. And I think if you talk to her, she might tell you that her mother isn't too favorable about Islam like that.
So is she a Sunni Muslim now? Broadly.
No, I think she's non-denominational. That's like myself.
Yeah, but I'd still say you're more Sunni, even though you say you're non-denominational. You still kind of go to a Sunni mosque, and
Yeah.
your wife is Sunni, so you're Sunni adjacent.
So I
You
mean, when I
practice the
say
religion like Sunni.
she is Shia. She is
Yeah,
Shia-ish.
yeah.
And so yeah, that's where she's at. So yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to navigate this thing. I mean, And I think as time goes on, you're gonna find more people who aren't find it harder to keep their foot in one position versus the other. You know, we're
Do you
living.
think it's ever going to be possible for Muslims to speak to ex-Muslims?
Yeah, if yeah,
I'm not. I'm talking about religious Muslims, practicing Muslims, even Muslims who are in this podcast game. You know, are they ever going to be able to speak to ex-Muslims in a more respectful way?
yeah, I think on part I think the ex-Muslims are gonna have to show something though. I believe I thought it was going in that direction when I first really decided to listen to ex-Muslims and what they were talking about. But then again, I have Vidu Vids and Radwan Hassan or his father-in-law as
Mm.
introduction, and they were actually okay. Vidu Vids was making clownish content as well, but he was also having serious discussions. Um, and through him, I've actually met Muslims who I actually talked to on a personal, like Adil. I first found out about Adil because he had a podcast with Vidu, and Adil is a Salafi, but he is a fairly open-minded Salafi, and so that attracted me to Adil. You know, not in a homosexual way, of course, but that attracted me to the person of Adil, and I sent him a friend's request, and I
So
actually
is
did.
he still Muslim or no?
Who Adil?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I did a podcast with him. It's on the channel.
So what's the whole thing with Vidu then?
He was, you know, Vidu was just reaching out to, you know, on this thing of trying to talk to people of different views who are Muslim, even though he doesn't, you know, and uh, I believe Adil was on the same height. Like, okay, just because I'm Salafi and you're ex-Muslim doesn't mean that we can't have some type of conversation or talk about
Okay.
something. And so I was attracted by that. Red One Hassan's story really I found touching as an ex-Muslim. I don't. Do you know who Red One Hassan is?
Yeah, yeah,
Have you heard his watched his YouTube video thing?
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was touching. I thought it was. I thought it was. You know.
I feel very sorry for him and
Yeah,
how
I do.
much he's been through when it comes to Islam. And he's watched all of these sort of scholar types, you know, celebs like Yusuf Islam, maybe Abdul Hakim Murad, all of these people, and just they're not really interested in helping anyone's faith. I guess you cannot help anyone's faith because it comes from God ultimately, even from an Islamic point of view. But they don't really answer any questions. They're not
But
interested in that. They're just interested in building their brands.
oh, you talking about Marie, Abdul Hakim Murad and all them in
Mm,
relation to Radwan? Yeah, you know, I think with the case of Radwan Hassan, I think maybe if he had got better, not the usual Muslim rigmarole when it comes to dealing with these issues. I think if he had got better, sincere, I don't know. You know, I really can't even just say that because I think that's being kind of I'm even wrong to probably say that, but um, you know, I think with him because I hear some of the arguments he makes, and it's like, man, you're really making a lot of outdated arguments that Muslims have kind of younger Muslims have worked out for themselves, and they don't even get tripped up over these things. You know, so
mm,
I think he's kind of stuck with it, and then also I think a bit of trauma. You know,
mm.
with what happened. I think he might have lost a child at a young age. Also, his son went through some things. You know, yeah, you know, and I don't think he was getting the right answers. You know, Muslims can be horrible when it, you know, sometimes turning to Muslims when you're having a certain crisis can be the wrong people to turn to.
No, but he has a really like nice brother who runs the sort of Willowbrook farm, and uh, you know Lutfi Radwan, and he's sort of married to Abdul Hakim Murad's wife's sister, so there's a connection there.
Who is?
Hassan Radwan,
Is he really?
yeah.
Abdul
So
Hakim's.
Hassan Radwan isn't some random ex-Muslim. Like he's very, very well connected within Islamic sort of Dawa
No, I
circles.
know, I know. I was
Yeah.
surprised. I mean, I got. I'm not gonna say I know like the details or whatever, but I kind of got the picture when I saw the people he was friends with on his social media, who I would have
Mm.
never expected it. And so I got the picture like, okay, this guy has to be somebody. But
Mm,
then I was new to the whole British Muslim scene though. Like I didn't know British Muslims are so well connected until, I kind of came up to Manchester and talking to people here. It's like, Muslims up and down this country know each other.
mm.
So
Yeah, so you found Hassan Radwan's video, touching and stuff, and yeah. So, like, then what is your criticism of ex-Muslims mainly? Like, which content don't you enjoy, or not necessarily enjoy? Sorry, it's not about enjoyment, but um, which content do you take issue with?
I just take issue with apostate prophet because I think he could be better than what he is. I think he knows some of the shit he's saying is bullshit. But
Yeah,
even then, I watch
but
his stuff.
what? Yeah, and so does that increase your faith when you watch his stuff?
Nah, it's like watching Muhammad Hijab. It's like entertainment and stuff like that. It's not. I
No, but
don't.
it because doesn't it like make you think and then answer things with a sort of Islamic point of view, or you literally just watch it for like just to see like what's going on YouTube, who's getting clicks, and obviously doing your research because you're on in that scene as well.
Uh, no, I actually really watch it because I find him entertaining. I don't do no kind of research or like see what he's talking about to mirror or to piggy or any points in particular. But does he say anything that really makes me think? That's a good question. I think David Woods says more things that really make me think than Apostle Prophet. But I think because David Wood really tries to go at the religion from a historical perspective, and then
I don't really. I feel quite disconnected from ex-Muslim content, and I don't. Was David Woods a Muslim at some point?
no, he was just Christian
Just
missionary.
yeah.
But
Okay, I
see,
don't watch
I'm
anything to do
interested in
with
their
him.
stories though. Like that's what attracted me to Vidu Vid. That's what attracted me to Radwan Hassan. It wasn't necessarily the fact that they were going after religion, but what led them up to the point of apostasy. And then their
Yeah,
views on because I don't mind people being critical of the religion. It really doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't do anything to me. If anything, it does something more for me than it does to because I think a healthy dose of criticism concerning your beliefs or a bit of introspection concerning what you believe is important. And sometimes the criticism I hear from people pertaining to Islam is a bit of relief, for myself. Maybe that's not the right word to use, but um, it helps take the load off sometimes. Like, you know what? Us Muslims are batshit crazy sometimes, like, yeah, we
mm.
really do act like that, or, this non-Muslim has a point. It helps take the edge off sometimes. Like, you got to give your prop.
Yeah, but there are so few Muslims like you, and so I just wonder why. Why can't more people be like you? Why should it be such a big deal if somebody is criticizing the religion? Of course, if they don't see it like you do, they haven't been guided. So I just find it, it actually makes me disbelieve even more in that I just think, well, could it be because the book or the practice of the religion itself is preventing people from any kind of critical thought? And then it's like, well, can critical thought even be possible? Because a lot of people are not interested in it. But then again, like in Western countries, we do have a kind of baseline rationality. I don't know where I'm heading with this. I don't want to push you into these discussions, by the way, because
No, no,
my
it's all good.
mind
It's
just,
all
yeah.
so good. I don't think I'm really unique. I actually think a lot more Muslims are moving towards the perspective I have. I mean, I guess birds of a feather flock together, so I attract like-minded people. But most of the Muslims I associate with aren't really caught up with these things, aren't really tripping, and then they come from pretty much the same background as I do, or as I did. With like, I really went off the deep end as far as what I thought Islam is about and how it's supposed to actualize itself in society. And then when that kind of fell to pieces, I didn't really ditch Islam. I didn't feel like I need to leave it or it wasn't true. I thought the general, God is one, prophets, God, not the same thing, a lot of what's talked about in the Quran, like I still believed it was true. It's just the ideology I built around it got destroyed. And so, I just stopped putting stock into it, like all these dogmatic positions and uh, single interpretation of Islam. It just didn't bother me anymore like it used to. And it was because, I really seen what it turned me into. I was, agreeing to things that I would have never agreed to on the outset when I first became Muslim, but all because I thought it was what Islam called for. And I thought about these things uncritically, it led me in a direction where I was believing things that, really turned me into an antisocial, horrible person. So, uh, instead of ditching the religion, I just looked at a lot of those things that kind of pushed me in that direction. And that was about it.
Yeah, but why? Okay, can I play the role of an ex-Muslim here?
Go ahead.
No, but why do you think that? Why is it that people who become sort of moderate Muslims, like they're still very religious, but they have a very moderate outlook on religion? Why do they all have to still go through an extremist phase? Because I've never met a Muslim who's practicing who, has all of these. And I'm not even going to say moderate. I'm saying sophisticated views on religion. Like even Javad Hashmi, right? He even says himself that he used to be a Salafi. He went through an extremist phase, and then this pushed him into becoming, a kind of more progressive voice. So I just wonder, why is the profile always the same? So why would a religion want you to? Why would a religion, the true faith? Why would it always be just the same, that anyone who has a more sophisticated understanding of it, they always have to go through an extreme phase?
I think that's just how it was in the time when I converted to Islam and the time when Javad probably became interested in Islam again. Just like with these white convert with these white neo trads, and you hear their story, a lot of it sounds the same. Near death experience when I was in my late teens, whoop de woo, traveled to a foreign country, learned, all their stories are the same. And, I just think that the time I converted was when Salafism was, at least, I don't know, you can't really say Salafism was popular then because neo traditionalism was a force too. But I don't know. I do hear that from a lot of people, but I just look at it like Salafism is just very accessible to most converts, most Muslims interested in learning about the religion more. It's an attractive dawah. And then, you do experience a burnout after having been in it for so long. If you're the type of person who, inquires more about what Islam is about, and you start seeing figures who fall outside of the Salafi scope, opinions and ways of seeing the religion that Salafism doesn't teach, that are very attractive. And, I mentioned this in the podcast with Wallah, Salafism just because something becomes something that can no longer contain your outlook on Islam. So you kind of just, you know, burst out of it if you don't become disillusioned by it. I know Muslims who,
Yeah, but my question is more that why would the one true God allow this to happen? Why would it always be this?
I don't think it's always this, but, I think we have some free choice. And then it's also happening within a certain context. It's Western Muslims, converts, born Muslims who are, I
Do
just
you,
think,
but do you see where I'm coming from? Like how deep my thinking is, and how deep my level of kufr is. Like it it actually hurts my brain to think this deeply,
no, why?
but
Because
yet I do.
a believer just asked me the other day, why would God allow if the book in the Quran says this is a clear book, why does it seem like even for the most minute or simplest instruction, we have so many wide varieties of interpretations and those that differ from one another so radically? You know,
Yeah.
uh, it's not. I don't think that's cool for asking these kind of questions. I mean, you want to know. I mean, that's a good question. Why is that? I mean, how do you reconcile that? What but pertaining to your question, I just think it's something that a lot of converts in this age had to have gone through. I don't think it would be the same for the next generation coming up because of how Salafism is viewed. But yeah, for the time that I came, and mind you, I kind of came on the ass end of or right before the whole uh ISIS thing popped up, and I think that really put a lot of the people I know who were really banging Salafism, even banging the jihadi form of it, after that
Mm.
ISIS thing came up, it really got them rethinking. And I know a lot of brothers who have turned back on their formal way. They're still Muslim practicing, but they either became Quranists, just mellowed out as Sunnis, started seeing things more Sufi like, or but why God would allow that?
And why is it so repetitive? Like this. Why do you always have to be extreme and then be normal? Because isn't it something to do with the text itself? And so
Yeah,
why is
yeah.
it why did God allow a text,
I don't,
a
but
final text that should
but I don't
be
think it's the text
so
itself though. I've been looking for this upcoming podcast. One of the points
mm,
that she makes, and I find it to be a strong point, is that one of the exegetical deficiencies of the Quran uh, that happen because people trying to interpret it is the what is it? Is the authoritative ascendancy of early religious scholars in our modern time. And what she means by that is the revival of medieval, us having classical works available to us like we never had before, the age of
mm.
information, right? And then people reading these books, layman's, the average person, and just even with scholars, the revival of a lot of
Oh yeah,
medieval
and then just selling these books all the time. Like
telling
everything had to have the word classical in it. Don't you remember? Classical this, classical jurisprudence, classical aqidah, classical.
you.
And I was just like, what the fuck?
So I was hooked on the Darussalam books. Like when I first converted, I didn't know that like these were being printed out of Saudi. I mean, I knew they were being printed out of Saudi Arabia. I didn't know Saudi Arabia had a certain angle, and it's geopolitical, and that's what's fueling a lot of these things. And I'm reading the Akida by Ibn Taymiyyah and things by Ibn Kathir, and the way I'm told by Muslims is that what I'm told by Muslims is that the way classical scholars understood Islam is the same way we're supposed to understand it today. And so I didn't know any
The
better.
Zahiri school, you know anything about that?
Yeah, they're supposed to just
Oh, come
stick.
on, we're not going to have the conversation derailed. Come on, carry on. She's just
It's
woken
actually
up.
relevant.
It's not right now. Terron is just
Okay,
telling me
okay,
his
okay, carry on.
journey within
I'm just
Islam.
bookmarking this bit.
Okay.
No, I was just saying it's just it's easy to get funneled down that pipeline with all of the marketing, the way Muslims articulate Islam and how it's supposed to be understood based on these classical understandings. And you put two and two together, especially if you're a Salafi, it's like, okay, I'm just going to read the text and understand it based on my understanding. And I don't know, you just get led down a certain pipeline, and before you know it, you're agreeing to things and hopefully not doing things that you probably would not have signed up for before the indoctrination.
I think the Karajites were just given a bad press.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Even
Oh, come on. Claire had literally learnt that from us in that previous space, but in particular you.
No, no, no. I learned it from Carol, actually.
from
Okay.
who?
Carol, the Caliphate of the United States
Oh,
username.
Carol learned that from me.
Ah,
Yeah. Because Carol was listening to that space as well, and she's spoken to Terron or whatever. She
And
listens to
yeah,
stuff.
Carol and I were friends. Carol and I were friends on Twitter. She's seen when I know she's seen when I was sharing the hell out of that Cottagite. I was so juiced about it, but I shared the hell out of it, and I know she's seen that. And I'm a huge proponent. I don't think you find many people talking about it as strongly as I do about the Cottagites being. That shit almost made me doubt my Islam when I started sticking up for them because I got so much pushback. I thought like, man, am I really deviating to the point I'm supporting such groups? But Yeah, no, they definitely got a bad rap in Islam. You know, Sunni Islam is a later
Yeah, but then they still have a huge nation state with lots of oil.
who?
The Ibadis.
Yeah, if you want to consider them cottagites, but they don't see themselves cottagites.
And so they don't get any hate in the Arab world, though. It's interesting.
I know
In
only
some ways, yeah, it's so much more.
in some ways they do because of them being linked allegedly to the cottagites, but then nobody really wants to go any further than that. Like, so what are you saying? The Omanis are terrorists or linked to an extremist group? Because that really, when you look at Omani society, you don't see that. I mean, they have a 0 rating for terrorism. None of the Omani people, even of the Sunni population, contributed any numbers to ISIS or any terrorist group for that matter. Uh, it's known as the Switzerland of the Middle East. Like Oman is a model country for the Gulf and for Middle Eastern countries in general, or for Muslim countries in general. So,
Well, all of the Gulf countries are model countries in a sense, right?
well, I say
It
more
has
so for Oman, especially if you're a minority,
right,
or especially of a minority religious group.
right, right.
But I think because
Okay.
the Omanis are such a minority, or the Ibadis are a minority themselves, it's like, you know, do you really want to stir the pot? Because then, you know, you got strong Sunni states around you, you got a strong Shia state around right next to you. I mean, do you want to start oppressing your Sunni population and your Shia population? It'd be in your best interest to kind of give them a little bit more perks than what you're even giving in bodies. They say Shia in Oman society are overrepresented. Um, so I don't know. I've never been there. This is just things I've read and heard. So
Well, they're kind of Iran aligned, are they not? Oman, in Oman,
there
their
is
foreign
really
policy.
line in foreign policy.
Well, that's just all of the Gulf states in general,
Yeah, yeah,
apart
true.
from
Yeah, yeah. They
Qatar.
helped broker
Qatar right now,
the recent Saudi Yemen armistice. Is that what you want to call it? They
right?
they they play a neutral position, but Ibadis have always been like that. Like, when have you heard of Ibadis persecuting? Like, they've even had good relations with the Cottagites in North Africa had good relations with the Christians and Jews. You know, and
Right.
that's one of the negatives that you'll hear about them in Hadith about, oh, they leave the Christians and Jews alone while they fight the Muslims. But, you know, all the Muslims were fighting each other while they left the Christians and Jews alone, though.
So
So
it's a very, is it then what, like, again, ex-Muslim hat? Is it just a very Muslim thing to do to fight one another then? What is it then? It's halal then to fight other Muslims?
oh, it's something that we've been doing for a long time, definitely.
Yeah, but just because you do it, does that mean that the faith actually promotes it? That's what I wonder. Is the faith promoting Muslim infighting constantly? The book, the seerah, the whatever.
No, because it wasn't. I mean, if it was going on in the time of the Prophet Muhammad,
Do you
and
know, I feel sick because I feel like I don't want to jinx Terron's faith, so I'm just going to stop myself.
I don't really.
I feel it. I actually feel like I'm going to throw up because I cannot bear to have somebody else go through what I have been through with
Nothing is
this
going to be is
whole.
different because there's a cultural thing that the cultural aspect that's there too. It's also, I think, also interpretation. I'm not really. I think you kind of jumped off the wagon too early, personally. Like, I think
Right.
maybe some of these things you could reconcile. Maybe you can't, but I still think you're searching though. Like, you're not in
I don't
no
know.
different position than myself. The fact that you just kind of label yourself as
Well, I don't even label myself. I'm just using it for ease here, the whole ex-Muslim label thing. So you like to signpost to you that I'm about to ask something that's a bit critical of Islam. But something just happened to my brain where I just cannot believe. And like, do you know what? I cannot even believe in things like evolution. Like something's happened. I just cannot believe in anything. And when people tell me things, I just feel like I cannot believe them.
You feel like you've become overly skeptical of everything.
Yeah, so this is why I don't really gel with ex-Muslims either. Like this is the first time I'm saying this. Like usually, no, it's not the first time I'm saying that I don't gel with them. I've said this before, but usually the reason I give is that, oh yeah, they all become gay and they're all LGBT, and I kind of caricature them, which is true. Like it's just the level of like bisexuality and all this stuff they later adopt once they've left the faith is just too much for me because I'm not interested in the degeneracy, but yeah, one of the bigger reasons why I probably wouldn't gel with them is because I don't even believe in the things that they believe in. Like they're really passionate about science and scientific rationalism, and they love to talk about evolution. And I like I've studied evolution at university as well. Like I did anthropology and things like that, but I just found it so hard to believe that like this is it, like we just descended from apes and that's it. And I used to find it so like everyone else in class was like really believing it all, and there I was with this like really deep set skepticism. And so, yeah, it's interesting that I'm skeptical about atheism as well. I'm just skeptical about everything. That's me. I'm just a skeptic.
You're gonna have to put your foot down somewhere though, and work
Yeah,
with from there.
I know, but I just cannot. Like, it's how Sam Harris is a neuroscientist and he talks about neuroscience, and I feel that some people's brains they're just kind of made in a certain way that they like. I'm lacking some kind of brain chemistry that makes me believe things in the way that people do believe. Because even Sam Harris, his beliefs, like he'll put his foot down and he'll get things done. Like at some level, my skepticism even prevents me from getting things done in my practical life because I'm completely consumed by it.
Yeah, man, you gotta
Yeah,
use it as some kind of tool and not as a opposite or as a hindrance. Because I find myself to be, I believe myself to be a skeptic, but I'm trying to achieve something with my skepticism, not
no,
just
but you're a different kind of skeptic. You're a kind of historical skeptic. So you've got the tools of history,
I
and
don't.
you
I'm
you don't
no.
you don't think so?
I mean maybe, but I didn't. I acquired them no differently than anybody else could. And there's I think you think historically as well. Um, so to
Not
say,
necessarily. I'm not very good at the subject, and secondly, I was traumatized by just the history as a subject because of Morrison. It's too deep what I went through, and it's too fucking weird.
yeah, you're gonna have to like, you're gonna have to like I don't recommend therapy,
You're
but
just being punished.
you're gonna have to let
Oh,
go of
not this again. See, again, I'm skeptical of Claire's theory as well that I'm being
stuff.
punished. Wouldn't I just
Divine
love?
punishment for
Yeah, I would.
thieving is
Thank. Okay, thank you. I would love to believe that, Claire. Give me something to believe, and I would love to believe in it. But I just
you just
cannot believe
choose
in
to
that.
believe. It's so easy.
No, it's not because you describe yourself as an agnostic. So I find it really hypocritical of you to tell me to believe when even you don't.
Because it's useful. You'll be happier and you'll
Okay,
be
but I then
nicer.
yeah, but do you know what I think then in my head? I think, oh god, it's like utilitarianism. Like things just have to be useful. Ugh, and that annoys me as well. I just am who I am, and I cannot control it. It's very difficult for me. But anyway,
Nah, but I think you can at least rid yourself of the effects of Morrison. I don't know how long it's been, but it's probably just going to be one of those things that you're going to have to put time in between it.
no, it's one of those things that I just need to talk out, but I keep trying to do this with people, and I'm failing because I'm failing to explain myself fully. There's something I just keep leaving out. Sorry, I don't want to like burden anybody with my personal problems here, but I just kind of end up doing that anyway. Um, but yeah, it's all like very mixed up in my head. Because the same time that I kind of lost faith, I then met Morrison. So I didn't lose faith when I met Morrison.
Yeah, I know that.
He was your
So it was
punishment.
okay. Thank you. Oh,
Just take it. Just take it.
I know.
Totally.
I would just love to believe that. I've actually thought that way sometimes, but I've still been unable to then get myself into, the mode to kind of pray and
You just do
yeah.
it. You just
No,
do it.
I've tried. Honestly, I've tried. It feels so stupid to me when I do it.
You don't want to though. Like what?
No,
What
I,
got you
I
to pray? What? There wasn't no feeling. What prompted you? You just thought it was a thing to do
no. What prompted me to pray, or what prompted me not to pray?
or to pray
To
after?
pray, like yeah, because I was so sad with all of these things going on in my head. So I was like, okay, I need to pray now. And so I was brought up to pray, by the way. Like my parents, they've never skipped any of their prayers, like since puberty or something. But uh, and so I'm getting into prayer, and I'm just like, I just cannot do this. It's so stupid. That's how I felt.
What
You know how
age
we?
was that?
I've tried to pray recently as well. Are you talking about the beginning of doubt? Is that what you're asking me, or are you just
Mm-hmm.
talking about when I last tried to pray?
I mean, the beginning of doubt.
I can't say.
Are you sure
I
you
mean,
can't say
I
you
could.
don't want to?
No, I can say, but I don't want to.
Why not?
Because I'll be kind of doxing myself if I do.
How come? It's all in your
I'm not gonna.
mind.
No, I'm
Was it
not
well
an
known
all
as
it's in my
was it
mind
an
person.
event?
You can dox yourself. Nobody's watching.
Yeah, no, but this is the best thing about Claire's therapy sessions. Like, nobody even watches her live streams. So
You know,
even
though,
if
Claire, you used to have a bit huge following or a big following, but then you kind of kept switching your accounts. Or I don't know what YouTube was doing to you,
I
but
don't think she ever had a big following. Yeah, freaking
yeah,
right.
at least, shoot, at least you pulling like 100 people, a couple hundred people watching at a time. You know, not at a time, not like during the live stream, but once it's all said and done, after a day or two. But
No,
I don't know. I think this is interesting. The whole idea of losing faith and stuff like that. It's not something that really puts me off. I know it used to, and I used to be terrified by it because I thought, oh, what would happen? But then you start seeing a lot of people's situations are unique. You know what I'm saying? And what?
yeah. You know what? You should have had lots of boys. I know you've got girls, but you should have had boys. I mean, it's good that you had girls, that's fine, but you should have also had boys. Because imagine if there were more Terrons in the world today.
I don't know. I actually don't want boys. I'm so happy I have girls, and I would just want girls.
What's
What do you
what's the
think?
difference anyway?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's a part of the problem right there. What's the difference anyway?
I think the reality is that the modern world, it is for women.
Yeah, and the neo trad discourse, the modernity is feminine.
Yeah, it is. But even them setting up a freaking institution that you know people come to study at, that's very feminine as well. Like why didn't these neo-trads set up some plumbing degree course for Pakistani Muslims? Like in the UK, we've got a lot of unemployment with Pakistani males. So why didn't Abdullah Hakim Murad, instead of making them all into wannabe sheikhs talking about water, whatever he was talking about, making a freaking Islamic psychology rap when you've just come from like Afghanistan and you move to this country? What? Oh wow! I'm gonna go to Cambridge Muslim College and I'm gonna do a rap in Islamic psychology. Like, what is that? That is actually contributing to the problem of what economists keep calling elite overproduction. And so that is contributing to modernity. Sorry to say, but they're grifting off modernity, and then their solution is a non-solution. They're actually prolonging their what they think of as modernity. I'm just waiting for these neotrads. Like, they will sometimes say it as well that, in the West they used to have technical colleges and everything became, the universities. And I'm thinking, then why did you set up universities for?
Liberal arts college.
Yeah, why? Yeah, like, where's the common sense there? And of course, no one wants to use their common sense anymore. It's unbelievable. And honestly, I would have respected Abdul Hakim Murad so much more. And by the way, when I say Abdul Hakim Murad, I just mean all of them. I'm not fixating on him, actually. It's just easy to speak about him because, I'm from the UK. But, like, their kind of main main support comes from South Asians, Pakistani males. Maybe they've they maybe they kind of lost out when it came to education. Maybe they didn't get a degree. Maybe they attend this college, and what are they learning? The hikam or makam or whatever of ibn Ataullah. Like, what the hell? Like,
I mean,
how is that?
you
Yeah,
called it. Who are they producing, or what are they producing?
yeah, yeah. And realistically, these Pakistani males, they're not all going to become celebrity sheikhs. And nor should everyone
I'm not
aspire to
saying
become that in society.
relegating it to. You're saying Pakistani males. I'm not relegating it to any, but just in general.
I'm relegating it to that because, generally speaking, they're the ones who go to CMC, right? Obviously, like, in America, it's a bit different with, say, Tuna College. But I just feel like, I really think that these people that go there, and a lot of them they don't come from super rich backgrounds or anything, or they're not even sort of middle class. Their parents are sort of working class. Maybe their parents were bus drivers or something like that. So then they should be trained to become plumbers and electricians and these sorts of things. Why not? Why not? Why doesn't Abdul Hakim Murad do that? I don't get it.
Or can't they go to plumbing college by themselves? Why
No, but
do
I,
they
I
need
think,
Hakim Murad to do it for them?
well, because they're the sorts of Muslims that need a bit of a push. They see religion as kind of an all-encompassing force in their life. In fact, they would need an Islamic version of plumbing.
But you know what though, Umar Ali talked about that, about
Mm.
how in his latest article about how his generation of Muslims, were so this idea, like what you said, religion is supposed to encompass everything. It's supposed to be a one-stop shop. Once you achieve that, you've made it in life or whatever. But totally discounting the material reality that you're living in and have to cater to. So he said he pointed out that a lot of people in the generation having that idea about religion totally held them back to where they couldn't even function in society for some of them, uh, and I think you kind of should, you really shouldn't sell people this idea that just because you practice or you believe in God, you're on the hawk, you're the chosen sect or the whatever sect, that means you have no responsibility in this world to do anything else, to feed yourself, educate yourself, the betterment of your family. Yeah, it might be in a secular sense, but that's what it is. So
Yeah, but it's also, all of these sheikhs are already capitalists in the sense that they just give their market what they want. So the market, I'm not even saying it's necessarily wrong that they see religion as this all-encompassing thing. They have to have everything to do with Islam. I think a lot of Pakistanis and South Asian Muslims in general, and also Arab Muslims, I think, just Muslims in general, let's say, for example, a lot of them became doctors because they thought that this was a kind of religious calling for them. They used to think of it like as this halal profession. So, you know, they weren't strictly secular in their thinking about even the secular, right? So that's already there. So I feel like if Abdul Hakim Murad really does see a problem with modernity, as like he sees the dematerialization of the entire economy as a problem, he sees um, yeah, all of this kind of stuff is a problem. So then he should present a real alternative instead of lying to people that, hey, come to my college and you're just gonna do a rap on Islamic psychology. Like, what the fuck?
pay five. I don't know how much they pay for these Sufi retreats, but you're you're taking people outside the country, it has to be a pretty penny.
I
And
completely agree that is complete bogus to do that.
and
Complete bogus.
mind you, Zaytuna, they got people who work Silicon Valley. Zaytuna were, doing these. I'm familiar with the people who go to these Zaytuna events and stuff like that. And they got up their jobs,
Mm,
to pay this kind of money to go on these things. And
yeah.
never, so it is interesting. And I never really knew the game Neotrads were playing until I read Walah's book. Now I knew certain things were going on that seemed kind of funny, like for this to be a religious, especially a Sufi. But and then also I started to really take notice when the Zaytuna crew kind of switched towards more conservative politics. When I converted, they were way more liberal in their thinking and how they even ran their establishment, which got them a bit of negative press from certain Muslims. Uh,
Mm.
but now they've totally switched up, and I don't know where it came from.
Okay, but even when they were liberal, they were still very sort of anti-modernity. It was all about eating whole foods, organic, and seeing Islam as this kind of holistic force in your life, right?
Well, that's
And
just
so,
eating organic, holistic. That's just Bay Area flipping hippie.
yeah, but they gave it an Islamic flavor for sure. Like, Bay Area is also full of, I don't know, gays and degeneracy. So why didn't they make that Islamic? They didn't do that. They saw, they had this kind of hippie influence, and then they found a more Islamic foundation for that. So I don't understand why they didn't continue to build on that in a more tangible sense. Like, none of these sheikhs, like, they're going to have kids who, that will, yeah, they're going to have kids who are going to be going to elite institutions, and they're going to be like academics or some sort of communications experts.
Well, I think
They're
they were
not. They're
worried
not going to
that.
be. Go on.
Well, I think that they were worried that with the liberalizing they were doing because of the alliances they were building with certain non-Muslim groups, uh, that things were going in a direction they really didn't see it going, or they couldn't or they would have never perceived, they would have never saw it going, such as Muslims kind of losing their Islamic identity and buying into a lot of these other identity uh political talking points and events, or but yeah. And so to me it seems like they're trying to pull it back, you know and they believe by going towards the conservative side, or leaning more towards conservatism, is going to do it. And at least that's how I kind of interpret what's going on, with Zaytuna. Sorry, I think I might have lost the plot a bit. um I think
No,
I
no worries. It's getting late. This is an interesting topic. Um, yeah, I mean, would you be interested in speaking to Hassan Redwan?
Yeah,
And
I
by the way, I don't mean just make content with him, because obviously that's a bit is not doesn't really fit your channel, I guess. But would you be interested in live streaming with him, like we're doing right now, and just sharing thoughts, or you wouldn't be? That's absolutely fine. Whatever.
I would, but I wouldn't have like no he if it's gonna be about like the type of things he's trying to work out in his mind pertaining to faith and uh God, punishment, afterlife, and all this. So he thinks about these things on a totally deep level that I'm not really too concerned about. But if he's, I can hold a conversation with pretty much anybody though. But if I got to go into these kind of topics, like he seems to really think about things pertaining to Islam that are outside of what I kind of think about myself. And these are the things that pretty much bother him, like God punishing people. Like, I'm not really bothered by God punishing. I believe a lot of people need to be punished. So, and I,
So this is it. Nobody asks Hassan. Actually, you'll need to do your research tomorrow, Claire, on Hassan Radwan. I'm not going to explain right now, but he's just like this
Who are
sort
you
of
talking
ex-Muslim
about?
character. Hassan Radwan,
Okay.
and he has a daughter. He has a couple of kids actually, but more than a couple. But one of his daughters is she's called I don't know her full name, but she calls herself Mimsy Vids online. And
Yeah,
so she also is an ex-Muslim.
I think her name is
And
Sarah or something like that.
right, okay. Well, yeah, I'll just tell you her online name so you can actually research her once we've ended this space. But Mimsy Vids, and then she's married to Vidu Vids, or his real name is Waleed Wayne. And so he's a sort of Pakistani Kashmiri guy, born and raised in Britain. And
I
so
thought it
he
was half
also
like
left the religion. Yeah. And actually he went to Yusuf Islam's school, by the way, where Hassan Radwan worked.
that. Okay, interesting.
I just wanted to say that I like
Yeah.
Sulaiman Ahmed. I've just had a good look at his tweets today.
Sorry, who?
Sulaiman Ahmed, the one who
Uh,
tweets about Andrew Tate.
yeah, you need to suck your own dick, Claire, because we spoke about him just 2 spaces ago, and then you were acting like you don't know who he is. Then
No,
I
no, no,
spent
no. But
1 hour
Yeah, yeah,
explaining to Claire, and now
I'm
she's
glad you
like,
brought him up though. What's the deal with him, man?
no,
what
I
he's
could
saying
say a
what I
lot.
like.
Is he working for Andrew Tate or something? No, you said you could say a lot.
No, I could say a lot in that he is. He's people don't realize this, but he's actually a sort of Islamic modernist. I mean, he was not he wasn't exactly famous before this whole Tate thing happened.
No, I
So
knew
his
him. I knew
yeah,
him because he was going to court with Atabeg.
who's that?
But basically, he's a lawyer and
Hmm.
he's
Yeah.
No,
defending Andrew
he
Tate.
allegedly ripped off. Atabeg claims that Suleiman Ahmed ripped off his work, and they were going back and forth to court because allegedly, and hey, Suleiman did lightweight. They did kind of produce the same book though. Suleiman and then Suleiman lost that court case, and then he started to like do some petty stuff to give the book away for free on PDF or something. But he did try
Okay,
to.
fine. But the only point I was making was that uh, before this whole Tate stuff, Suleiman wasn't exactly famous, but he had some kind of public profile, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, then, but you can carry on with this Atabek stuff. Like,
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I want to see where I want to hear what you guys say. I already know that.
no, there's really not much to say, but he's actually an interesting thinker. Like, obviously, look, this whole Tate's very famous. He's good for content, and now Suleiman sees that as a kind of work opportunity. Fine, but Suleiman himself, like, because whenever we whenever the Tate stuff is reported on in the kind of Muslim mainstream news, whatever that is, that Muslim mainstream news doesn't even exist. Sorry, but let's imagine it kind of does, like, roughly speaking. And so everyone associates Tate with the right and the Manis and the sort of the Salafia and all this kind of stuff, right? So Tate is kind of dubbed this conservative Muslim, but Tate has only just converted to Islam, and he's had a very kind of Quranist Islam, I'd say. He's studied the Quran for itself, and he's become inspired by the book, and then that has in kind of initiated his conversion. And then, of course, Suleiman Ahmed is interesting because he's not exactly a neo-trad. He's not a Salafi Muslim either,
Well, he's
and
like
he's
waiting trap. Well,
sorry.
he has some ingredients that would make you think just because Maturidi. I mean, I guess that's
No,
not
no,
fair.
I know. I was just going to say that there are some things pointing to that, but actually,
I mean, his
uh,
association with
yeah,
Atabeg has some very modernist views.
yeah. And so Suleiman himself, he's on good terms with Javad Hashmi, for example. Like, usually someone from Suleiman's kind of background, especially if you're sort of Pakistani person in the UK, you're going to be really into anti-Ahmadiyya stuff, Khatme Nabuwat stuff, just this kind of sectarian obsession with Barelvis and Deobandis. But he's obviously liberated himself from that, despite being from that kind of typical background.
But
And
I
I think
liked him.
that's,
But I
I like
became
him.
sus of him with the whole Andrew Tate stuff because he goes way too hard in the paint when it comes to
Yeah, well,
defending.
it's obvious that he's working for Andrew Tate. Like, he's probably getting some kind of salary. But that's not really, That's not really hidden, I don't think. It just is what it is. But it's
Well, I
more
don't like seeing
interesting
this
for
you
me
man.
that
don't
he's a modernist.
Because I
Sorry, go
like
on.
him, and I don't like seeing Muslims. I don't think Andrew Tate is somebody who we should be hinging our reputation on. Unless you know him like that, though. But if he knows him like that, then I ain't got nothing to say. But if you're like Daniel Hikaju, who it seems like he's tried to like bend over for Tate and it didn't work, and you're just really doing it to a harder extent.
But that mainly didn't work because Tate is on good terms with the Gulf countries, I guess. Like that's where he wants to kind of base himself. And Daniel Hakikatu, even I remember Tate interesting sort of liked a tweet from Daniel Hakikatu in the beginning, but then that tweet, so I'm calling a tweet Tate now, but that tweet was then unliked. He unliked the tweet, and that's because of I mean, somebody in Andrew Tate's inner circle, probably, maybe Suleiman, maybe Tam Khan, maybe these sorts of Pakistani guys that he's friends with, they they probably told him that, you know, it's going to cost you if you're hanging out with these sorts of people. It's going to cost you in the Gulf countries for sure.
Oh, definitely.
So the
Where
Daniel
does Daniel
Hakikatu
go
stuff. No, but
besides the West?
yeah, he can't go anywhere. But Daniel is in. Daniel's love for Tate is just one sided. Obviously, look, Tate is a views magnet, right? So even now you've got Pearl, and the only reason Pearl is famous is because she's now dubbing herself, like she literally called herself this, that she's the female Andrew Tate, right? So she needs Andrew Tate's name in, you know, any articles written about her for her to be famous as well. So obviously Suleiman sees this. I think it's a more of a kind of career decision, but it's more fascinating to me that Suleiman Ahmed, he's a kind of modernist, right? He rejects the Prophet's night journey. He doesn't believe that there was a winged horse or anything of that nature. He rejects miracles even, and he's not into the. And so, but I'm surprised in the sense that because Tate is being thrown in with all of these Dawagandist types, but then no one will actually research who's some of his sort of closest Muslim friends or people that he's hired, whatever. They're
Well, because
pretty
with my post
modern.
earlier today, I had Suleiman Ahmed in mind, but I didn't want to all the way put him out there because I actually liked him again. He used to like my tweets before his Twitter account turned into something else. You know, he used to like my tweets. We followed each other. Whoopty whoopty woo seemed legit to me. Like you said, he had views that were more in line with mine. Because you know he was more of a modernist slant. I knew all of this beforehand. It's just that when this whole Tate thing kind of kept, you know, you couldn't help but see him in the same pot as a lot of these other Dawagandist guys with, oh, let me try, you know, of course it's all for views and stuff like that, but I'm trying to use Tate. You know, you see the grifting that the Dean Show did for Tate. He did it early on. Muhammad Hijab and them, and I just thought Suleiman was like one of them, and I was just questioning, like, you know, I hope not, but if he knows him, you know, I think that's a different story. But I think for the Muslim people to be doing this with all of what's going on surrounding Tate, I just think it's a poor decision, poor judge of character.
No, I think it's actually reforming Islam, his conversion. I genuinely think I actually think that all of these Dawa bros, like Tate has literally exposed them for being nymphomaniacs
Yeah,
and
but Tate
just
would have to go hard though in his Islam. I mean, not hard, but like he would have to like give them, because right now he could easily be discredited. His Islam could easily be discredited by these people if they
yeah,
chose
but
to.
then they're not going to do it because you know, even in Tate's own content, he's said so many times that it's the most important thing for any man is to be likable. And so once somebody likes you, right? Once someone likes you, that even if the ideologies differ and things like that, they won't say much. In the sense you're saying the same sort of stuff about yourself, that, you know, once if you're on good terms with certain people who are ideologically opposed to you,
Oh yeah, it's better to be liked than right.
yeah.
I'm a firm believer in that. I hate it though.
Yeah, I'm also a firm believer in that because that's just the way the world works. But in terms of my own desire for seeking truth, it's basically a logical fallacy to me. So I have a zero interest in entertaining it at the level that I'm working at. Like I'm just using a kind of anonymous account to vent and work things out. But obviously, if this I didn't have this anonymity,
You could do news
I'd
though.
have to
You could do radio
build
or
really.
you could do
You
television,
know, no,
media.
but I'm not even talking about it in career terms. I'm just saying that, like, as somebody just purely seeking truth, you really cannot do that without being anonymous, I think.
Yeah, but where do you want it? Where do you want the end goal to be?
The end goal is not clear to me. It's just a search for truth. That's it.
Where do you see yourself in this search? Like, is there a point that you want to, or somewhere you're trying to get with it? Trying to
No, I've given up. That there will be some kind of
giving up on what?
social goal. No, given up thinking that there would be something good that would come out of it.
Not even for
Or
yourself. Like, that don't have to be on like no grand scale. Like Claire trying to get everybody to adopt secular Quranism. It
no,
could.
yeah, I see a goal for myself to kind of alleviate myself of all of my unresolved thoughts and just like calm my mind down, I guess, and reach a place of personal intellectual satisfaction. But
Yeah,
in
I know that.
terms of but in terms of being able to use myself to make other people think like me or show other people the light or show them, oh look, no, but Suleiman Ahmed, he's a modernist, or like, I know that I will not, because the mob is too strong. People just believe what they want to believe, and a lot of their beliefs are just socially determined. That's fine. Like, I've just accepted it, as annoying as it is.
Why is it annoying though?
It's annoying because then you feel kind of alone, that nobody else thinks like you and nobody understands you, and then even people willing to think will not really get what you're saying. So then it frustrates you, and so it is annoying at some level. But then because I'm understanding enough to understand, well, people are just like this. It is the way it is. That's how the world works. Then I make peace with it. But yeah, I'm not going to lie that it's not frustrating.
Yeah, well, you're only 30, so I think you might have. Hopefully, things change for you. You see things in a different light. I mean, I kind of I agree with you to a certain extent, but I don't know. I don't know. You said a low.
Yeah, this is it. I fear speaking to people, even you, because I don't want you to become me.
No, I'm pretty good at being myself. I don't think I've become you. Your
Yeah, but
situation to
yeah,
yourself.
of course. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't even want to infect people with a little bit of my
Is that why you don't want to get married?
doubt. Yeah, that it relates to that as well.
You feel
Because
like you're
like,
such a major influence on your husband that you could damage him.
yeah, and I want to have an influence to some degree. Like, I want to be able to say things, talk about things, but then but it's also the problem of no one can influence me, right? And as a woman, because um, I'm just not into, as skeptical as I am of things, I still believe that, a man is a man, a woman is a woman, and then when they come together and they have sex and they have babies and they start a family. So, and I think that a man should play the role of being the boss in the house, right? So, like, if I can't be influenced, then that is just a huge problem.
No, I believe if a man can't influence, this is the conversation my wife and I have all a lot, or at least I try to get her to understand. Like, look, man, like, do I have any impact on you at all? Because for me, I think that's crucial. Yeah, that a man should have some type of
Yeah,
influence.
so you act like you're against hate, but you just literally say the same things. This is what I find interesting about
I'm
you,
not. I'm not
actually.
against. I'm not against
No, I
Tate.
know, I
I'm
know. I'm
against
just
cult followings. I'm against
sure.
bots. I don't like, and it can come across that my anger is aimed towards. But nah, you just stop short a little bit, because it's at all the people running trying to hang off his ass hairs. I can't, like, and
Yeah, so
these
he,
people,
he actually hates them as well, because he always does this. He always
because
says that his followers suck.
because I mean, it, like any, even if you're a low key follower, even if you're a follower of him, you have to kind of get that vibe from him, though. You would have to imagine, like, nobody wants, no man who's standing on business wants other men running under his butt cheeks all the time like that. Like, I want to be around other men who I feel are equally strong. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't want to feel like I got a bunch of minions. You know, so yeah, it's nothing against Tate. It's just the people who run behind it, and how they go about it. They really just compromise, and more so Muslims, because they compromise on their morals. They really don't stand. I don't like the hypocrisy behind it, because if it was anybody else, you wouldn't act like this, even if they were somebody of
Yeah, but that's
outstanding.
it. I knew that you weren't really against him. However, using that caricature, it forced you to answer something really deep about Tate. And you got to the root cause of it. You have a problem with the cult following, you have a problem with all of the simps that are just going on and on and on regurgitating shit online. But then all of these people have been this way all the time. Even if Tate wasn't there, they'd be the same people.
With somebody
You know.
else. Yeah, I know. And that's why I don't want to have boys, and that's why I don't want to have. I'm so happy not having boy children, that I'm not, because this is what I see from men moving forward. You know, it was already happening in my generation to a certain extent. Some of us were able to pull it back, but with this other generation coming up, man, they're like bold, but they're soft at the same time, and then they're highly impressionable, but yet they're not scared to take chances. I don't know. It's such a weird dichotomy we live in, with when I see with younger kids, specifically men. That I don't know. I just don't see with women. And like you've already mentioned, I believe modernity is feminine anyway. Uh,
Mm.
a lot of what is going to benefit humanity is going to be according to what benefit women. If that's going to be for better or for worse, I don't know, but that's definitely the direction is going in. And I got two daughters, so you know, uh,
It's also tougher for a guy, I think.
it's tough. It's tough for a guy. It's tough, but I'm glad though. It's always been tough for a black man. So I mean, I'm not gonna, and that ain't no victim. I'm just saying, like, you got to deal with shit coming from both ends, within and outside your community. You know what I mean? But and I'm not saying that it ain't been tough for any other people, but I'm just saying that, from my perspective, I was always raised that the moment you walk outside this door, the shit ain't gonna be easy. You gotta, again, I don't agree with it, but that you got to work twice as hard. You're gonna be, if you're in a fucked up position and it's you and somebody else who looks different than you, you're gonna be, stuck with the blame and all this other type of stuff. And so I kind of already, but now, like, what's been happening to the Black American community is now happening on a global scale. So I really can't be mad, because a lot of these things they used to fault black people for, like, oh, because you're black, you act, this is what it's all because of who you guys are as a people inherently. And yeah, I believe people have certain inherent qualities, but a lot of the stuff they were sticking black Americans with weren't it. And now we see all these things happening globally to a lot of different communities being affected by the same shit that was.
Terron,
Yeah.
Terron, what happened to?
What happened to who? We can't hear you.
That's scary. Why are you,
You
there's two of
see,
you?
I know, but I'm using my phone now
Okay.
because I'm moving around, and
You
I
mean you're
was
falling
asking
asleep?
you. No, I'm actually up and I'm doing stuff now.
Oh,
Terron was saying something about the black community and it's happening to other communities. So what was it?
No, just the what you see happening. I want to say the father, everything that happened post 1960s, fatherlessness, employment,
Oh, right, right.
black males or males just not understanding or knowing or being just dispositioned from the normal role in the family structure and society. And a lot of these things were just specific to black Americans, or at least that's the way they tried to spin it. Oh, your women are running the household, they're doing better than you, the women are doing better than the men and stuff like that. And now the way I see it is happening to a lot of different communities. I hear, Pakistani men talking about their women doing better than them. I hear Somali men saying our women doing better than us. You know, you see the child uh, born to single parent or at least unwed parent in Europe is equal to what is going on in the black community. Of course, maybe 10% shorter or 10% less in certain respects, but still up there. And then you also see the Mexican, the Latino community having high rates of single parent household dig, and where the white community is at in the United States is where the black Americans were at in the 70s, and they were saying it was pandemic at a pandemic level at 25%, and whites are at I think 30 or 35% or something like that in the United States. So all these things that have been happening to to the black Americans that they thought ha ha ha, same thing like when Muslims thought COVID was some type of curse on non-Muslims, and then when it started to hit them, it wasn't all that funny.
Hmm.
Same thing is happening with on a global scale. And that's why I see people like Sneeko blaming black culture and stuff. Like, don't blame black culture because they gave us the poison first to see if it worked, and it worked, and now they're trying to give it to all of y'all. So
Well,
don't.
it's as old as the hills, though, this whole idea that you should marry before you have children. It's only in the last 50 years that the West has forgotten about it or think it doesn't matter. And now that the consequences have been um, you know, manifested themselves, they're sort of pretending it doesn't matter. But
And
it's
black
so
culture is
obvious.
Western culture, to let you to people to know. It's not. They didn't come from the shores of Africa. It was grown in America with many contributions from European
Yeah,
culture, other aspects that we inherited from what we seen from the people who was we were living under for whatever
yeah,
period of time.
swinging 60s, the pill, sex revolution. I mean, you could say, this is what Roman culture was when the Roman Empire was in decline.
Yeah, that the 60s was they could. I really would love to read something about the 60s because I would. That was when the United States went to war with itself, or at least countercultures. It definitely turned on a lot of its values in a way that I don't think has been able to recuperate from. And now a lot of the people who were of the 60s and 70s taking all the drugs and the free love and the hippie movement and all this other type of stuff, they're the ones in power now. And you think that they kind of just dropped all these ideas? Like, probably not. I'm sure they developed
Yeah, the
into.
boomers and
Yeah,
and
they
and,
just
and
grown up.
the and the children, their children, kind of know what's happened. That they talk about things like we spent our inheritance,
Yeah, the
and they
baby
make
boomers.
jokes like pillow day for these boomers who kind of refuse to accept any responsibility for making the world as it is now.
That well, no, then we got to put the parent. We got to have to put the blame on my grandparents, generally, because they're the one who gave these boomers. They well, I. It's hard. It's really. I don't know who to blame. It's
Yeah,
part.
but maybe it doesn't matter. It's just like, okay, we did wrong. We correct ourselves. It's obvious what should be done.
But
Family
everybody I
structure, as
know,
you were saying.
most of the people in my generation, their parents are doing better than even if they're more educated, their parents are doing better than even if they're making more money, their parents are doing better in life, did better
Yeah,
in life at their age than what they're doing right now. It's
and yeah. So it's not that hard to make the argument, is what I'm trying to say, and it's not that hard to understand what it requires to turn it back, to correct it.
It's gonna take like
I mean,
300
just the
years to turn it
arguments
back.
have to be made, right? I mean, you just said it. You just said it. So, why would anybody reject it other than, oh, we can't be bothered. Actually, I don't want to get married. Oh, I'm gay, or I don't want to admit that things are that bad. Maybe if we just ignore it, it'll all go away. But these, the kind of people who would say that don't have children, do they? And
Well,
then
you
you can
know,
shame them for not having children and not caring.
which I think is
I
also
mean, really, these are quite easy arguments to make, except that somebody needs to make them in the mosque.
yeah, but I think the solution to them is like how do you can
Okay, you say it has to be done, and then you create the will because people will talk about it, won't they? Even if they don't think, there's a solution that's going to happen in their lifetime, they can talk about it. And all it requires, you don't even need to go on social media, you just talk to one person in your life who might be receptive and understand and won't they won't go ape, and that other person talks to another person, and so on, the domino effect. It'll get to critical mass because, as you were saying, there are signs that things are beginning to change, the way the language is being used, certain ideas, and the success. Oh, okay, not success of Andrew Tate, but he's become totemic, and he's important because he's a convert. He's a convert, and he represents all these white and black men. That's
yeah.
why he's so important. That's why Muslims are rallying behind him because of his importance in who he represents. Western man, white and black.
We also need like a George Lincoln Rockwell Muslim too. We need like Rob, like Islam for Europeans. If Rob kind of leaned more into that, but he's kind of, I don't want to say, I don't think Rob is soft, but I think he kind of is a bit hesitant. But I see him kind of, because I really do think like, the one things I did agree with him on is like, the hearts and minds of white
He,
Euro
he's
Americans.
he's the worst. I mean, okay, I've tried with Rob, but
Not
basically,
he
oh,
he's his own worst enemy, or at least the people he hangs around are
oh my
antithetic to what he's trying to establish. He's like the type of Islam he's trying to practice or interpret, or his interpretation of Islam just really isn't going to work with what he's trying to
he
do.
just makes Islam look. Okay, Islam for white people is going to Rob saying, please find us a safe space, a safe space for white converts in this brown environment. I mean, that's a takeaway point I get from Rob. I mean, nothing else. I don't get anything else because he can't talk about anything else because it would be, well, he won't talk about it,
Well, it's
So he
because
just talks about, safe space. Okay, he doesn't use these words
from the
exactly, but it's
Murabatoon
that
and
sort of
Ian
thing.
Dallas.
And it just makes people look so weak.
Now, what'd you say, Gazelle? Because I'm interested in hearing what you guys say about, because
Yeah, Islam for Europeans. It's just he's plagiarized all of this kind of uh, worldview from Ian Dallas. Yet again, Murabatoon strikes again. This whole Malikian fiqh, and this is how we need to win the hearts and minds of Europeans, and this and that. It's very
Andrew Tate will do it.
much like Ian Dallas.
do you believe Andrew Tate would do it?
Yeah, because
Do what?
that
When
he's the masculine man that rocks the world, but just because he's jumping, they're throwing everything at him. I mean, it's good even if they imprison him. It's good if he wins. It almost doesn't matter. He's another kind of Trump because this is going to do the same thing to Trump. Even if they assassinate Trump, it's like it's like there's nothing they can do now without digging themselves further into it. And I don't know if you remember um, Tate when he was talking to Tucker, pretending that I would. He kept saying I would never kill myself, suggesting that they're out to assassinate him, but he's still going to be brave and he's still going to say what he's always said. That this hero narrative is, well, irresistible. I would have thought,
No, I
and
think you're
he's the
right.
perfect person to do it.
And before hearing you say it that way, I was thinking that, Tate is in a lose-lose situation. But that's only because I was looking at it like, okay, if what he's saying is real, he's screwed. And what if he's saying isn't real, he really just sold us a lie, uh, and built a fake persona. But the way you're saying it, in the eyes of his fans, and who knows, he can still convert many more people. No, if he dies, he goes to jail. If he's free, it's all a win-win
He's a
situation.
martyr.
It's
Mhm.
yes, he's a martyr either way, or he
And,
beat
and,
the
and
Matrix,
Suleiman Ahmed sees this. He
so
just
he could be
doesn't.
a
I mean,
genius.
he's really fighting his corner.
It is a huge power move though. It's a risky one. I'm not gonna lie, but it's predicated on if this is all that's gonna come out about Tate, because eventually they're gonna numb us to all of this. If I gotta see it every damn day and all throughout the day, it's like eventually I'm not gonna care. Everybody else isn't gonna care, and so all he needs to do is kind of beat. Uh, Public opinion isn't there no more, so you just got to beat it in court. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, though. I'm not against Tate. I just don't like ass kissers, man. That's it. Like, and I don't think Tate or no real man is going to appreciate somebody kissing his ass, because you already know that type of stuff could usher you into your own destruction if you don't have people who are really going to tell you what's real, or that you're fucking up, or anything like that. So and that's all I see from these people like Tate, and like especially from the Muslims. Not Ahmed Suleiman, I'm not throwing, but at least from people like, I'm not even gonna say Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab and them. I think Ali Dawa do try to correct some of these people in a gentle way. He don't try to go hard. I seen how he's correcting Sneeko and Myron off Fresh and Fit.
Well, at least they're doing something. They're not just rolling over. And, maybe that's enough to keep the ball rolling, by not submitting and carrying, you know, continuing to fight, which is, more than, what the haters can do. I mean,
Yeah, of course,
who's
everybody's scared
inspired
now.
from
Everybody's on no dig against you, Curious, because I know you're doing your thing. But at least for a man, I think if you're gonna be on social media, you need to put a face behind the shit you talk and stand on it. I think social media has given men too many avenues to where they can say all the things that they couldn't say before, or they wouldn't say offline, but have given them a platform to just express these things without any kind of consequences. And I think that doesn't build any kind of real character in a man, because sometimes you do have like a burning itch to say something, and you're worried about how people are gonna see you and stuff like that. And the fact that you can just say it on social media without anybody knowing who you really are, forget about the fact that there's no consequences behind it if you're saying something outlandish. It's just the fact that it doesn't build anything in you, as like, what, uh I was scared to say such and such, express such and such an opinion. I didn't see there was any kind of consequences. I used my face, my name, all this other type of stuff. It builds more courage in you to where, next time if you feel the urge to say something that might be contentious or against all odds, you won't feel that same type of, reservation. So I think at least for men, I can understand for women, social media being a hijab or having some type of hijab over social media. So I'm not gonna fault women for that, but I do think for men, or a man trying to build anything about himself, I think it's imperative to use your name and your face if you're gonna be on social media. But that's just my opinion, though. Some guys might disagree. But anyway, I think we're just rambling on. How you guys? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you guys doing? Y'all don't have no yeah, I mean, I already know. Kind of curious. I'm not nosy, but I know Curious. I peeped Curious Gazelle's eating habits, and I know she sleeps all the way through the morning into the sometime afternoon, has to, because she's on these type of spaces at this time, and you're definitely not bouncing back up at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Sure. I
Why do
wouldn't
you,
say two, but yeah, my sleeping routine is a bit effed up. But yeah,
yeah, I was gonna ask you, are you depressed or something? Usually that's a sign of depression, things going on very heavy in people's life. I mean, you know, I got to say all this stuff on live stream. I was just shit. I don't know why. It just seems like a symptom of that when I see people having weird sleeping hours. I can't help but ask.
yeah, it could possibly be that, but it's I mean, now that I've sat in a space, I might as well just carry on, right? So
Yeah, I guess you're never short of people to speak to.
sure, but we should I guess we could call it a night then.
Yeah, I have to wake up in like 4 hours, or I'm gonna try to wake up in 4 hours anyway.
Oh dear. Okay. I hope you get some good sleep then.
No, yeah, I
And
probably should work on getting better sleep than what I normally do, but I think 4 hours is like my usual sleeping habit anyway.
sure. Okay. So good night, everybody. Good night, Claire. Good night, Terron.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.